I have the honour to inform the House that Mrs. Ambler, member for the electoral district of Mississauga South, has been appointed member of the Board of Internal Economy in place of Mr. Merrifield, member for the electoral district of Yellowhead, for the purposes and under the provisions of Section 50 of the Parliament of Canada Act. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Committees. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding membership of committees of this House. And if the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 18th report later today.
Introduction of private members' bills. Premier lecture de
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier today be concurred in.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? There is no consent. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to rise in the House. And this morning I table a petition on behalf of numerous constituents requesting the House condemn discrimination against females occurring through sex selection, pregnancy termination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, petition. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 petitions to present, but they are all with regards to the right to save seeds. And in this petition, petitioners are calling upon Parliament to refrain from making any changes to the Seed Act or to the Plant Breeders Act through Bill C-18, an act to amend certain acts relating to agriculture and agri-food that would restrict farmers' rights or add to farmers' costs. Further, we call upon Parliament to enshrine in legislation the inalienable right of farmers and other Canadians to save, reuse, select, exchange and sell seeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, petition. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by literally tens of thousands of Canadians who call upon Parliament and the House of Commons here assembled to take note that asbestos is the greatest industrial killer that the world has ever known. In fact, they point out that more Canadians now die from asbestos than all other occupational or industrial causes combined, and yet Canada still allows asbestos to be used in construction materials, textile products, and even children's toys. And therefore, these petitioners call upon Parliament to ban asbestos in all of its forms and institute a just transition program for asbestos workers, to end all government subsidies of asbestos both in Canada and abroad, and to stop blocking international health and safety conventions designed to protect workers from asbestos, such as the Rotterdam Convention.
Petitions, petition. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present 4 petitions from citizens of Canada, from Manitoba, British Columbia, and Ontario. These citizens want to see tougher laws and implementation of new mandatory minimum sentencing for those persons convicted of impaired driving causing death. They also want the Criminal Code of Canada to be changed to redefine the offence of impaired driving causing death as vehicular manslaughter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai l'honneur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor today to present two petitions. The first is on CBC.
The petitioners actually presented petitions in English, Mr. Speaker, so I'll continue in English. The petitioners are from all over Canada, Toronto, Markham, but primarily British Columbia, Vancouver, Nelson, and throughout my constituency of Saanich Gulf Islands, calling for stable, predictable funding for the CBC. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is entirely from residents of Saanich Gulf Islands, from North Saanich, Salt Spring Island, Victoria, all calling for the Government of Canada to work with the provinces to put in place a national program to reduce waste through extended product responsibility and extended producer responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions. The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present petitions in the House today with respect to the reduction of Canada Post services. The signatories to these petitions, Mr. Speaker, note that the elimination of door-to-door mail delivery will have a particularly adverse impact on seniors and the disabled, and they call upon the Government of Canada to reject Canada Post's plan to end door-to-door mail delivery and increase prices, and instead explore other options for modernizing the Postal Service. Thank you.
Petitions, pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-41, Canada-Korea Economic Growth and Prosperity Act.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's with pleasure that I rise today to speak to a bill dealing with free trade. This is something in which the Liberal Party traditionally through decades have been fairly clear in terms of recognizing the value of world trade. The Liberal Party does not fear having trade agreements, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we have been advocating and very supportive of the movement towards additional trade agreements. And we see the value in the sense that Canada is very much a trading nation. We are very dependent on trade. Trade equals jobs here in Canada. It equals important lifestyle. The way in which we live here, Mr. Speaker, is dramatically affected by the amount of trade that we have throughout the world. Liberal governments in the past have demonstrated very clearly that we understand the trade file. In fact, if you go back to the Jean Chrétien, Paul Martin era, you will find that we consistently had trade surpluses, Mr. Speaker. This is something at the end of the day that is highly achievable if, in fact, the government understands the complexities of the whole file of trade. This is something that the current government has been somewhat challenged on, Mr. Speaker. Whereas, yes, they talk about free trade agreements and they have entered into some free trade agreements, but where they have been found lacking or wanting, Mr. Speaker, I should say, is in the area of an overall trade. When it comes to overall trade, you will find that since this Prime Minister has been become Prime Minister, that we have been going down from the original high of billions in trade surplus to where we have seen billions in trade deficit, Mr. Speaker. Why is that important? Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, a healthy trade surplus means more jobs for Canadians. It means, Mr. Speaker, that our middle class is going to be doing that much better in terms of economically. So, on the one hand, we recognize the value of entering into free trade agreements. But on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, we want to emphasize to the government that they are not doing their job when it comes to overall trade for our country. And this is where the government really needs to improve. Our manufacturing industry, and one only needs to look in terms of the devastation in Ontario in terms of our manufacturing jobs and the tens of thousands of jobs that have been lost because this government has been asleep at the switch, Mr. Speaker, not addressing the needs of our manufacturing industry, not only in the province of Ontario, but in other areas also. Today we talk about the free trade agreement with Korea. And the government likes to pat itself on the back saying, oh, how wonderful we are for getting this free trade agreement with Korea. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that Korea has been attempting to get free trade agreements with countries around the world since about 2003. Shortly after they initiated that bold initiative of wanting more free trade agreements, at the time, it was Paul Martin expressed an interest that Canada wanted to be a part of that free trade initiative that was brought in by Korea. 2004, that's when the negotiations actually began, Mr. Speaker. Now, if you take a look at what Korea has been able to accomplish, it has agreements in place already by several nations. Nations such as the European Union, the United States, smaller nations like Chile, I believe Peru, Mr. Speaker, a number of nations. Canada, on the other hand, has been somewhat asleep, again, at the switch. And there's been a significant cost. I've referred to it in the past, and I'll reinforce it this afternoon or this morning. The pork industry in the province of Manitoba has been, could have had more pork sales to Korea had, in fact, the government acted in a more prompt fashion, or if they would have followed the lead of Paul Martin back in 2003, 2004. And, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, that's just one industry, albeit an industry in which I'm very proud of in Manitoba because of the jobs that have been generated, whether it's in Brandon, Winnipeg, or our rural communities through pork production, Mr. Speaker, some of the huge pork farms that are out there, good, strong, valuable jobs that contribute to our economy. There is no doubt this freer trade agreement will, in fact, enhance certain industries in Canada. And we look forward to that, Mr. Speaker. But there should be no doubt that the government was, in fact, not doing its job by allowing other countries to be able to move forward, and in essence has taken a bit of the share away from what Canada could have had they been a little bit more aggressive on this file. The government talks a lot about the European Union agreement, Mr. Speaker. And, the Liberal Party, again, was very supportive in going forward with a trade agreement with the European Union. But it was interesting, we had the President of Ukraine address the House of Commons here, and one of the things that he made reference to was the need to have a free trade agreement with Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. Well, you think about it, Ukraine is moving rapidly towards a freer trade association with the European Union, yet, Mr. Speaker, Canada, again, it seems to be putting that issue on some sort of a back burner. Is there, and we would ultimately argue, there is merit for us to be looking at Ukraine and looking at a free trade agreement. What about other Asian countries? A few years ago, I would have been standing in my place and I would have been talking about Philippines. Philippines is a beautiful, wonderful country in which today we continue to be very dependent on Philippines for immigration. Tens of thousands of people every year come from Philippines, Mr. Speaker, and we have benefited immensely, economically, socially, and more, Mr. Speaker, because of immigration from Philippines. Well, why not take advantage of Philippines and look at other ways outside of just immigration in terms of how we could expand both relations in Philippines and in Canada, and look at trade. You know, there is so much more that we could be doing on the trade file, Mr. Speaker, and I think, again, that we find that the government falls short on a number of occasions. Mr. Speaker, you know, I was on a panel with the New Democrats and the Conservatives, and we were talking about trade, and the NDP seemed to be of the opinion that they've supported trade agreements in the past. Reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that the New Democratic Party is very different when it comes to trade, world trade. They seem to be willing to nowadays to change. For the first time, it appears as if they actually might vote in favor of this legislation. And, you know, I've challenged New Democrats in the past, and I will do it again, because they still like to say that they supported other free trade agreements, in particular the Jordan Free Trade Agreement, Mr. Speaker. What they should do is they should review some of the comments that they put in about the Jordan Free Trade Agreement. But it's fair to say that there has not been a day inside the House of Commons in which the NDP have actually stood in their place and voted for a free trade agreement. If I am wrong, I challenge any New Democratic member of Parliament to stand in their place, because they do get the opportunity to ask me a question, and tell me the day so that we could look up in Hansard in which they actually voted in favor of a trade agreement. But, Mr. Speaker, there's always hope. This could, in fact, be the first agreement in which they will vote in favor of, Mr. Speaker. The point is that we have recognized within the Liberal Party the value of free trade. We hear lots of words from the Conservatives, but they suffer in terms of tangible action. Yes, there have been agreements that have been signed off, but let's recognize the fact that they have not been all that timely, Mr. Speaker, in terms of their announcements and so forth. Many of the agreements that we have today were there because it was initiated by the former Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, there's lots of room for improvement, both for the Conservatives and I would even suggest, Mr. Speaker, for the New Democrats on this particular file. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Questions and comments. Question et commentaires. Honorable Député.
The honourable member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. People obviously like to talk about the NDP's position on free trade agreements, but unlike the Conservatives and the Liberals, we like to look at the agreement itself and see if it's beneficial. In the speech, there was reference to 3 principles, rational analysis of each treaty on the merits. So I'd like to know, what does the member think of that approach, analyzing treaties before approving them? Does he think that's a good way of going about things?
North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in fairness, the New Democrats have been consistent on that particular point. They say that they like to be able to see the details, they like to analyze, and so forth. I've been inside the chamber, and I hear that all of the time from the New Democrats. But in fairness to the Liberals, you've got to acknowledge that as much as you like to see the details and do the analyzing, the fact remains that you have never, ever stood in your place inside the House of Commons and voted in favor of a free trade agreement. Exactly. And that is the reality. There is no member in the NDP caucus that can actually stand in his place and say that I stood and voted in favor of free trade deal X. We know that for fact. So you can say that you analyze and you look at and so forth as a political party. But the reality is at the very core of the New Democrats, they just don't believe in it for whatever reason. And this is where we differ from the New Democrats within the Liberals. We recognize the world for what it is, and it's not that large of a place. We need to have trade. Canada is dependent on trade, on world trade. And the Liberals have delivered on trade with multi-billions of dollars in trade surplus, Mr. Speaker, which has generated tens of thousands of jobs. 20% of the people employed today is because of trade. The Liberal Party recognizes the value of trade. The New Democrats have never done that. And that's, I think, is something in which hopefully...
Order. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm delighted to hear that the Liberals are on side with this trade agreement. It's really unfortunate that they didn't get any done during their 13 years in office. Mr. Speaker, the member spoke about issues related to Manitoba, and we know that between 2010 and 2012 that the average annual exports from Manitoba were $106 million, something over $106 million. And examples of tariffs that are going to be removed are wheat, pork, and most pork-processed products, rye and rye seed, oats and oat seed, kidney beans, potatoes, pig fats. I wonder if the member could talk about the benefits that are going to come to his province of Manitoba when we get this free trade agreement signed.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, maybe I could indicate to the Conservative member that had the Conservatives done their homework, back in 2003 when Korea approached the world and said that we want free trade agreements, Paul Martin and the Liberal government were one of the first governments to actually act upon what Korea had initiated. And then, Mr. Speaker, the current government sat for over a decade doing nothing, or virtually a decade, I should say, Mr. Speaker, and did nothing. They wait until 2014, 2013 to actually get into the serious negotiations. As a result, Mr. Speaker, countries like the United States, European Union, Peru, I believe, Chile definitely beat us to it, Mr. Speaker. And as a result, when the member made reference to Manitoba lost opportunities of increasing further trade with Korea in industries like our pork industry because the Conservatives did not aggressively pursue a free trade agreement with Korea in a more timely fashion. And if you want to compare administrations, I would suggest to you all you need to do is to take a good look and do an analysis of the free trade agreement with Korea and compare what the Liberals did by acting relatively within 18 months, Mr. Speaker, of the desire to achieve the agreement, and this government taking over 6 years before they even came to the table in a serious way in order to get an agreement. So I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that the government has a lot of room for improvement in terms of negotiations with other world countries.
Absolutely.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's funny, the Honourable Member went on and on about the New Democrats not standing in this place and voting for an agreement, and he challenged us to prove him wrong. Well, I have the journals from Monday, March 5, 2012, and would like to table this document where the New Democrats stood in this House and voted in favour of the Canada-Jordan agreement at second reading. And what is confusing, of course, is that third reading where we let that agreement go by a voice vote, which happens all the time in this House. As a matter of fact, we just understand that the Liberals have sent a request to the New Democrats to allow the South Korea agreement to pass by a voice vote. So the hypocrisy and the inaccuracy of the Liberal Party is, again, breathtaking. And I'd ask for unanimous consent to table this document in the House so that the member will once and for all be quiet and no longer state that the New Democrats have not stood in this House and voted for the Jordan agreement, because we did. Moreover, maybe he can ask a question. Besides Liberals not supporting the free trade agreement in the 1980s, so he prattles on and on about how the Liberals have always supported free trade. Well, Canadians, remember, they didn't. The Liberal trade critic has said about CETA, we've been supportive of the deal from the start. It's important to say this is a great step, but also we really need to start seeing some details. At some point, though, we need to see what it is we're actually supporting. Now, is that not a classic description of the Liberal Party, to support something without ever reading it or
think the member is moving beyond the request for unanimous consent into debate. Does the member have unanimous consent to table the document? There's no unanimous consent. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable friend from Winnipeg North about an aspect that is often confused with trade agreements but has nothing to do with liberalizing trade and has everything to do with putting foreign corporations in a superior position to domestic governments. And those are what are referred to generally as investor-state agreements. As the member may know, the Green Party opposes investor-state agreements because by their very definition they are anti-democratic. I know there are some concerns within the Liberal Party, but it seems they're generally in favor of investor-state agreements, and I wanted to ask my friend from Winnipeg North if there are any limitations on Liberal Party support for investor-state agreements, such as the one in the Canada-Korea agreement we have before us now.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question from the leader of the Green Party. You know, investor-state agreements, I'm not too sure of the terminology that the member's referring to. I'll take her at face value. Obviously, in any sort of an agreement, there's always certain aspects that are going to raise concerns. I think what we're talking about is the overall principle of having free trade agreements, and the benefits to Canadians as a whole has been, relatively speaking or generally speaking, very positive. There are always going to be concerns. When I think of the Korea agreement, for example, one of the biggest concerns that I and members of my caucus have is in regards to the automobile industry. We're very sensitive to that industry and the needs of that industry. This is an industry that, again, through time we have seen very progressive, liberally minded prime ministers talk about ways in which we can expand that particular industry and complement it. So whenever you have a trade agreement, one of the more responsible things to do is to take a look at where and how that agreement is going to impact real jobs here. So, for example, in the Korea agreement, part of the concern that I have, and I know many of my colleagues share, is in the automobile industry. When we talked about the European Union agreement, I raised the issue of the impact on the cheese sales. There's always going to be different aspects of an agreement, but in general, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that free trade agreements are a positive thing. And we have to recognize that in principle, Mr. Speaker. As for the point of order, I believe, from my New Democratic Party colleague, this is the first time in all the months or even years of me challenging the NDP that they've actually suggested a date. I look forward to doing the follow-up, and I will look into that particular date. And I would be shocked to find that all the members of the New Democratic caucus actually voted in favor of that agreement. But I'll wait, Mr. Speaker, and I'll do a little bit of research on that particular date. I was encouraged. This is the first time, as I say, in which the government, the NDP, have actually stood up and declared a date, but I'd still be surprised if every New Democratic member of that caucus has actually voted in favor of a free trade agreement.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a privilege and honor to rise in the House, and this morning to speak on this historic free trade agreement with Canada and Korea. And I'm delighted to be sharing my time with my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Revenue and member from South Shore St. Margaret's, who I had the opportunity to have been on the Trade Committee for about 8.5 years, and he used to be the Parliamentary Secretary to the Trade Committee as well. So we have a good working relationship and a very thorough understanding of the importance of this agreement for not only his constituents but all Canadians. Just want to touch on some of the aspects of this free trade agreement, how it will strengthen our trade and investment ties across the Pacific. It will increase the prosperity of both countries and result in job creation and enhanced opportunities for Canadian and Korean businesses, particularly small and medium-sized enterprises, as well as investors, workers, and consumers. Mr. Speaker, I don't think you'll find any government or any Prime Minister, in fact, in Canadian history that understands the importance of trade to our economy. It represents as alluded to, 1 in 5 jobs. Approximately 60% of our country's annual income is based on accounted for trade. And we also understand that Canada's prosperity requires expansion beyond our borders into new markets for economic opportunities that serve to grow Canada's exports and investments. As I said, no government in Canada's history has been more committed to the creation of jobs and prosperity, Canadian businesses, workers and their families, and deepening Canada's trading relationships in dynamic and high-growth markets around the world is key to these efforts. I'd also like to thank the opposition parties for their understanding and support why it's important to ratify this agreement quickly and have it implemented by January 1st, 2015. As my honourable colleague across the aisle, a member from Vancouver Kingsway, the NDP's official trade critic, we worked together, and he stated last week in this House that this agreement offers the opportunity for Canadian producers and exporters to increase trade with modern democratic country with a high-income complementary economy. I went on to say level the playing field for Canadian exporters who can compete with the best in the world, and finally said there's no doubt that Korea is both a significant and a strategic economic partner for Canada. Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree more. So in this regard, I'd like to highlight the key elements of our trade strategy for Asia and South Korea. The economic potential of Asia is immense, with constantly evolving political transformation and a monumental demographic shift. Asia is important to Canada because it offers new opportunities to expand Canada's economic prosperity. The importance of this agreement is the gateway to the Asia-Pacific. There's 50 million population plus, so it'll open the doors. And that's why our government has taken such a rigorous and strategic approach to trade with Asia. Honourable colleague, the Minister of International Trade, has travelled numerous times to the various parts of Asia, and including the conclusion of this agreement with South Korea and the pursuit of agreements with India and Japan. He'll be leading a delegation to India next month. These agreements will lead to increased trade and investment, enhancing Canadian prosperity for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, investment is a key driving force for economic growth and competitiveness in Canada. Canadian companies who invest overseas can expand their client base significantly and will bring capital back into Canada, which can create jobs. Foreign companies who invest in Canada create jobs as well and boost our economy and contribute to economic growth that benefits all Canadians. While Canada and South Korea enjoy a strong investment relationship, ample scope remains for further growth in both directions. South Korea's direct investments into Canada have risen from $397 million in 2005 up to $4.9 billion by the end of 2013. So South Korea is the 12th largest investor country into Canada and the 4th from Asia. South Korea is also one of the world's great science and technology powerhouses, something I'm very interested in, innovation and technology, and having a chance to visit Taiwan a couple times and also Korea earlier this year. It has one of the highest expenditures on research and development, R&D as a share of GDP among the OECD countries, spending 4% of the GDP. While most private sector R&D takes place domestically, South Korean companies have begun investing in research centers overseas, including Samsung in my home province of British Columbia. Others are becoming more active in utilizing overseas R&D staff and resources. With this agreement's investment-related provisions and Canada's world-leading cost-effective R&D environment, Canada will become an even more attractive destination for South Korean R&D investment. Other examples of South Korean companies' continued interest in Canada are not hard to find. KOGAS, South Korea's national gas company, has already invested heavily in Canadian LNG project. Green Cross, a South Korean biopharmaceutical company, will be opening a new company. My colleague across the way would be interested in that. It's a manufacturing facility in Montreal as it breaks into the North American market. And for these companies and many more, Canada is the destination of choice. Of course, something that's near and dear to the constituents of my riding of Kelowna Lake Country and shared with wine lovers across Canada is something that is also very appealing to the palate of the people of South Korea, is our great Canadian ice wine. As I alluded to, I had the opportunity and the honour of travelling with the Prime Minister and the Minister of International Trade on March 11th to Seoul, Korea for the signing of the free trade agreement with President Park. A historic moment and an incredible experience, and something that we were able to enjoy at the end at what's called the Blue House, President Park's house. Is, I say, put the icing on the cake. We had some Canadian ice wine for a little toast. And somebody that's been a real champion on behalf of the Canadian Wine Institute is the president, hardworking Dan Pazowski, who indicated the Canadian wine industry is pleased to support the government of Canada in its work to finalize negotiations for the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement. South Korea is an important market for Canadian wine producers, as evidenced by the significant growth in the value of Canadian ice wine exports, which increased nearly 25% between 2012 and 2013. With a successful FTA, the Canadian wine industry anticipates even stronger export growth in the coming years. And actually, just recently speaking with Dan, he said that about 95% of the market right now exporting to South Korea's ice wine, but there's huge potential for other products once the South Korean community start to taste our product. And there's something interesting. It's the highest price point for red wine is South Korea. So some great things to raise our glasses and cheer about in the future with this agreement. Looking at other investments abroad, Canadian direct investment in South Korea has fluctuated over the years, but we've seen an upward trend in recent years. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2013, Canadian investment stock in South Korea was at $534 million, up from $390 million just from 2012. So Canadian companies continue to show increased interest in investing in South Korea. Major Canadian companies such as Magna International, Bombardier, which we had an opportunity to tour their facility in South Korea with the Prime Minister, and PharmaScience have already invested in South Korea, and more investments and partnerships are on the horizon. Just this past May, the clothing brand Joe Fresh announced it would open its first store outside of North America in Seoul, with plans to open 9 more retail outlets in the South Korean capital by the end of the year. This agreement, as I said, to level the playing field for Canadian companies in the South Korean market, which I think we all agree is very important. Canadian businesses can compete with the world when it's a level playing field. So this sets out the rules that are transparent and predictable. That's something that's very important for business. They want stability, predictability, and transparency. And this will ensure that Canadian businesses in South Korea will be treated no less favorably than South Korean businesses. It protects Canadian businesses from discriminatory treatment and provides access to an independent international investor-state dispute settlement mechanism. The same rules will apply to South Korean companies investing in Canada, further increasing the attractiveness of Canada as an investment destination. I don't think anybody would want to disagree with that, the fact that we're treating each other the same way we want to be treated, respectfully, and the same rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the fact that these rules have been a standard feature of Canada's comprehensive free trade agreement since NAFTA and have been shown time and time again to be in our national interest. For Canadian companies who invest abroad, there's no substitute for being on site where their clients are. Canadian companies who invest in South Korea will now find it easier to have their professionals on site in South Korea. The agreement will provide new preferential access for professionals from both Canada and South Korea and will facilitate greater transparency and predictability for the movement of business persons between the two countries. Our Conservative government is committed to protecting and strengthening the long-term financial security of hardworking Canadians, and thanks to these actions under our government's free trade leadership, Canadian workers, businesses, and exporters now have preferred access and a real competitive edge in more markets around the world than any other in our history. Mr. Speaker, the global market is shifting. More companies are looking to Asia for growth. The South Korean market provides a landmark opportunity for growth in neighboring markets in Asia and Japan and China. This agreement will provide fair access to the whole South Korean market and ensure continued growth for Canada. Trade has long been a powerful engine for Canada's economy. It's even more so in what remain challenging times for the global economy. By continuing actively pursuing broader market access and new investment opportunities, we are providing Canadian businesses and exporters with access on preferred terms to the largest, most dynamic, and fastest-growing economies regions around the world. I'd ask Mr. Speaker for a quick ratification of this agreement from all parties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have an agreement here with Korea, which is a country that respects human rights, and that's good. And this agreement will improve working conditions in several sectors, including in the aerospace sector. In Canada, we have manufacturers who are closing. We have the extractive sector, but at some point there will be no more minerals to extract. So how does the government intend to push for development in these sectors of the future, like aerospace, good unionized sectors, so that we can diversify our economy here at home and not depend solely on natural resources?
For Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for that excellent question. Actually, aerospace is something that's near and dear also to my riding at Kelowna Lake Country. Kelowna Flightcraft is the largest private employer in my riding. Aerospace and aviation is, as alluded to, with innovation and technology, one of those sectors that is very, very important to Canadian communities across the country, and Canadian companies are leading the way. And Jim Quick, who's the president and CEO of Aerospace Industries Association of Canada, was quoted, "Our industry depends on exports and access to international markets to remain competitive and continue creating jobs and revenues here at home. This agreement is imperative to restoring a level playing field for Canadian firms in the South Korean market, which is especially important given the considerable growth in aerospace industry we'll see in the Asia-Pacific region in coming years. We congratulate the Government of Canada on this achievement and thank its representatives for their ongoing commitment to boosting Canadian competitiveness in international markets." As you can see, the aerospace industry is very supportive of this agreement. It benefits all of us across Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from British Columbia for his great speech outlining many of the benefits of the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement. And I think all of us in this House know that during the 12 months following the Korea-U.S. agreement, that our exports to Korea dropped dramatically. And one of the sectors that was impacted most severely was the agricultural sector. In fact, in Ontario, there are current tariffs on pulses of 607%, pork 30%. One of the producers in my riding that is a cooperatively owned pork producing the processed pork, and their exports stand to rise dramatically with the signing of the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement. And I'm wondering if my colleague, I'm sure if he'd had more time, he would have outlined many of the other agricultural areas that will benefit in British Columbia as well from the signing of this agreement. I wonder if he could just have a few minutes to outline some of those benefits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague for that question and for his hard work for his constituents in his riding, Kitchener, another innovation sector and centre of the country, and specifically for agriculture for British Columbia. It is very important, as my riding is have vineyards and orchards and a variety of different crops, up to 45% reduction in tariffs for blueberries and cherries, for example. I know had the Vice President of the BC Cherry Growers Association was just very excited about this, and Minister of International Trade for Abbotsford, the blueberry capital of Canada, was very excited. Agriculture and agri-foods, frozen rays, skates, whitefish, sole, flounder, there's a 10% tariff that will be removed. Salmon, frozen crab, for seafood. We're looking for, with other agricultural products throughout Alberta, wheat. Pork has been a big, and the beef industry are going to be big winners in this. And of course, with the Canada-U.S. agreement, took a lot of that market away, so we're going to get back with our market share back into our customers bilateral with South Korea. So agriculture is a big component, seafood as well from both the Pacific and the Atlantic, and another winner is going to be the forest sector. I've got Tolko Mills in my riding, so it's a win-win-win all around across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Real pleasure to rise in the House today to talk about the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement. Before beginning my comments, I would like to thank my colleague from Kelowna Lake Country for not just for his support of this particular agreement, but his work on trade and on behalf of Canadian exporters on his tenure on the Trade Committee. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, this free trade agreement is an ambitious, state-of-the-art agreement covering virtually all sectors and aspects of Canadian-Korean trade, including trade in goods and services, investment, government procurement, intellectual property, as well as labour and environmental cooperation. This free trade agreement, Canada's first with an Asian country, is yet more proof that our government is focused on creating jobs and opportunities for Canadians in every region of the country. I'd like particularly to focus on benefits of the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreements to Canada's fish and seafood industry. Surrounded by the Arctic, Atlantic, and Pacific Oceans and home to the Great Lakes, Canada is one of the most valuable fishing industries in the world. In 2012 alone, the fish and seafood industry contributed to more than $2.2 billion to Canada's GDP and provided some 41,000 jobs to hardworking Canadians. It is also the economic mainstay of approximately 1,500 communities in rural and coastal Canada. Canada exports most of its fish and seafood. It is the world's 7th largest exporter of fish and seafood products, exporting an estimated 73% by value of our fish and seafood production. Asia is an important market for Canadian fish and seafood products, and with its dynamic market, it is rapidly growing in importance in global trade. Canada has a proven ability to export to Asia markets, including South Korea. Between 2011 and 2013, Canada exported an average of $49 million in fish and seafood products to South Korea. However, there's still much room to grow in this vibrant Asian market, and Canada must act now. Mr. Speaker, I must say that during this debate, I was able to listen to the words of the MP from Winnipeg North, and although he mainly concentrated on volume, he's a little light on facts. You know, I do think it needs to be said that, you know, what I've heard in this House is that all of the parties are intending to support this trade agreement, and I thank the opposition parties for that. But let's be clear on the Liberal record on trade. You know, for 13 years they signed 3 agreements. They're in government for 13 years. They signed 3 agreements. We've been in government for 8 years. We've signed 43 agreements. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no comparison. You know, the danger was times were good when the Liberals were in government. The dollar was low, exports were high. It wasn't anything that they did to cause that. It was the free trade agreement signed by Brian Mulroney's government that caused that increase in dollars in the country. However, the danger of doing nothing in the good times, the danger of that was that when the recession hit in 2009, 2008, we were left in a virtual trade deficit and had to work extremely hard in order to find markets for our exports. And Canada is an exporting nation. So we took the risk of falling behind. We've not fallen behind. We've actually caught up, and now we're moving forward again, and times are getting better. Canadians well remember the last time the Liberals tried to talk seriously about trade. They campaigned, Mr. Speaker, to rip up the North American Free Trade Agreement.
Yes,
now, I'm happy to see that once they got the government, they forgot their campaign promise, and Canada was actually able to move ahead on that. Mr. Speaker, once fully implemented, the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement will eliminate South Korea's tariff on all fish and seafood products. All fish and seafood products. South Korea's tariffs in this sector, which includes fresh, frozen, and processed fish and seafood, run as high as 47%. With the elimination of tariffs, Canadian products will become more competitive, allowing Canadian firms to increase exports in this dynamic market. And as you know, exporters from the U.S. and the EU are already benefiting from preferential access to the South Korean market. Some of the products that will benefit from immediate tariff elimination include frozen lobster and Pacific and Atlantic salmon, whether fresh, chilled, frozen, or smoked. They currently have duties of up to 20%. In all, 70% of fish and seafood tariff lines will be duty-free within 5 years of the agreement's entry into force. All remaining duties in this very sensitive Korean sector will be entirely eliminated within 12 years. The outcome for Canada's top fish and seafood export interests is on par with or better than those agreements obtained by the U.S. and the EU. Compared to the U.S., for example, Canada obtained stronger results for fish and seafood for roughly half of Canada's key exports, including lobster, hagfish, and halibut. By year 5, Canada will have duty-free access for more fish and seafood products than either the EU or the U.S. will have at their 5-year mark under their respective FTAs with Korea. And the benefits do not end there. In addition to tariff elimination, this agreement contains robust provisions which will ensure that Canadian fish and seafood exports are not undermined by unjustified trade barriers. The chapter on sanitary and phytosanitary measures negotiated with Korea is a good example. In this chapter, Canada and Korea have agreed to build on their shared commitments under the WTO agreement on the application of sanitary and phytosanitary measures. The chapter fully recognizes the rights of the WTO members to take sanitary and phytosanitary measures necessary to the protection of human, animal, or plant health, as long as they are based on science and are not used as disguised measures to unnecessarily restrict trade. Far too often we see phytosanitary measures becoming non-tariff trade barriers, Mr. Speaker. The agreement we've signed with Korea should prevent that from happening. It also establishes a committee of experts where they can collaborate and consult on phytosanitary issues to enhance bilateral cooperation. The committee will provide a forum in which issues can be discussed and resolved before they become major problems. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to take a moment to elaborate on the benefits pertaining to lobster. Lobster is an iconic Canadian crustacean, Canada's top and most valuable export in the fish and seafood sector, certainly an important product in my part of the world, in southwestern Nova Scotia. South Shore, along with West Nova, the main lobster exporters in Canada, Mr. Speaker. In 2013, Atlantic Canada's exports of lobster were worth $888 million and accounted for 95% of all Canadian lobster exports. Canada's exports of lobster to South Korea worth an average of $18.2 million annually excuse me, between 2011 and 2013. Again, we accounted for nearly 37% of Canada's total seafood exports to South Korea. Current duties of up to 20% on lobster products faced by Canadian exporters will be totally eliminated. This summer, we got a taste of what increased lobster trade with South Korea will look like. Korean Air Cargo launched weekly service to South Korea from Halifax to transport an expected minimum of 40,000 kilos of live lobster. This happened only a few months after the announcement of the conclusion of negotiations with this agreement. This is the type of opportunity that can be generated across this country from coast to coast to coast. Given the many benefits of the agreement, the stakeholders from the fish and seafood industry have shown great support for the Canada-Korean Free Trade Agreement. A quote here, Mr. Speaker, from the Lobster Council of Canada, supporting the agreement as it will greatly enhance our industry's competitiveness in South Korea, tariff elimination, improve market access for lobster exports, and help to ensure long-term prosperity for our industry and the thousands of people it employs in Nova Scotia. And it's not just about Nova Scotia. You know, we have a huge inland fishery in Canada worth nearly $500 million in the Great Lakes and Lake Winnipeg and Great Slave and Great Bear Lake. We've got a major fishery in the Arctic Ocean for Arctic turbot. We've got a fantastic fishery in British Columbia. So we're surrounded. We have a very viable wild fishery in this country and an aquaculture industry, Mr. Speaker, that will now have a marketplace for their products. For BC halibut and Arctic turbot, we're looking at a reduction of 10% in tariff. That's a huge difference for these fishermen and plant owners, Mr. Speaker. This is a great agreement. This is a smart agreement for Canada, and it's a great agreement for fish and seafood. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires.
The honourable member for
Macarel.
Marc. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada, Korea. The NDP and the leader of the NDP, who has solid experience as a provincial minister and as somebody who's worked in public administration for many decades, well, we can be confident that he will develop great policy for Canada. The Conservative government is tired and corrupt. The NDP is ready to work to bring concrete solutions to today's problems facing Canadian families. So I have a question for my colleague. Does he not think that this introduction allows you to say that the NDP is a good party?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. It may have been a translation that I was getting a little wrong, and I won't repeat everything in English that the honourable member said in French. But here's the reality, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that this is a good agreement for Canada. And if the NDP continue to support this agreement, that's the right thing for that party to do. Unfortunately, their record on trade isn't great. They've not supported free trade agreements in the past. However, if they change their tack and they support this one, I thank you for that. Absolutely. It's the right and proper thing to do. More importantly, this agreement is exactly like all other agreements we've ever signed. It will improve the quality of life for Canadians. It will create jobs and opportunity. It will immediately produce more money in the pockets of hard-working Canadians. And it has investor-state provisions that the NDP are supporting that allows companies to be on a level playing field with their competitors in Korea.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his discussion about the fish industry in his own province of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, we know that by removing tariffs and barriers that goods become available to consumers at a lower cost. We know that people's purchasing power increases as they have access to more imported goods. But I wonder if the member could speak a little bit about how the increased purchasing power of the people in Nova Scotia is going to translate into a higher standard of living for the people of Nova Scotia.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
I thank the honourable member for the question, Mr. Speaker, and I mean it's extremely clear. Canada is a trading nation. We depend upon, roughly about 50 to 60% of our business in Canada is export related, and what the honourable member is asking is trickle down economics. Every time a wild blueberry producer in Nova Scotia is able to eliminate a 25% tariff or a 10% tariff, that's 10% more dollars. That's real money. Because understand how insidious tariff is. Tariff is on top of all your other costs. You've already covered your costs of production. You've already paid your wages. You've already paid a lot of your taxes on that, and certainly all of your remittances. And then on top of that, you get a 10% tax that's called tariff. So that is all 100% profit that goes back to that business and goes back in the trickle-down economics in the form of wages, higher goods if they're buying that product from another distributor, and that money goes back out into the economy and ends up at the local service station, the local grocery store, and the local furniture store. And it is very, very good for the Canadian economy.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Scarborough, Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Parliamentary Secretary relates really to, and I thank him for his contribution to the debate with respect to what this agreement will mean to the fishing industry. However, my question to him actually relates more in respect of investment into South Korea. In particular, as it deals with the highly integrated Chabal system that we see in South Korea. And I'd like to get the Parliamentary Secretary's comments with respect to whether there will in fact be an appropriate balance between Canadian companies being able to invest in such a highly integrated industrial economy like South Korea compared to South Korean firms that would be able to invest here in Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of National Revenue. We don't have much time. Short answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll try to be brief. So that's a very good question. Up to this point, quite frankly, it's been difficult for Canadian firms to invest as much money in Korea as they'd like to invest. and we understand the protection in the South Korean economy. But for the first time, this levels the playing field, Mr. Speaker. Canadian firms will have every opportunity to invest in South Korea as South Koreans have to invest in Canada. And that's really what these trade agreements are about. You break them down to the lowest common denominator. You have rules-based trading, fair for everyone.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise in the House today to speak to C-41 and act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Korea. Just before I start, I'd like to note that I'm splitting my time with the member from Trois-Rivières. So there's a few points I want to make on this bill, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to praise our critic in this area, the member from Vancouver Kingsway. The member from Vancouver Kingsway is a lawyer with a very good reputation who spent a lot of time on this file, making sure that he's using the utmost of his knowledge to understand and digest this deal, to explain it to the rest of us. And I feel very confident when he says to us that we should be supporting this trade deal. And I think that the diligence that he's put into this file gives me lots of confidence that this is something we should do. I have been looking through the deal myself, Mr. Speaker. I concur with the critic recommendations, so I'll be supporting this at second reading and look forward to this deal going ahead. Mr. Speaker, it's not just the local links with my neighbour from Vancouver that also gives me great confidence that this is a good idea. I also have the pleasure of having a local MLA, Jane Shin, who is from Burnaby, who is the first Korean MLA elected in British Columbia, who I've spent many hours talking with how we could build closer links between our country and Korea. So Ms. Shin has been doing fantastic work in Burnaby, and I look forward to hosting a roundtable with her and the member from Vancouver Kingsway on this issue in the near future. So, Mr. Speaker, why my inclination on trade deals is this, is that it kind of goes back to my Scottish roots, which is hope for the best, plan for the worst. And so when I see trade deals, I like to think perhaps we can support this. So you start with the idea that you would support a trade deal, and you look at it in as much detail as you can to decide whether or not it's good for Canada. In fact, the NDP uses three important criteria to assess all trade agreements. The first is the proposed partner one who respects democracy, human rights, and adequate environmental and labor standards, and Canadian values in general. So I think that's a very important thing that most Canadians would agree with, is that priority for trade agreements should be given to countries that share our values. The second is we don't want to sign frivolous deals. So are these deals of significant or strategic value to Canada? Is it just an announcement for the sake of an announcement, or is this really going to lead to economic growth in Canada? And the third is, are the terms of the proposed agreement satisfactory? And so, Mr. Speaker, looking through this deal and then talking with the critic and, of course, local representatives, of course, we think that this free trade deal with the Republic of Korea passes all these tests. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say that along with the deal that we've signed with Jordan, this is another trade deal that we can support, and I'll be voting yes, Mr. Speaker. One of the reasons why I'm in favor of this is because it is also different than some other deals. So, for example, the FIPA with China. And where I think the Canadians should draw a distinction is that the deal there with Korea is reciprocal. That means that both countries will have more or less equal access to one another's markets. But, for example, the China FIPA deal, Mr. Speaker, those terms are not reciprocal in my understanding. And so it is important to go through the various clauses of these agreements to make sure that we're getting the absolute best deal that we can. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm especially excited about these links with Korea, building better links with Korea, because I have had the pleasure of, in my capacity as a critic for science and technology, to meet with a number of advisors to the President of Korea regarding their investment in science and technology. The president of South Korea, Park Geun-hye, is an engineer by profession and has decided to continue her country's investment in science and technology in order to build their economy, and I applaud this. In my conversations with the advisors to the president of South Korea in terms of investment in science and technology, a number of very interesting things came to light. First of all, Mr. Speaker, the president of Korea has made a commitment to spend to make sure that 5% of their entire economy is reinvested in research and development. This is a massive amount of money, both from the private and public sector, and it actually is leading the world in terms of countries, the proportion of monies that are invested in research and development. The reason why Korea is so gung-ho on science investment, is, as was explained to me, was that after the war, of course, Korea was essentially a bomb flat with very few energy resources, and so they decided to invest as much as they could into innovation in order to grow their economy. And if you see what Korea is famous for now, companies like Samsung, for example, Mr. Speaker, you can see that this investment has paid off. Again, with the conversations with the presidential science advisors, they said that really their goal is to make Korea the leader in science and technology in the world, not only just investing in applied sciences, but also basic sciences. Recently, the president of Korea, in addition to committing to investing 5% of the GDP into research and development, the president has also said that there will be a vast reinvestment and extra investment in basic sciences. And that, of course, is in stark contrast to what's happening here, Mr. Speaker, where Korea is aiming at 5% of GDP to be invested in research and development. We here in Canada are at only about 1.7%, and that's a decline. That's a decline over the last few decades, from about 2% when the Liberals were in power to about 1.7%. So what these trade deals will do is, I think, provide windows. You know, we often are a bit, I think, boastful in Canada that we think sometimes we're the best in the world and there's not much we can learn from other countries. Well, I think closer ties are important to us, because maybe here we'll see the importance of investing in science and technology, Mr. Speaker. What's also extremely interesting with the Koreans is that they recognize the link between basic sciences and applied sciences, is that you can't have companies building new widgets, new types of widgets, if you don't invest in the basic infrastructure of science and technology, and that's exactly what the Koreans do, and I hope we'll learn from them. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, is the President of Korea has also said that they will invest in stable funding for their science community, and that is critical. Is not to lurch from year to year and having unstable investments, wondering if your lab is going to continue on, and rather the President of Korea has said that they would invest in stable fundings, not just increases, but longer term. And I think, again, that's the value of such agreements, is that we get to see what other countries are doing, and I think I would say they're leading us at this point in terms of investment in science and technology. So we here in the NDP, of course, have a number of proposals going forward that we would like to put in place that would complement this kind of Korean approach to science and technology. And one is recently we've passed at a recent convention, Mr. Speaker, is that we develop a national science strategy, just like Korea has, and that more importantly, we've passed by unanimous resolution at our conference, policy conference, that we move to match the percentage of GDP invested by public and private sectors in research and development as found in other global leading countries such as the United States. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not just us that's trying to catch up to Korea in terms of their investment in R&D. Places like the United States, Korea invests 5% of their GDP into research and development. The United States is at 3%. We're at 1.7%, Mr. Speaker. However, this resolution, if the NDP became government, we would build on these types of deals in order to increase our investment in R&D. So I thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to questions.
Questions and comments. Question will come on side. The honourable member for Hamilton Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my friend from Burnaby, Douglas, I appreciate the comments in his remarks. A number of years ago, I traveled to Seoul with the Foreign Affairs Minister, Peter MacKay, at the time. And while I was there, we had a briefing from some of the people who were conducting the efforts to achieve this particular agreement. And at the time, I asked them, were there provisions to allow for Canadian automobiles to have access to the country? And the room went rather cold in a hurry. They hadn't reached that stage of the agreement. Being the critic for international human rights, of course, for me, a concern is the standards of labor law and labor respect and human rights in that country. And my belief is that that's more solid than any other agreement that we've seen this government sign. In fact, Colombia and some of the others were disgraceful. What's the member's opinion of this?
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Well, I thank the member for his question and, of course, for his great work that he does here in the House and outside of the House. I think, you know, if you take Korea, post-war Korea, there's a dedication to rebuilding the economy, first of all, and then to a commitment from the late 80s on to democratic reform and human rights. And I think those are present in the labor forces, the labor force in Korea, the labor standards, and I would think they would be equally as strong in Korea as in Canada. So again, that's another reason why I support this agreement, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. I want to follow up on when my colleague talked about the concerns of the reciprocity in terms of the auto sector. Certainly, coming from Ontario, the auto industry has been a huge player in the Ontario economy, and there's been a great deal of concern, certainly we've heard expressed, about the lack of reciprocity when we're dealing with other markets, especially the emerging car markets. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about the protections that have been negotiated to ensure that we maintain a strong and vital car industry in Canada, but that we actually are able to trade into these markets like Korea. I'd like to hear my honourable colleague's concerns on this.
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I appreciate my colleague's question and the great work, of course, he does in his riding and here in the House. Mr. Speaker, we do have some concerns about the impact on the auto industry. But where we should start, of course, is the lack of effort on the other side of the House to support our automakers in Canada. The industry has essentially been abandoned by the Conservatives. We've done our best to protect it on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, and I think that's where things have to start. So, again, there are clauses built into this agreement to protect the auto industry in Canada still, and we'll be monitoring those as they go along. But I share my friend's concerns, but wish the government would actually do more to encourage and boost the auto industry here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Laurenti-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague if he thinks, like I do, that the potential problems for the auto industry have more to do with the lack of a government of Canada industrial strategy than to do with any potential competition. Because Korea overcame some extraordinary obstacles. They were an outsourcing economy. They were producing low-cost, cheap vehicles for competitors, but they invested heavily in R&D and achieved a level of excellence that made them competitive. Why wouldn't we do the same thing here? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Burnaby Douglas, you have about 45 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to read a quote from from Jerry Chenkin, the President and CEO of the Japanese Automobile Manufacturers Association of Canada, who says, quote, "Free and open trade with priority markets in Asia, most notably Korea and Japan, is vital to Canada's national interest to be globally competitive, create jobs, and increase prosperity." We have consulted widely on this bill, Mr. Speaker, and support it because we feel it's a great deal for Canada, for all sectors of the economy. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I won't hide how pleased I am to take the floor this morning to express my viewpoint on this free trade deal with Korea and to contribute humbly but as strongly as possible to the dissipation of the false impression that the NDP is opposed to free trade deals. What you have to understand is that on this side of the House, we've understood that people accept that we're going to take the time to comb through the deal before we express ourselves, before we take a stand, because we want to express as clearly as possible what we agree with and where we think there's room for improvement. This approach to analyzing files, it's a serious approach, and we look at what is the concrete interest for each and every Canadian, whether they're a worker or an entrepreneur. It takes analysis and the experience which our leader, the member for Outremont, has, and that experience has been shared with the entire caucus, and hopefully it makes us better analysts. So, on this deal with Korea, one of the key principles in trade policy is diversification of export markets. In this sense, the slowdown in the U.S. in 2008 convinced each and every one of us of the inherent risk in focusing exports and investments on a single market. The vagaries of the economic situation encourage us to gradually not depend so heavily on the U.S. for trade. It's imperative to support the measures in C-41 without losing sight of our critical analysis of certain controversial parts of the bill, including the investor-state dispute resolution mechanism. Mr. Speaker, it's important to remind everyone that the NDP's support for free trade deals is based on democratic factors, but also on the economic interests of Canada. Both of these things have to be considered together in assessing whether a free trade deal is good. And it would be absurd and counterproductive to sacrifice respect for labor standards, for example, or environmental standards in the name of sacrosanct economic efficiency. However, we do support the implementation of this deal because South Korea is such a model of success, both politically and economically. Originally a dictatorship, they've made the transition to a civilian regime, and they've showed openness to civil society. They have freedom of expression and a multi-party system. Their political system is based on a healthy union movement. They protect their workers. They have labor standards comparable to Canada's and relatively high wages. In their 2014 budget, the South Korean government increased spending on improving the social protection system and support for local communities. Economically, South Korea has a diversified economic base, industrial base, and they invest heavily in R&D. 4% of GDP goes to R&D. And that, just right there, we might have some lessons to learn from the Koreans, because our investment in R&D is significantly less. They also have an excellent public education system, which helps strengthen the industrial fabric. These factors are very important because while Korea is a promising trading partner, other countries don't have such healthy democracies, social protections, accountability and transparency, and so on. They're not as reliable. But Korea is a good choice for a trading partner. Korea is Canada's 7th largest trading partner. We export around $7.3 billion worth of goods and services to South Korea. Canadians and Koreans will benefit from this deal, and our markets are more complementary than competitive with one another. South Korea needs raw materials, and Canada needs markets to export its energy resources to. So this deal will create a market for Canadian energy resources and will also boost job creation in that industry in Canada. That's one of the important parts of the NDP analysis of free trade deals. We look at how is this going to improve the day-to-day lives of Canadians in various provinces.
We've also taken a look at the social and environmental standards adopted by Korea. Sectors of the Canadian economy will not be victims of dumping, and there is also adequate protection for our labor force. Korea has also sought to improve governance for its large corporations. Some groups broke down following the Asian crisis or restructured and are now on a solid financial footing. Korea has an excellent economic profile for us. It has been rated A2 with respect to the country risk. In other words, its political, social, and economic situation. It is conducive to business and long-term investments. Of course, this bill, Bill C-41, will enable us to recover market shares that we lost to our American and European competitors. They have already signed agreements with Korea, thereby creating a disadvantageous situation for the Canadian aerospace industry and reducing exports by 80% to that sector in Korea. I'd also like to underscore the consensus that exists in various sectors of the economy, and I'm referring to reluctance by the Canadian automobile sector to this free trade agreement. It's the government's duty to support the automobile industry. Development in the sector depends on growth recorded in countries like Korea and China. And the same could be true for forestry, which will affect Quebec and the riding that I have the honor of representing here. Bill C-41 includes a mechanism that will make it possible to resolve disputes in the automobile sector. It also includes transitional safeguard measures in the event of a sudden increase in imports affecting the Canadian market. I see, Mr. Speaker, that I don't have much time left, but I'd like to go to the problem in this bill, which is a regressive, undemocratic measure, and I'm referring here to the dispute settlement mechanism. Under the mechanism, private corporations could take action against Canada if certain measures are taken. Mr. Speaker, under a system like this, private corporations would be in a position to challenge health, social, and finance policies put in place in Canada, claiming damage and interest before extrajudicial courts. In terms of jurisprudence, courts often side with investors, which challenges the sovereignty of states over their own jurisdictions. An NDP government would repeal that measure. The main opposition party in Korea is also opposed to that measure. This agreement offers Canada and Korea an excellent opportunity to diversify the Canadian economy and to create high-quality jobs in Canada. However, certain aspects of the agreement are not what the NDP government would have negotiated. Following a cost-benefit analysis, we agree that the advantages outweigh the potential risks. Criticism of free trade is often fundamental because it can destabilize local producers and entire segments of the growing economy. Nevertheless, it will enable Canada to win back market shares in a region where economic growth has not yet reached its full potential. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his speech, and specifically I thank him for his support for this initiative. Mr. Speaker, before I ask my question, I would just like to bring to the attention of members in the House a very interesting article in the fall edition of the official news magazine of the Canadian Snowbird Association. An article in here on fascinating South Korea, written story and photos by Barb and Ron Kroll, talking about some of the tourist opportunities that are coming, you know, in South Korea. It looks like a fascinating place to visit. I've visited several countries in Asia, and I sincerely look forward to the opportunity to visit Korea if this article is any indication of what's available there. One of the things we know about free trade is that countries can work on what is their comparative advantage. The province of Quebec has a real comparative advantage in the forestry industry, and I wonder if the member could talk about some of the advantages that he sees for the forestry industry in Quebec with this Canada-Korea free trade agreement.
Député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. I can assure her that if there were a delegation of all parliamentarians going to Korea, I would be more than happy to join that delegation. But there are two essential aspects to the comments that she made, and I'd like, well, in fact, she thanked us for supporting the government on this free trade agreement, and we're clearly showing in the NDP that when we take time, when everyone takes time to look in depth at the bills in front of us here in the House, we can eliminate the partisan nature of debate that hinders progress in this country. So I think that all parties should look at what the NDP is doing in this regard. On the topic of forestry, the region that I represent had an event on the weekend. On Saturday, there was a big march because in Shawinigan, there are a number of mills that are closing, and I'm thinking about pulp and paper mills in La Mauricie. This free trade agreement would make it possible to develop, if of course we were to focus on developing new fibers or on value-added products coming from wood. Of course, the region at home would receive a great deal of support because there is an abundance of this resource. What we need to develop is the export market for processed wood products.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Louis.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. In listening earlier, I thought about some things that we need to reread. The classics, in fact, because in his speech, he talked about a reasoned approach by the NDP on free trade agreements. Now, if we compare that to an ideological approach where people say yes to everything, well, we have to look at the consequences, provided that there's trade. Now, having said that, I'd like my colleague to not talk about reasons, because I know there are a number of reasons, but I'd like him to talk about the problem caused by the tribunals he referred to in government affairs. It's a concern that we have in our party, the NDP. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the philosopher from Louis-Hébert for his question. What we need to prevent is losing state autonomy over governance, and instead of putting on the sacrosanct altar of the economy the interests of the people we're supposed to be serving. The various parties in this House have views on economic measures, and these positions show that soon, in fact in 2015, they will need to make a choice in terms of government. And we're not talking about the choice as a choice of a color, but about the development of a vision for society. In the NDP, we want to take steps to serve Quebecers and Canadians so that no one will be abandoned because of measures over which we have no control.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to stand today in this House to speak on the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement, not only as the Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade, because obviously I'm very proud of the work done by our Prime Minister, by our Trade Minister, and truly our government growing new markets for Canadian employers, because 1 in 5 jobs, Mr. Speaker, are directly attributable to trade. So it's an honour for me to stand in this House to talk about yet another important trade agreement that this government has brought to Canadians and to Canadian exporters. But importantly, I'm also going to use some of my remarks today, Mr. Speaker, to talk about why I'm very proud of this agreement in particular as a Canadian, as the Member of Parliament for Durham, for bringing together two peoples who have a shared history, a deep and rich shared history, although only about 70 years long in duration. It was forged in the battles of the Korean War and has emerged as an important relationship for Canada and Asia. So I'll dedicate a few remarks on that aspect of the relationship because, Mr. Speaker, trade promotes dialogue between nations. It promotes security. And the deals we're negotiating are not just huge wins for Canadian employers, they're also huge wins on international security and helping make sure that globalization allows all people to benefit, and the result will be a mutual dependence between countries on the trade and commerce front, and more stability and security for their citizens, particularly in Asia, Mr. Speaker. So to review, this is truly yet another incredible free trade agreement negotiated by our government. The Korean GDP is $1.3 trillion, Mr. Speaker. It's the 15th largest economy in the world, and it's roared into that position in the last few decades. It is already the 7th largest trading partner for Canada, which is an important point that we've focused on. And it's a market of 50 million people, and increasingly a market that is seeing a middle class emerge in the country. And with that middle class, Mr. Speaker, comes the demand for the quality of products, particularly food and agricultural products, from a country like Canada. People want to provide the best food in the world for their families, and we're seeing that in Asia, particularly in South Korea. And this is a pattern of engagement that we're following to make sure we also keep the playing field level with our main competitors in global commerce, Mr. Speaker. The European Union negotiated a free trade agreement with South Korea in 2011. The United States negotiated a free trade agreement with South Korea in 2012. We've been at the table pretty much alongside our friends but also our competitors from Australia. So we want to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that our exporters have a level playing field and the opportunity to grow in an important market. In fact, Mr. Speaker, since the U.S. free trade agreement with Korea came into force, we've seen a reduction in $1.5 billion in exports to South Korea because of the tariff elimination that some of our competitors saw. And so this is a point where we were still able to forge a great deal, Mr. Speaker, because you don't rush and make a poor deal on behalf of your exporters. Absolutely. You make sure you stay at the table to negotiate an ambitious and important outcome, and that's where we're at, Mr. Speaker. Estimates, a review of this free trade agreement has led to estimates that our exports will increase to South Korea upon implementation of this deal by 32%. That's almost a $2 billion addition to our gross domestic product, Mr. Speaker. It will remove duties when fully implemented on 98% of tariff lines. And I'll go back to what I said at the beginning of my remarks, Mr. Speaker. 1 in every 5 Canadian jobs is attributable to trade. Deals like this not only secure those jobs that are there now, they grow more, Mr. Speaker, because as a modest country in the $33 to $35 million range, we need to sell beyond our borders. And I'd remind this House, particularly people who are just waking up to the benefits of trade, my friends in the NDP, it's Conservative governments, Mr. Speaker, that have granted Canadian exporters access to 98% of the markets that are available to Canadian exporters. Pretty much every trade deal or all that access is attributable to this government and the last Conservative government, and that's a fact as a free trader, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of, and our exporters, once given a level playing field, can compete with the best. So those are the opportunities, Mr. Speaker. Almost $2 billion addition to our GDP from this deal. What are the big winners? And as Parliamentary Secretary, I've had the good fortune of visiting parts of this country to talk trade, to talk this agreement, and to help industries consider market access, to take advantage of these agreements. The big winners, Mr. Speaker, are all regions of the country because of their particular products, and I'll run through those, but also our agricultural sector, which, you know, in the years of our best friend and trading partner to the south, playing games on the trade front with country of origin labeling, things like this, our beef and pork producers need secure access to a growing market, Mr. Speaker. Korea is a big beef and pork consuming market. It's only going to grow more, and they want access to the high value, high quality products. And we couldn't get in there, Mr. Speaker. First, there was regulatory issues that we had to smooth out, but a tariff rate of up to 72% on beef and beef products. Adding 72% to your cost, Mr. Speaker, means you can't access that market. As simple as that. Pork and pork products, a 30% tariff rate with most pork products and processed pork products, Mr. Speaker. The tariff walls that Canada has had in reverse on some South Korean products are trivial in comparison, Mr. Speaker. You know, you're talking 4 or 5% nominal tariffs that an efficient business can perhaps absorb. How do you absorb a 30 or a 72% tariff rate? You can't, Mr. Speaker. So those markets are essentially not accessible to you. Now they will be. Another huge winner, Mr. Speaker, a part of the country that's dear to my heart, Atlantic Canada, will have immense wins with this deal, and British Columbia as well, potentially the Arctic as well, Mr. Speaker. Seafood tariffs were another one of those high tariff ranges, ranging from 16 to 47% tariff rates. That's essentially a tariff wall, Mr. Speaker. I had the honor of being in Korea a few weeks ago, and I'll speak to that in my remarks shortly. And we were there a few days before the beginning of Chuseok, which is the Korean Thanksgiving celebration. And I found, and they were happy to tell us about this, and we were talking about the differences between our Thanksgiving and theirs. Theirs is more of a ancestral history event where they go back to the town they grew up, and it's a point of honor for them to bring a special food to their ancestral home and their family at Chuseok. The most popular food in the last year to 2 years, Mr. Speaker? Atlantic Canadian lobster.
Here, here.
And that's a product that already had a 20% tariff rate, yet people were recognizing that the best lobster in the world comes from Atlantic Canada, and they were still absorbing that 20% hit. That's going to be eliminated, Mr. Speaker. And I was also fortunate to be at the Stanfield International Airport in Halifax some months ago to meet with Korean Airlines officials as they sent their second of many dedicated cargo flights to Halifax to take Atlantic lobster back to South Korea, where most was consumed in South Korea or traded in Asia, Mr. Speaker. That's a market we've already been forging, and it will only benefit more from this deal. Wood and wood products, Mr. Speaker, another major export for us, had tariff in the 5% range on most wood products and 10% on processed wood products. I've seen firsthand, Mr. Speaker, Viceroy Homes, which employs people in both Port Hope, Ontario, and in Burnaby, BC, a Unifor unionized workplace, Mr. Speaker, that have predicted they will double the size of their workforce as a result of South Korea alone, because they already had market access as a high-value wood product company, windows, homes. With the reduction of 10% tariff, they're now very competitive, Mr. Speaker, and they're hiring Canadians because of that. Newfoundland and Labrador, frozen shrimp and a lot of crab products like that, 20% tariff wall. Nova Scotia, known for its blueberries, Mr. Speaker, 45% tariff on fresh and 30% on frozen. Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick, parts of our country known for potatoes and processed potato products, French fries. Perhaps I have a few too many of those from time to time, Mr. Speaker. 18% tariff rate, virtually making it hard to be competitive in that market. Quebec, maple syrup, 8%. Flight simulators, CAE, a company I visited while I was in South Korea to see their investments in that country. Flight simulators, a 5% tariff rate that will come down. Ontario, aerospace and rail, 8%. Nickel products and a lot of refined metal products, 8%. Manitoba, chemicals, 8%. Pork, as I said earlier, 30%. I toured the Maple Leaf site in Brandon, Mr. Speaker, that is waiting for access to South Korea. They've made the investments. They're ready to do it. They just need the markets that we're now opening up. Saskatchewan, canola oil, 5%. And one of the craziest ones, Mr. Speaker, unroasted barley malt, 269% tariff rate. Wow. That is a wall, Mr. Speaker. Wow. That's a tariff cage, I would suggest. Alberta, industrial machinery, 18%. Once again, Alberta beef, which we just enjoyed here in Ottawa last week, a 72%, once again, tariff rate. You can't access those markets. And BC, of course, which has a robust, diverse economy, but is also known for its wine, a 15% tariff rate. And I know my friend, the MP for the Kelowna Lakes country, is quite keen to see access to that market increased. Mr. Speaker, this is our first free trade agreement in Asia. And as I said at the outset of my remarks, the cultural and historical bonds between the countries make this a perfect partner for our first FTA in Asia, because their dynamic economy that is now the 15th largest in the world, with brand names we all recognize, that opportunity and that freedom was secured by Canadians, Mr. Speaker. 26,000 of our young men and women served in the Korean War from 1950 to 53, and 516 gave the ultimate sacrifice. Mr. Speaker, when I was in South Korea last month, I was amazed. From school children to ministers of the government, every one of them thanked us for that commitment 60 years ago. That's the foundation upon which our relations are built, Mr. Speaker, and this is a lovely evolution to that relationship now that will drop our tariff walls and fully trade as partners. Many of us took part in the Princess Patricia Canadian Light Infantry PPCLI 100th anniversary just last week on the Hill. We had a wonderful parade where they were joined by the Van Deus, another proud regiment also celebrating its century. That regiment distinguished itself on the battlefields of South Korea, Mr. Speaker. The Battle of Kapyong, where the PPCLI are one of the few units, the only Canadian unit, Mr. Speaker, to receive a presidential unit citation because their bravery over the course of several days, repelling a communist Chinese advance, saved the lives of Americans, of New Zealanders, of Australians, of Koreans. They were surrounded. They called in fire on Hill 677, their own position, Mr. Speaker, to make sure they held that line. That's the Canadian commitment to countries like South Korea, Mr. Speaker, and that's why I was so touched to see that firsthand in Seoul. I also had the honor of joining Minister Park, their Minister of Patriots and Veterans Affairs, at the National War Monument and at their National Hall of Honor, Mr. Speaker, where our delegation, and I was joined by the MP for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock, and Senator Yona Martin from British Columbia, we laid wreaths at the Hall of Honor and at the 60th anniversary marker that our government erected when we tried to make sure that our veterans from the Korean War don't think of it as the forgotten war anymore. We've been trying to show them how much we appreciate. And Minister Park laid those wreaths with us, and he spoke with fondness of the Korean War veterans from Canada he's met over the years. In the Hall of Honor, Mr. Speaker, and in the War Museum, we got to see the spectacular artwork of Canadian war artist Ted Zuber. And it was really Korean veterans themselves that fundraised a lot of the money to put a spectacular painting by a Canadian artist, a war artist who incidentally served in the Royal Canadian Regiment, so now I've named all 3 of our regiments. And his work depicting our service and sacrifice in South Korea is stunning in a place of honor in that War Museum. And on a personal level, Mr. Speaker, in Durham, my friend and someone who lives quite close to me, Doug Finney, is currently the president of the Korean Veterans Association of Canada, representing those veterans in Canada. And I was honored that he was able to join our government, the Prime Minister and the Governor General, at a state dinner just last week at Rideau Hall, honoring the visit of President Park from South Korea, and the night before the historic signing ceremony for this trade agreement. And so, Mr. Speaker, we're forged in the history of war and of conflict, but what's emerged is a robust, strong democracy in Asia that is now our gateway into a fast and growing part of the world. And the Koreans I met while there were truly inspiring, Mr. Speaker. Our first evening in Korea, we met with children from Pumasi H2O, who had just 2 months earlier visited Canada to come and thank our veterans. In fact, in solemn ceremonies, they even washed the feet of some of our veterans. These are children, Mr. Speaker, whose parents may not have even been born when the conflict took place. Their deep remembrance of our sacrifice is palpable, Mr. Speaker, and it was moving for us. That was our first dinner. They hosted us to show us photos of their trip to Canada. Truly inspiring. And many Korean Canadians, so Canadians that came here for the opportunity, have done well and are now trying to help back in their home country. Mr. Ron Suh was on the ground in Seoul and joined us for some of the events. He's been working to build bridges for decades, Mr. Speaker, as the regional president of the National Unification Advisory Council, a position the President of South Korea asks Ron to fill so that he can work as part of the diaspora towards unification, which is something I think all of us would like to see to eliminate some of the horrors of repression in North Korea. So people that have been building these person-to-person ties between our countries since the war are inspiring. Similarly, there's South Korean veterans who fought in the war and then immigrated to Canada afterwards. They have an association, and I've been very fortunate to meet some of these veterans in my travels across the country, Mr. Speaker. They're a living embodiment of the bridge between our countries. So our work in the National Assembly during that visit, Mr. Speaker, was to make sure that our friends in South Korea ratified the deal on their side quickly, as we will in this House, Mr. Speaker. And I have to thank Ministers Park, Ministers Hwang, the Minister of Education, Representative Chung, the Speaker of the National Assembly, who met with us and hosted a meeting, Representative Kim and the Trade Committee, who we met with directly to ensure quick passage of this free trade agreement. And importantly, we met with members of their opposition to make sure that events in their country, at their National Assembly and other things didn't interfere with the passage of this important new evolution of our relationship as countries. So Representative Wu, the policy chair for the opposition coalition, the NPAD, we also met with, and I thank all of those representatives for meeting and for helping forge the bonds between our countries. And Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Durham, an area with a history of strong and productive auto industry with General Motors in Oshawa, my father is a GM retiree, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to say that our government has secured an outcome on automobiles that is as strong or stronger than some of the provisions our U.S. friends had. Not only do we get immediate duty-free access to those markets, we have a permanent specialized dispute settlement procedure for non-tariff barriers, Mr. Speaker, not a 5-year one that the U.S. secured in their agreement. We have a permanent dispute resolution so that we can make sure that our automakers have access. Because what's important, Mr. Speaker, and a point that some of my friends in the opposition like to ignore, is that our great and productive workforces in Oshawa, Oakville, and Windsor, the decision on what vehicle rolls off those lines is not made at the Canadian subsidiary, Mr. Speaker. That decision is made in Detroit. So how could our government possibly allow our country and those plants to have one less market that they could access? How could we possibly do that? And I said this to Unifor and representatives of one of the big three. That would be against our national interest. We want to make sure our plants, which are some of the most efficient in North America, have the same market access as their counterparts in the U.S. because they compete for new products to roll off their lines. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope with my remarks today I show why South Korea is our partner in Asia, our first free trade agreement. It's a relationship forged in sacrifice, service, mutual respect, and this agreement will be a tremendous win for both countries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question come on tide. The honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I listened with intent to my honourable colleague's comments. I thought he made definitely some good points. But since 2012, Canadian exporters have lost about 30% of their market share. When it comes to EU and the U.S. implementing trade agreements with South Korea, they got preferential access. I'm wondering if he could comment about why this government has taken this long and why we weren't able to, or the government wasn't able to negotiate as good or a better deal than the U.S. or the EU on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for that question. I did address that direct question in the beginning of my remarks, Mr. Speaker. We are actually following directly on the heels of a lot of those partners, including the U.S., and there has been a drop in exports since 2012 to now when we have a trade deal close to completion. But the important thing to remember, Mr. Speaker, is in negotiation, Canada is going to stay at the table till we have a deal that is in the net national interest of all of our exporters and all of our sectors. It would have been imprudent, Mr. Speaker, to rush a deal out just because the Americans had one. And I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker. We needed better outcomes on agriculture, and we secured those. More importantly, on autos, we have a better dispute resolution process for non-tariff barriers, Mr. Speaker, than the U.S. were able to negotiate, because we could use their negotiated outcome as a reference point. So our permanent dispute resolution procedures, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, are far superior. So not only is this a well-timed deal, it's a better deal, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question come on tide. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my mother was born to parents who had a first family very early in life. And as a result of that first family, I have a cousin who is one of the 516 Canadians who is buried in South Korea. My cousin was Lance Corporal John Howard Fairman, who died on October the 13th, 1952. He was part of the Royal Canadian Regiment, and his service number was SM 9462, the son of my Uncle Howard and my Aunt Blanche Fairman. And my colleague here has spoken about the people-to-people ties that we have between Canada and South Korea. I wonder if he has any further comments on how the commitment and service of Canadian forces has helped to forge this relationship that is some 60 years old.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I love when members of this place honour the place by sharing those personal reflections and those personal memories of sacrifice. And I'd like to thank the Member of Parliament from Newmarket Aurora for doing that. And the Corporal Fairman and his sacrifice is appreciated today, not only in Canada but in South Korea. The children of Pumasi that came to Canada came to thank us for the sacrifice of people like Corporal Fairman. This sacrifice, Mr. Speaker, is the foundation of our relationship. And from that has sprung cultural ties, business and international sort of ties, but that's still the foundation. And to see the names in the Hall of Honor there, Mr. Speaker, was touching because it was a snapshot of Canada 60 years ago. There were names from all provinces and places in Canada, French names, English names, diversity. Some of the veterans that died had only served in the last decade in World War II, Mr. Speaker. So as our government has tried to make sure that those veterans didn't feel their conflict was a forgotten war, they've actually helped secure the democracy for South Korea and Asia. And look at what that country has done with that, Mr. Speaker. Now we have the ability to continue that strong relationship through this agreement. I'd like to thank the member for her reflections.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie le secrétaire parlementaire pour son discours. Et tout au long, puisque dans ce traité de libre-échange, il y a beaucoup plus qui nous réunit que de choses qui nous divisent.
There is more that unites us than what divides us in this free trade agreement, but I would like to see the forestry industry in my region benefit from this free trade agreement. And I bought a Korean piano, and recently, and my question is, would the parliamentary secretary, does he believe that his government is doing enough in terms of research and development? 4% of GDP in South Korea is devoted to research and development. Is his government doing enough to ensure that through this free trade agreement we can trade value-added products and not just basic natural resources?
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for that intervention and assure him that, as I said in my remarks, the wood and wood product sector will be a huge beneficiary as a result of this agreement, and I'm sure those in his riding and the jobs, the 1 in 5 jobs because of trade, will see benefits. As I said, wood products are 5% tariff rate up to 10% for finished wood products and plywood, those sorts of products. And what we love about this agreement, Mr. Speaker, and I use this example in my remarks, the finished wood products, the higher value add, so we're getting 2 levels of job creation from this product, are already accessing that market because Canadian finished wood products are amongst the best in the world, but they have a 10% duty. So I said Viceroy Homes, which neighbors my riding in Ontario and has employment in BC, are going to double their workforce in the next 10 years as a result of this new market alone, because they have a beachhead in these markets, but that beachhead was made with a 10% burden on their back. We're getting these tariffs eliminated, Mr. Speaker. That will only lead to more jobs across Canada, including in the member's riding.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently to my honourable colleague's speech, and he recognized the contribution that certainly the Minister and the Prime Minister has made to that, but to this agreement, but he really didn't recognize his own. So I think it's prime time that the rest of us here in this House did recognize the contribution that the honourable member made as Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade to this extremely important agreement. The reality is, you know, we got about a $1.7 trillion economy in Korea. We're doing, you know, we expect to boost our trade balance with them by somewhere around 1.7 billion or 1.3 billion. You know, those sound like big numbers, but, you know, my question to the honourable member is very simple. We've got a great base level of trade. We've got a chance to expand it across all fronts that we trade with Korea. I think the $1.7 billion number is modest.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for his kind remarks. Certainly, I've been able to perform in this role because of the confidence of the Prime Minister and of my minister, but the Parliamentary Secretary was modest himself because there were big shoes to fill because he was the Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade, and his work, particularly on growing a lot of the markets that we see being open to Canadian exporters now, he was a big part of that, so his work is deeply appreciated. Mr. Speaker, you know, estimates are sometimes hard to nail down, And I've said the GDP injection, 1.7 to $2 billion as a result of this deal over time, could very well be modest, Mr. Speaker. South Korea already represents the 7th largest trading partner for Canada. It's been growing up, and I know, Mr. Speaker, in particular, because you've been doing a lot of work growing this relationship over time, Mr. Speaker, we're on the fast track. And as I said in my remarks, the emerging middle class in South Korea and Greater Seoul, with 12 million people, they want high-value, high-quality Canadian products, particularly food products. So I talked about Chuseok and the rush to get Atlantic lobster. There is a desire for beef. So E-Mart, one of their chains in Seoul, had a sale on Canadian beef, a test market. The scores were off the charts, Mr. Speaker. So they're demanding top world-quality food from a safe and strong regulatory regime. So he's very right. These numbers could be far bigger, even more of an impetus to get this deal passed.
Resuming debate, and we're at the point now where speeches are 10 minutes instead of 20. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Ontario.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand in the House today to support this Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement, appropriately Canada's first in Asia. Contrary to the incessant rhetoric about our position from the government side, we in the NDP have always supported balanced trade. When evaluating trade deals, we've been clear about the criteria that should be applied. New Democrats believe that, in fact, there are 3 essential criteria that should be used in deciding whether to endorse any trade deal which is before us. First is the question of who we should prioritize when it comes to doing business. If we're going to have special deals in place, who are the partners we should be dealing with? This is not just a question of values, like practicing democracy and respecting human rights, important as those are, but it is also a question of fair trade. Does the prospective trade partner trade on a fair basis? Is it a nation which ensures fair labor laws and necessary environmental standards are in place at home? Or is it a nation engaged in a race to the bottom and one competing solely on the basis of who can pay the workers the least and endanger the environment and health of workers the most? A second criteria is the question of the strategic value of prospective partners to Canada. Can both countries benefit from a trade deal, or is this a case where one will take the other for a ride? Finally, there's a question of the deal itself. Are the terms of this agreement acceptable for Canadians? Is this a fair deal? New Democrats have consistently voted against trade deals that have unfairly bound Canada to losing deals for decades at a time. However, when it comes to Korea, I believe you will hear universally from this side that we believe this deal with Korea meets those criteria. Korea struggled for many years in what proved to be a very painful transition to democracy. But now Korea has arrived and is a stable multi-party democracy. Korea's human rights record is generally good, one of the best in Asia. It is a country with rule of law and very low rates of corruption. And even on a topic very dear to my heart, on LGBTQ rights, the situation is rapidly improving in Korea, even including movement on transgender rights. The role of Ban Ki-moon as the UN Secretary General as a strong advocate for recognizing LGBT rights as human rights seems to have resonated in his home country, and social acceptance for the LGBT community in Korea is growing rapidly. Perhaps down the road, as even closer friends, Canada and Korea can give each other a nudge on LGBTQ rights. Equal age of consent, for instance, exists in Korea, though not formally in all provinces in this country. And of course, equal marriage is not yet a reality in Korea. On the second criteria, is Korea a strategic partner for Canada? As both are trading nations, the answer to this is clearly yes. Korea is Canada's 7th largest trading partner and our 3rd largest partner in the Asia-Pacific. In 2012, manufactured goods accounted for over half the value of Canada's exports to South Korea. And with a GDP that's very high for Asia, about 75% of Canada's, the South Korean population has the resources to consume the full range of products from technology to agri-food and from consumer goods to culture that Canada has to offer. In fact, to maintain our present position in trade with Korea, we actually do need this deal. Canadian exporters have lost 30% of their market share in Korea since 2012, when the EU and the United States implemented agreements and secured preferential access for their companies. This deal is needed to help Canada level the playing field for Canadian exporters and protect the jobs they provide, and it raises the question of why this deal was not prioritized over some of the others which we've had in front of us in this House previously. When in fact Canada and Korea have largely complementary economies, then that means in most areas we won't be in competition with each other. There's also some great opportunities here. As Korea is rapidly becoming a world leader in renewable energy technology, there are some great opportunities in the exchanges of new ideas on how we reach a sustainable energy future together. In one area where we do compete, autos, it's important to note that many of the Korean cars coming into Canada are already being manufactured in North America, in the United States or Mexico. So they already enter our markets duty-free. Plus, this deal would see the gradual reduction in Canadian auto tariffs from their current level of 6%, but the immediate elimination of duties on Canadian autos going to Korea. So, in fact, I believe this is a balanced deal, even in the one area where we do compete. Now, I've really already entered the realm of the third criteria. Are the terms of this deal in and of themselves fair? And my conclusion is that this deal is a fair trade deal. This deal does not include some of the things that I find most pernicious in other deals. As a former municipal councillor, I'm very glad to see that subnational procurement is not part of this deal. We've seen too many agreements come before this House which will tie the hands of municipalities and local governments in attempting to achieve their objectives by requiring them to submit to some free trade requirements which are quite onerous. We do, of course, have some concerns about this deal. We are opposed to the investor-state mechanism in this agreement, as is, I might note, the main opposition party in Korea. When the New Democrats form government, we will work to have this provision dropped. Fortunately, and unlike the Canada-China FIPA, this agreement does not tie the government's hands for 31 years. And in fact, if things go wrong, it can be renegotiated or cancelled after only 6 months. Beyond the three criteria that we think apply to all deals, I think there's another reason that Korea is a good candidate for closer economic relations, and that is the long-standing relationship between Canada and Korea. That relationship is not just based on immigration, though as of 2011, there were more than 161,000 Koreans living in Canada, with over one-third of those, more than 53,000, living in British Columbia. While Koreans are still not a large community in my riding, they are a growing presence in Greater Victoria. This long-standing relationship is not just based on the large number of Korean students studying in Canada each year, but I have to say, with more than 20,000 Koreans studying in Canada, that makes Korea the fifth largest source of foreign students in Canada. And I'd also note that there are more than 100 active exchange agreements in place between educational institutions in the two countries, including agreements with institutions in my own riding. Camosun College, where I taught for 20 years before coming here, teaches the Korean language and also hosts Korean exchange students every year. These international exchange students help provide an important element of diversity in the student body at Camosun, and I know from my own teaching experience an important value of diversity within the classroom. This close relationship is also not just a result of a large number of Canadian teachers who have taught in Korea, but there is an amazing number of Canadians teaching in Korea right now. And I note that even the current occupant of our chair taught English in Korea, and there are some 5,000 Canadians teaching English in Korea right now. This relationship is not just a consequence of the fact that 2013 marked the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations between Korea and Canada. But we do have an important shared history in what is sometimes referred to as the Forgotten War. That is, of course, the Korean War from 1951 to 53 and the 2-year period when Canada remained in Korea following the ceasefire. A total of 26,791 Canadians served in Korea during the Korean War, plus another 7,000 served there from the ceasefire in 1953 through 1955. While 5,000 women were recruited and served in the Canadian forces during the Korean War, only a small number of nurses actually served in the combat zone, while the rest played key roles here at home. 516 of those who went to Korea died in combat, including 378 buried at the United Nations Memorial Cemetery in Busan. Over 1,000 more were seriously wounded. These losses had a huge impact on many families in Canada, not forgetting, of course, the much greater losses and the enormous scar left on Korean society to this day a society which remains technically at war in a war which has been largely forgotten. In Canada, the Korean Veterans Association struggles to keep the memory of those sacrifices alive in the face of dwindling numbers as a result both of the passage of time and, unfortunately, of illness and death. Unit 27 of the Korean Veterans Association has remained active in Greater Victoria under the leadership of Ken Calbaugh as president from 2011 to 13, and now Ray Renault as 2014 president. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that Korea is the best prospective trade partner this government has presented to this House. Who better to trade with in a developed country that is a stable democracy with high labor and environmental standards? Who better than a country that is the world's 8th largest importer? Who better than a country with whom we have a long-standing series of close relationships? Who better as a partner than Korea, with whom Canada has had this relationship for the past 50 years, including bloodshed in a common struggle? Who better than Korea? Few nations I can think of. That's why I'm proud to stand in the House and support Bill C-41. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his intervention and his discussion. As I said last week, we were quite amazed that the NDP have discovered the importance of trade. It's not hard to, Mr. Speaker. 1 in 5 jobs come from it. But in the 3 principles the member discussed, I'm trying to contrast those alongside some of the comments his colleagues have made with respect to the South Korean trade deal. A member from Windsor West, a member from Parkdale High Park, who in this House suggested we shouldn't do a deal with South Korea. How did they forge consensus on South Korea being, on his second pillar, one of those strategic countries? Because it certainly runs counter to what several of his colleagues have suggested in this House.
The Honourable Member from Esquimalt-Wanda-Fuga.
Well, I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his question. I believe there's a question of timing here, as we often hear from the other side when they take old quotes from before the time we were actually discussing the deal that's in front of us now and try to bring them forward. So I think if you have a look at what we've had to say about the current deal, you'll find there's a great deal of unity on this side of the House.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague, and certainly for many Canadians, when they think of Korea, they think of the fact that many of our uncles and fathers served there. On September 1st, the 100th anniversary of the Princess Patricia Light Infantry took place in the town of Elk Lake. The Princess Pats came to the town of Elk Lake to celebrate Jack Monroe, who saved people in the Porcupine Fire, who was the founder of Elk Lake, who fought Jack Johnson as a heavyweight champ when Jack Johnson was heavyweight champ of the world. Jack Monroe was also a vaudeville star and a professional football star, and he was also the first Canadian to step foot in France in 1915 with the Princess Patricia Light Infantry. That is a historic fact. So as we were there with the veterans, we recounted that it was the Princess Pat's first in the First World War, first in Sicily, first in Korea, first in Kandahar. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what he thinks about the tradition that we have of remembering the people who've served our country.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Wanda-Fuga.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his question, and I guess I would say, this time with a bit of regret, I think we were a bit slow in recognizing Korean veterans. And it's only very recently that we completed the Korean Veterans National Wall of Remembrance in the Meadowdale Cemetery in Brampton. That was 2013. And then this summer, we added a tribute in black granite in Burlington to the ships of the Royal Canadian Navy who sailed to Korea. So while World War I and World War II, obviously as larger conflicts with many more Canadians involved, have occupied our memories more, I think that recently we have turned to those sacrifices and made some good steps in honoring those who served in Korea.
Questions and comments? L'Honorable Député d'Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP is frequently attacked for not supporting deals with certain countries, but I'd like to ask my colleague to summarize in a few words why it's important to do, unlike the Conservatives, why it's important not to rubber stamp all trade deals, for example, with Honduras and Colombia, or why it's important not to do like the Liberals and give the Conservatives a blank check when it comes to negotiating these deals. The Honourable Member.
For her question. I'm going to use the example that I talked about when we were dealing with the question of Honduras, which has an absolutely awful human rights record, and in fact has the highest murder rate for transgendered Hondurans, highest murder rate for transgender people anywhere in the world, in contrast to Korea, which is making great strides toward protecting the rights of all Koreans. So you have to look at the deal in the context of which of these nations is actually striving to achieve the standards and values that we all hold important. So I was one of those who was very firmly against a deal with an unelected government of Honduras, with a terrible human rights record, and with very little to offer Canada. I'm not sure why we were prioritizing that relationship at all. In contrast to Korea, a democratic government, a good human rights record, and complementary economies and great opportunities for Canadians, plus these long-standing relationships that I talked about in terms of students, in terms of people teaching in Korea.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
I want to thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity to talk about one of the historic agreements that Canada has embarked upon and in what it means in terms of the creation of jobs and prosperity, not only for the individuals and Canadian businesses, but for individuals and their families as well. Which gives that I'm pleased to rise and talk about the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement and the effects that it will have on our economy. My riding is Lambton Kent Middlesex in southwestern Ontario. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to focus a little more likely on the particular area of southwestern Ontario, but in Ontario in general, where the Ontario's export to South Korea were an average of about $516 million. When this agreement comes into force, Ontario's key exporters and providers will see a significant amount of new opportunities. Exporters to South Korea will benefit from not only markets that are opening, but in terms of non-tariff provisions also. These provisions will ease regulatory barriers, they reinforce intellectual property rights, and they make open, transparent rules of market access. Mr. Speaker, today colleagues will be speaking, and from what I would understand, we're going to see a consent to support this agreement, which is good to see. I want to also pay my comments and my appreciation to the Minister of International Trade, who spends so much time not only traveling but spending time with his colleagues across the world, in this case with South Korea, to make an agreement like this come in place. Also, a little while ago, you heard the Parliamentary Secretary to International Trade speak. Not only did he speak in depth about the trade and the and the benefits that will be seen not only by Canada, but also the reciprocal benefits that South Korea will see, but also his compassion that comes with the history of why Canada and South Korea were able to come and make such a strong agreement that gives Canada such, in some cases, quite honestly, preferential treatment. It is clear that we talked about the Korean War and the effects of Canadians on that, and it was because of our government wanting to recognize that significant conflict that these tributes have been made across Canada to recognize our veterans who died and in that conflict. Mr. Speaker, this agreement will not only improve market access, but it will also look at the interests of Ontario in many areas. I mean, we think about agriculture, we think about minerals, and we think about metals, but I think maybe in many cases we don't think about aerospace, medical devices, clean technology, and we are a leader in that environmental aspect of clean technology, food manufacturing, information, communications technology, life sciences, Mr. Speaker, Canada and Ontario are leaders in these areas. It will also improve access to professional services, with Ontario with greater and more predictable access to a diverse South Korean market. Mr. Speaker, the agreement is also will provide predictable and non-discriminatory rules for our investors and ensure that investments benefit from greater protection in the South Korean market. Suppliers from Ontario will also benefit from preferential access to procurement by South Korea central government agencies for contracts that are valued above $100,000. And so there are going to be strong provisions in this agreement, and there on non-tariff measures. And Mr. Speaker, that's a critical point. When we talk about developing trade agreements, that we talk about non-tariff measures in terms of effective dispute settlement provisions. And has been talked about earlier, particularly by the Parliamentary Secretary, about the benefits that Canada has in terms of those dispute settlement provisions that have been put into this agreement that will give strong reference to Canada should those issues ever arise. One of the things that is important is that we often look at how does that work with Canada in relationship to the example Europe and the United States, and we'll talk a little bit about that because what we've got is basically a stronger agreement with South Korea than either the Europe or the United States have. Not in all, but they're comparable, and in some areas we got preferred. So let's just talk a little bit about the industrial goods sector, which accounts, Mr. Speaker, for about 12% of Ontario's GDP. It affects, we have about 525,000 workers in Ontario that benefit because of our industrial sector. Once this agreement is in place, 95% of those tariffs on industrial products, they immediately go away. And so this is going to make a huge benefit to Ontario and to the industrial sector, not like in the United States where it goes from 3 to 5 or 10 years. Ours will immediately go, the majority of those, right at the start. In terms of the Canadian manufacturers and exporters, I think most of us in this House recognize the name of Jason Myers, who's a representative of that. And he says, Canada's free trade agreement with South Korea will be the first step in gaining more open access for Canadian exports. This agreement should make Canada an even more attractive destination for investors and manufacturers, create jobs and opportunities for Canadians, and level the playing field for Canadian businesses, making them more competitive on the global stage. I want to also touch a little bit, as others have, on the automotive sector, which will benefit from this agreement. And it looks at our auto industry and looking at going beyond the traditional North American markets and reaching out into South Korea and actually providing a level playing field for competition for our auto industry providers. And in fact, in terms of the EU and the United States, Canada did, in this particular case, get some preferential treatment in terms of this agreement over those two, particularly around the accelerated dispute settlement, in which our agreement with Canada and the South Korea government will be an expedited dispute settlement agreement provision, I should say, over that of the United States, and more quickly than obviously in the EU. But I do want to get to an area that's close to my heart, Mr. Speaker, and that is agriculture, and certainly the processing part in agriculture also. As we know, agriculture and food processing industry is a significant driver in Ontario, with some $44 billion in GDP that is generated from that industry and that industry alone. Almost a third of it, of that GDP of $44 billion, comes from agriculture, and and the food processing area. As well, the total agri-food system, which includes primary agriculture, processing, food services, retail, wholesale, account for almost 12% of the jobs in Ontario. And so since the implementation of the Korea's free trade agreements with the U.S. and EU, Mr. Speaker, Canada's share has dropped significantly. And the other reason of why this agreement is so significant to get into place now. This agreement will eliminate tariffs in whole or in part in 86% of the current agriculture exports. This duty-free access will give Canadian products, particularly beef and pork, preferential access to the South Korean market. We know that there's other products in Ontario, and those are great wines, which will move away that 15% tariff on something that is very unique, and that is our ice wine. And also the products that we sell, Canadian rye whiskey, which carries a 20% tariff, Mr. Speaker, that will disappear. And I know the Spirits Canada have been very supportive of that. So with this, Mr. Speaker, I would just wrap up and say we've just finished and we're looking forward to getting this thing signed by January of this year, because it is not only good for Canadians in whole, but it is good for Ontario and Lambton-Kent Middlesex. Thank you very much.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. As you know, the NDP will be supporting this agreement, not because it's a free trade agreement, but because we think that, reasonably speaking, it's worth supporting. Now, of course, there are some aspects that we're concerned with and bothered by. No agreement is perfect. I'd like to hear my colleague on this fact. The agreement contains a dispute settlement mechanism between private corporations and the state. Can my colleague tell me if he's comfortable with the idea that his government's action is partially limited in what it can do because of the dispute settlement mechanism? Private corporations, in his view, should they have the upper hand, and should they be able to make decisions over his government?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague. I had a little trouble, actually, to be honest with you, with some of the translation, and so I apologize with that. And so I don't know. I don't want to answer wrongly, and I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if you could just give a summary of that, and maybe I could pick up the translation a little better. Maybe it's in my hearing piece. I'm not sure.
Question et commentaire, questions. Senator Scofield.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for Lambton-Kent Middlesex for his speech. I'm very troubled by this deal. I don't know if the Green Party is going to be alone in opposing it. Maybe the Bloc Québécois will join us and we'll have a mighty force of four. But it occurs to me that this deal is not going to be in Canada's best interest. And I say that both because I'm concerned about the investor-state provisions and because of the history of Korea's very robust economic policy and its success in continuing to expand the trade deficit that the EU and the U.S. were experiencing, even after the EU and U.S. concluded deals with Korea. Korea's manufacture of high-value exports, particularly cars, and the very, frankly, brilliant but difficult for competitors trade strategy of the government of Korea working so strongly with its private sector, leaves us in a situation where we can see on the record that neither the U.S. nor the EU was able to close the gap on trade deficits with Korea after signing a deal. In fact, those gaps widened. Can the honourable member tell me why he thinks Canada will be any different?
The honourable member for Lambton-Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And an interesting question, because the honourable member touched on the auto industry. When the United States, and actually, in fact, when Europe signed an agreement with South Korea, their exports to South Korea doubled. And so in terms of the auto industry, remembering where the majority of our products that would be that are going, our auto industry is supporting this initiative. Ford Canada, in fact, had the largest exports into South Korea last year in history. So we're looking to, when I look at groups, to my honourable member, for example, who are supporting this, these companies and individuals belong to chambers of commerce. Perrin Beatty, for example, will say I saw firsthand how Canadian companies were losing their footing in the market from other countries. Some were even making the difficult choice to shut down their marketing offices. A free trade agreement between Canada and South Korea will help our businesses and increase growth opportunities across the industry, ag, food, aerospace, infrastructure, energy, chemicals, and the list kind of goes on. But my point to the honourable member is that we have a list of industries and companies and organizations that all support and say this gives Canada a great opportunity not only to expand its market but to expand its investment. Thank you very much.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grace-Lachine. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to rise in the House in support of Bill C-41, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Korea. I'd like to congratulate the Minister for the work that he did on this file. As you know, the majority of Koreans who live in Quebec live in my riding. So I have a great number of exchanges with them. I participate in their activities, and this is a subject that we've discussed because for them it's something they're very proud of, signing a free trade agreement with Canada. Now, I know that they're very happy, and I know that on Thursday I'll be in Montreal with them to celebrate their national holiday. And I'm sure that we'll also have some very good discussions on the free trade agreement. This will be the first time that the NDP votes in favor of a free trade agreement like this one, because the NDP has a very strict position on free trade agreements. There are 3 essential criteria that need to be in place before we can provide our support to opening up the market like this, and I'll be talking about those areas in my remarks. First of all, we always look at whether or not the proposed partner respects democracy, human rights, whether there are adequate environmental standards, labor standards. Does the country share values similar to Canada's? Or are they on the road to achieving those objectives? Secondly, we look at the economy and the proposed trade partner. We look at whether it has a strategic importance for Canada. And thirdly, we look at the conditions of the agreement to determine whether or not they're acceptable. In this case, the NDP has evaluated the free trade agreement and determined that there are net benefits for Canada. And we'll be able to talk about this issue sector by sector in my speech. Now, we have opposed to the bulk of the free trade agreements that have been before us in this mandate. Most times it was because it was due to environmental, human rights, and labor issues. Signing a free trade agreement with the country is something that Canada can use to improve living standards in certain countries. In South Korea, well, we know that it's already a highly democratic nation. It has a high union rate. It has a great deal of green technology that it uses. It went from a dictatorship to a civil system. And its union system and unionized workers are very active. The economy made it possible to provide a decent income for Koreans and 2 years ago, I traveled with colleagues from the House to Asia. We went to Cambodia and to Thailand, and I can tell you that the standard of living for some people in Asian countries is unfortunately insufficient. It's important for leaders in those countries to raise the bar because people realize that and they're leaving. So it's important for Canada to have an impact. So I'm happy to see that we have an agreement signed with an Asian country here. South Korea is a developed country. It's the 15th most developed country in terms of human development. It has put in place social programs, healthy rules for the rule of law. There's a low level of corruption. Products are of high quality. And it has one of the highest rate of participation in graduate studies among OECD countries. So I'd like to congratulate them on that. When I talked about the green economy, I can say that Korea became a world leader in terms of renewable energy and green technology. And Canada could enhance trade in those areas with Korea because we must look into these issues of green economy, green resources, and perhaps we can draw some inspiration from South Korea on that. Now, I talked about the union aspect. That's very important for us. South Korea, well, authorizes unions. We've seen in Canada certain shops close. Now, it's important to have adequate salaries, to have good working conditions, humane conditions, and that's an important aspect that we're proud of as well. We always ask questions about the quality of our potential trading partners' economy, if there can be a strategic advantage for Canada. And as I said, at present, South Korea is Canada's 7th largest trading partner. It's the 3rd in Asia after China and Japan. So we have a great deal of trade with them already. In 2013, Canadian exports to South Korea totaled $3.4 billion, and exports from Korea to Canada hit $7.4 billion. So we have a great deal of trade going between the two countries. When the amount of product coming in from Korea is similar to the UK, our exports are similar to what we export to France, which is a constant market. Now, South Korea is also an important part in the supply chain in Asia. It's the gateway to Asia, so having a free trade agreement with them will make it possible to move new products through into the market. Something else is important, and I'd like to nuance my remarks here. At present, the markets, Canada and South Korea, are complementary. Now, we're not developing in the same sector, so we'll complement each other as well under this agreement. And there are several sectors that have already stated that they agree with this free trade agreement. Important manufacturing sectors, for example. The aerospace industry has also stated that this agreement would be beneficial for them. Bombardier, in my riding. The heavy industry, the aluminum industry of Canada. Others have also said that this agreement will be a good one. The Wood Products Council is also looking forward to exporting forestry products in agriculture as well. I believe that this market will be something we can expand, also with respect to the processing of food, seafood, high tech. These are sectors that will benefit from the agreement. So as I was saying, this will be a beneficial agreement.
Now, the third criteria that the NDP looks at when deciding whether or not to support a free trade agreement, as I was saying, is the terms of the agreement itself. For example, jobs. What will the agreement create in terms of jobs for Canada? And will it create a level playing field between Canada and South Korea? Since the implementation of the European Union and American free trade agreements with Korea, Canada has lost market share, and we're going to try and get that back. Every year, tariffs will go down for exporters through this agreement, and these are tariffs that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars a year for Canadian producers right now, so we're going to save money for them. I see that I only have 1 minute left. I have quite a bit left to say, so I won't go through every single sector, but from my point of view, I certainly support this agreement. If it had been an agreement negotiated by the NDP, there would be a few things that would be different. The automotive sector, for example, might be negatively affected, and we might have to look at ways to help the automotive manufacturing sector out. Those are good jobs, and we want to protect them. I'll be happy to answer questions from my colleagues, but I'd like to say once again that I will be voting in favor of this agreement. I'm very happy to do so.
And comments, question and commentaire. The honourable member for Hamilton, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend for her remarks. Earlier in the debate in this place, we heard the Liberals, a number of them, talking about the fact that the NDP had not chosen to support a majority of the free trade agreements. But I'd like to point out some of the reasons that this is different than other free trade agreements. You know, this is a reciprocal agreement. Korea, the FTA, does not apply to provincial, territorial, municipal procurement, unlike other agreements, and it does not apply or negatively affect supply management of agriculture, and shipbuilding is completely exempt. Those were some of the areas that were very troubling to us in other free trade agreements. Would the member say that this is perhaps indicative of our relationship with South Korea that has been there since the 50s?
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Yes, thank you very much, and I'd like to thank my colleague and my friend for his question. Yes, and that's absolutely what I based my remarks on. Those are the criteria we look at. The Liberals and others have attacked us by saying, oh, this is the first time you're voting for a free trade agreement. But yes, and I explained exactly why we're voting in favor of this agreement. And like my colleague suggested, we've had a good relationship with South Korea for many years. We recently celebrated the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations with South Korea, so it's very important for me and it's very important for my constituents. I have a large Korean diaspora in my riding, and here we have a free trade agreement with a country that is democratic, that respects its citizens, that respects the rights of workers, that respects human rights. That's something that we're in favor of as a party. I believe that's something that Canada is in favor of as well. And we're ready to sign free trade agreements with countries like this that share our values.
The honourable member for Sandwich-Gulf-Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. I have a question that, well, for me it's a question that goes back to what the member for Hamilton said. And I disagree. It's the issue of investment and the possibility for government decisions, provincial or municipal government decisions, to be challenged in court by a company. It's 8.1.
It says in 8.1, scope and coverage of investment, that for purposes of this chapter, this is subclause 3, measures adopted or maintained by a party means measures adopted or maintained by a national, subnational, or a local government and authority. This to me means that all levels of government are open to suits by Korea if Korea's investors don't like the provisions of those measures? If the honourable member can comment.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-la-Grace-la-Chine. Yes, thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. As I mentioned at the end of my speech, I didn't have the time to go into greater detail. Certainly, if the NDP had been negotiating this agreement, there are certain provisions that would be different. There are certain aspects that we would have done differently, and I believe that this is one of those aspects that we would have looked at more closely. But we have to look at the net benefit for Canada. The Aerospace Industry Association is in favor of this. The Asia Pacific Foundation of Canada, the Chamber of Commerce of Canada, the Japan Automobile Manufacturers Association of Canada, the Seafood Producers Association of Canada, the Canada Lobster Council, and many others are in favor of this. So I think the question we have to ask is, will this agreement be beneficial to Canada? And certainly I say to my colleague that there are certain things that the NDP would have done differently, but I believe that Korea is a strong ally. We need to have free trade agreements with countries that share our values, and I believe Korea is one of those countries. Thank you.
Debate. The honourable member for Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to stand before this House today to speak about the benefits of the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement. This free trade agreement, Canada's first with an Asian market, will create thousands of new jobs in Canada and provide Canadian businesses and workers with a gateway to Asia, enhancing their global competitiveness. No government in Canada's history has been more committed to the creation of jobs and prosperity for Canadian businesses and workers and their families than this government. Deepening Canada's trade relationships in dynamic and high-growth markets around the world is a key to these efforts. I would like to focus on the benefits of the Canada-Korean Free Trade Agreement, specifically in relationship to small and medium-sized enterprises. Small and medium-sized enterprises, or SMEs, make up the backbone of the Canadian economy. This importance is highlighted in our Conservative government's Global Markets Action Plan. In fact, a key part of this government's pro-trade plans is to provide the SMEs with new and improved market access so they can expand and win in the global marketplace. The reality is that there exist many barriers that prevent SMEs from accessing new market opportunities and taking advantage of global and regional value chains. One of the most significant barriers for SMEs is high tariffs. High tariffs pose a significant barrier for any business trying to break into a new market. But this is especially true for SMEs, which tend to have fewer resources and a smaller market share. As you know, tariff reductions are at the core of the Canada-Korean Free Trade outcome. Our Conservative government understands that when SMEs sell more of their goods, they create jobs. So when our free trade agreements bring tariffs down, helping our SMEs compete and win, those free trade agreements create jobs for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that the Canada-Korean Free Trade Agreement will eliminate tariffs on virtually all current exports from Canada to South Korea. The Canada-Korean Free Trade Agreement will result in the elimination of 100% of South Korean tariffs on industrial goods, forestry and wood products, and fish and seafood products, as well as elimination of the vast majority of South Korea's agricultural tariffs. In all, and once fully implemented, South Korea will remove duties on 100% of non-agricultural exports and 97% on current agricultural exports. This will significantly improve South Korean market access for Canadian SMEs. To help business owners, the Canada-Korean Free Trade Agreement contains simple and clear rules of origin that will make it easier and less costly for Canadian SMEs to do business in the South Korean market. The Canada-Korean Free Trade Agreement also contains clear and transparent origin procedures that will ensure effective and consistent administration of the rules of origin so that they do not represent costly barriers to trade. Non-tariff barriers are a growing concern in the international trade. Non-tariff barriers, whether in the form of unjustified trade restrictions or lack of transparency, could seriously undermine gains made in the market access. The effects of non-tariff restrictions, barriers, tend to be magnified for SMEs that do not have the level of resources of a large national or multinational corporation. The Canada-Korean Free Trade Agreement contains strong disciplines on non-tariff measures that will help SMEs reap the benefit of this agreement. For instance, the agreement promotes and requires the use of internationally accepted standards to minimize duplicative certification and testing products. Moreover, the Canada-Korean Free Trade Agreement will improve transparency with respect to standards and regulatory development by ensuring that SMEs and other companies have access to information such as laws, regulations, and administrative rulings that can affect trade. Mr. Speaker, I would like to note that these strong disciplines on non-tariff measures are backed up by the Canada-Korean Free Trade Agreement's fast and effective dispute settlement provisions. The benefits of the Canada-Korean Free Trade Agreement do not end there. In addition to elimination of tariffs, user-friendly rules of origin, transparent origin procedures, and reduced non-tariff barriers, the Canada Free Trade Agreement contains strong provisions that will improve access for services and facilitate business mobility. With regard to services, Canada SMEs will benefit from preferential market access in key areas of export interest, which include research and development services, professional services, environmental services, and business services, among many others. In addition, the Canada-Korean Free Trade Agreement will enhance business mobility by giving Canadian businesses people new and preferential access to the South Korean market by removing barriers to entry such as economic needs tests. It also ensures that new barriers in this area such as quotas and proportionality tests will not be introduced in the future. Some of these provisions, Mr. Speaker, are the most ambitious that South Korea has ever agreed to in its free trade agreements, and they will allow Canadian SMEs to compete with key competitors in the U.S. and the EU on a level playing field. Lastly, I want to speak briefly to the investment. Canada already has significant foreign investment in South Korea, including in the automotive, transportation, financial services, and life sciences sector. The Canada-Korean Free Trade Agreement includes a robust framework of rules that will result in an environment characterized by greater predictability and stability for Canadian firms who already have investments in the South Korean market, and for companies who wish to expand their investments or make new investments. This is relevant to Canadian SMEs, whether they coexist on their own or are looking for a partner with larger Canadian firms. Mr. Speaker, these are just a few examples of how the Canada-Korean Free Trade Agreement will enhance market access for SMEs and make them more competitive in the global market. As you can see, the Canada-Korean Free Trade Agreement is a much-needed, high-quality agreement that will bring significant benefits to Canada's small and medium-sized enterprises, in addition to Canadian consumers and other businesses. Our government understands the importance of trade and exports to our economy. Exports are responsible for 1 out of every 5 jobs in Canada. The prosperity of Canadians depends on the continued expansion beyond our borders into new markets that serve to grow Canada's exports and investment. However, this past summer, the NDP's critic protests alongside well-known radical anti-trade activists like the Council for Canadians and the Canadian Centre for Policy for Alternatives at an anti-trade protest. The NDP's record is just as bad and shameful as a Liberal record. During 13 long years in government, the Liberals completely neglected trade. When our government was elected in 2006, Canada only had trade agreements with 5 countries, the most important 2 being the United States and Mexico, and was signed by another Conservative government. The Liberals took Canada virtually out of the game of trade negotiations, putting Canada workers and businesses at severe risk of falling behind in the era of global markets. With the free trade agreement with Korea and the historic agreement between Canada and the European Union, Canada will have ratified free trade agreements with 43 countries. Mr. Speaker, only our government is focused on what matters to Canadians: jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. The Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement is just another example of how this Conservative government is getting the job done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. I did not know that I was a radical activist, and that the people who had the decency to vote for me were people without a political opinion. But what's important to note with this agreement is that we shouldn't mix up South Korea, a democratic country, with countries like Honduras, where drug traffickers play a prominent role. The question is, what will Canada and this government do to make sure that we're not going to be just exporting commodities? How are we going to export value-added products? How can we export high-value products? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, by taking tariffs off, it's just going to make Canadians more competitive, and I really believe that Canadian companies and workers can compete on the global market. You know, just to give you an idea that in British Columbia, they trade $1.76 billion a year with Korea. And just a small item of that is in the fish and seafood exports to South Korea. And there is currently tariffs of from 10% to as high as 20% on those exports. That is going to disappear. That is going to make our fishery more competitive, maybe open the market, even expand the market. And so that is just a positive thing for Canadian companies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Saint-Michel.
Question for the Honourable Member. He said that the Liberal government was when they were in government, had a difficult time with its trade agreements. But I'm looking at the stats since 2003. We have 2004, 5, 6, 7, 8, on average, at least $50 billion per year of trade surplus. We get into 2008, 2009, 10, 11, all the way to 13. There was only 1 year where it was an even. We'd give them maybe half a billion dollars trade deficit. All the other years, you're looking at huge amounts of deficit in trade. So can the member maybe explain that the trade agreements that they're signing are insignificant and maybe they're not doing the job?
The Honourable Member for Okanagan-Shuswap.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I mean, history shows that when a country with strong economy competes in the marketplace, and the world economy, as it was in 2008, really suffered, that you'll find that the countries that suffer the most are doing the most of the exporting to try to get their economy going. And so Canada had the luxury of being almost a net buyer of goods and services from other countries, and that was helping those countries recover from the recession that we had in 2008. But I can assure you that as we open more and more markets, it just means that our balance of trade will just improve, because Canadians companies are aggressive. They are well equipped to compete on the global market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Timmins James Bay.
Certainly, in Ontario, one of the concerns has always been is the lack of reciprocity in the auto markets, where our automakers are such a powerful force for the economy here in Canada. We receive competition from the Asian markets. We've seen in the past a real reluctance to allow a fair share in our to export into their markets. We see all manner of blocks that have been put up. Meanwhile, we certainly have dealt with a wide array of Asian vehicles coming into Canada. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, what were the provisions that made it possible for us to get access into the Korean market, which has not been the most open in terms of access for automobiles from Canada?
The honourable member for Okanagan-Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, as we go into a free trade agreement with any country, just make sure that those barriers are eliminated and that there's a market access. And as we have stated in the agreement, we have a easier mechanism to sort out any challenges that you would see as barriers. And so I believe that you have to go to a certain amount of faith in the agreement that those that you are signing an agreement with are going to uphold those values, and the purpose of the agreement is to open up markets to both countries, and I have full confidence in Korea will give Canadian companies access to their market. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Saint.
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to rise in the House today to discuss Bill C-41 on free trade between Canada and South Korea. The Liberal Party and myself support the various initiatives that lead to free trade agreements. The multiple benefits of free trade are undeniable. And it goes without saying that the Canadian economy will grow through the opening up of other markets. That's why we support this bill, which will establish a partnership between Canada and Korea. We think it's important to forge closer ties with South Korea because there's a lot of bilateral trade already between our two countries. We're talking about $10.8 billion a year. Furthermore, South Korea already has free trade agreements with the European Union and the U.S. We know that this situation means that we have to move quickly. We're in a situation of having to make up for lost market share. We could wind up seriously disadvantaged if we delay in ratifying this deal. Currently, Canada has already lost more than 30% of its market with South Korea since the deals with the U.S., European Union, and Australia were inked. Since the negotiations have been underway for almost 10 years now, we sincerely hope that it will enter into force soon. Strategically, we're already significantly behind, and we've lost market share that we previously had. This is the first free trade deal with an Asian country, but our main trading partners in Asia are China and Japan. Government clearly shows a lack of vision in targeting new markets and emerging markets. The government boasts about signing free trade deals, but we still have significant trade deficits and have had since 2009. The announcement of the free trade deal with South Korea will not, in and of itself, solve the situation magically, as the Conservative government hopes. We feel that resources and investments have to be made available so that the government can increase trade. For example, since the implementation of the free trade agreement between Korea and the United States, Canadian hog producers have lost their market to the benefit of the U.S. This is unacceptable. A lot more needed to be done a lot quicker to prevent this from happening. But the deal has been signed, and now it's this government's duty to protect these industries and ensure that they don't lose any more market share and that they, in fact, get back what they lost. As Liberal critic for small business, I'm aware of the importance of this agreement to Canadian workers. getting rid of customs tariffs is often the little boost that small and medium-sized businesses need in order to give them an equal opportunity to be competitive. This deal can only help Canadian businesses dealing with South Korea and many subcontractors. It's all the more beneficial because Korea's customs tariffs are rather high, 3 or 4 times higher than Canada's, and they will be eliminated at various times once the deal enters into force. These are small things that make a huge difference at the end of the year for small and medium-sized business in Canada. I'm delighted for Canadian entrepreneurs who deal with South Korea, but I hope it's not too late for those hoping to get into the Korean market. Various competitors from other countries are already well established since other deals have been signed with South Korea. I'm also worried about free trade between Canada and South Korea when it comes to the auto industry. What's going to happen after this deal comes into force? The Canadian auto industry has already been infiltrated heavily by Korean cars. About 100,000 Korean cars are imported every year to Canada with a value of some $2.6 billion. We know that Canadian and North American cars aren't really selling in Korea. About 100 or so Canadian cars were exported to South Korea for a value of only $12.5 million. Objectively speaking, it would be illusory to think that a free trade deal is going to balance things out. This government has turned its back on the auto industry with this deal. According to the fact sheet, there's no mention of Korean imports to Canada, rather of Canadian imports to Korea. It only talks about Canadian imports coming from Korea. So there's no real comparison. You can't see the imbalance there. This government, we're used to this kind of thing from them. They hide important information in order to get bills passed, which would otherwise be controversial. My fear is that the gap will only grow further. The union Unifor, since 1997, according to Unifor, Canadian imports from Korea in the auto sector have gone up by over 1,000%. The benefits go directly to the Korean auto sector. More Korean cars will be sold in Canada, and it'll be tougher and tougher for the Canadian auto sector to be competitive. Another thing that's interesting to discuss about this deal is that there's no changes to intellectual property. Since I've been a member of the International Trade Committee, I've seen how sensitive this issue is globally. Calls for greater and greater intellectual property protections have been heard, and pressure has been brought to bear in various deals. That's why negotiations with the European Union, or the creation of with a view to creating a Trans-Pacific Partnership, have shown just how much disagreement there is around intellectual property. What's surprising is that when a country meets international standards for intellectual property protection, it can be asked to go further than that, and pressure can be brought to bear so that all countries use the same system. So I'm surprised but satisfied to see that this agreement can be done with respect for the prevailing systems in each country. So we have to wonder whether this government can respect and protect domestic standards, which are already established here and in the current deals under negotiation with Europe and the future Trans-Pacific Partnership. It's difficult to say for now, but according to the initial information we have, heightened demands for intellectual property protection coming from Europe seem to have made their way into the final deal. At the committee meetings, we heard repeatedly about concerns about increasing intellectual property protections in the area of pharmaceuticals, for example. The text of the final agreement between Canada and the EU has given pause to many Canadians about a possible increase in drug costs, and I hope that their concerns will be taken seriously by this government. Coming back to the bill before us, I'd like to support it so that it's referred to committee for in-depth study. We hope that we will hear from all industries and stakeholders through evidence before the committee. I hope the implementation of this deal will not significantly increase the imbalance between auto sectors, and that the government will closely watch the health of the Canadian auto sector. I also hope this deal will help Canadian businesses by boosting trade. I think that eliminating trade barriers can only benefit the majority of Canadian businesses. As I said before, these agreements have huge impacts on local businesses. Just getting rid of customs barriers and tariffs is a huge improvement. Thank you very much. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel for his speech. But he was silent on a problem we find in all trade deals and which is of concern to the NDP, and that is the investor-state dispute resolution mechanism. This forces governments to compensate investors for potential losses because of the fact that the government had to regulate to protect the public. I'd like to know whether the Liberals approve of this type of clause, which is systematically to be found in the trade deals negotiated by Conservative and Liberal governments alike. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a good question. It's not a question that you can answer with a yes or no. It's a two-edged sword. So when we heard from witnesses at the Trade Committee, we heard people who said you can't wait years and years, for example, with the softwood lumber dispute. And there are high-tech firms like BlackBerry. They need to have their disputes resolved rather quickly. There has to be a system where the parties can anticipate timely resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I would comment that my colleague had a brilliant question that he asked just before his speech, in which he juxtaposed all of these conservative free trade deals which they've agreed to and signed and boast about on the one hand, and on the other hand we went from a situation of trade surpluses under Liberals and descended into deep trade deficits under the Conservatives. Now the NDP might say that yeah, free trade deals cause deficits, but I'm enough of an economist and a Liberal. I think free trades are good for the economy and should normally lead to improved trade balances. So my question for my colleague is, with these Conservatives signing free trade deals, which should be good for the economy and trade, and yet they have descended into massive trade deficits, is there some other aspect of Conservative mismanagement which, notwithstanding these trade deals, led to huge trade surpluses?
It's called incompetence. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel.
Well, I don't know if that's a loaded question, but I'm going to try and answer it in a nonpartisan way as much as possible, Mr. Speaker.
The problem is Stephen Harper.
It's one thing to sign trade deals, and then it's another thing to follow up on them. The world is changing, and we see that the world is one world. It's a global economy. So here we are. Canada, leading trade partners in the last number of years is Canada, Japan, and Korea. We started negotiating with Korea over 10 years ago. Japan has still been negotiated, more or less the same period of time. We've been the last, one of the last countries involved in TPP negotiations, and that's been going on for years. So we're always the last to get there since this Conservative government has done there. So signing a free trade deal does not provide you with extra trade. It's nice to say, I'm going to sign a free trade deal. The President Prime Minister has signed a free trade deal with Europe. I don't know how many times now. I think the last 6 months, at least 3 times, 4 times. Yeah. But it hasn't even been in law because we don't even know what Europe's going to do. They haven't even begun to translate it. They just released the text. So there's a bit of a disconnect between reality and announcements and what's really going on in the business world there, Mr. Speaker.
Might be the Liberals bringing that. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to talk about the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement, or CAFTA, specifically the benefits and opportunities created by the agreement for the Canadian beef and pork farmers. Canadian beef and pork are world-renowned and is a significant contributor to our national economy. In every region of our country, hard-working beef and pork producers reliable and high-quality products that are constantly in high demand. Look at the numbers. The size of the industry is staggering. By 2014, there were 12.2 million head of cattle and over 82,000 Canadian farms and ranches. In the pork sector, there were approximately 12.9 million hogs on over 7,000 farms. Our government, along with Canadian beef and pork producers, understand that Canada's prosperity requires expansion beyond our borders into new markets for economic opportunities that serve to grow Canada's exports and investments. While the United States is a major export market for Canadian beef and pork, diversification and ensuring that Canadian farmers have access to a wide range of export markets for their products is very key to their success. That is why most recent speech from the throne committed to expanding trade in the Asia-Pacific region to benefit hardworking Canadians and businesses, especially our crucial small and medium-sized enterprises and industries across Canada. South Korea represents a significant market for beef and pork, and there exists much potential for increased Canadian exports. Between 2010 and 2012, South Korea's global imports totaled an average of approximately $1.3 billion annually, while global pork imports were worth an average of approximately $1.1 billion annually. Currently, Canada supplies only a fraction of South Korea's beef and pork markets. Canada's market share is also currently falling due to the competitive disadvantage with the United States and the European Union, who benefit from lower tariffs and preferential access due to their FTA that they presently have with South Korea. Specifically, following the implementation of the Korea-US or Korea-EU FTAs, Canada's share of South Korean fresh, chilled, frozen pork imports dropped from 14.2% in 2010 to 8.9% in 2013, representing a loss of export value of in excess of $22 million. During the same period, US and EU market share increased from 66 to 76%. In 2012, following the resumption of Canada's access to South Korea's beef market, Canada's fresh, chilled, frozen beef exports to South Korea were valued at around $10 million. However, in 2013, Canadian beef exports declined to $6.7 million as a result of growing tariff differential, again, via U.S. competition. Our Conservative government is committed to leveling the playing field and opening new markets for high-quality Canadian beef and pork as Canada's first free trade agreement in Asia. The Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement provides critical new market access opportunities in a dynamic region where there is significant demand for both beef and pork. Starting with beef, exports to South Korea of fresh, chilled, frozen beef, which totaled over $43 million in 2002 prior to BSE outbreak, are in the rebuilding phase following the restoration access to the South Korean market in 2012. Canada's exports of beef to South Korea reached an average of $5.5 million from 2011 to 2013, while exports of bovine genetics, offal, tallow averaged over $15 million. Importantly, the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement will eliminate high tariffs that serve as a barrier for increased Canadian exports. Specifically, the 40% tariff on fresh, chilled, and frozen beef cuts, as well as the 72% tariff on some processed and prepared beef, will be eliminated within 15 years. Tariffs of 18% on most beef offal will be eliminated within 11 years, while tariffs on beef fats and tallow will be eliminated upon entry into force of the Free Trade Agreement. In addition, the 18% tariff on embryos will be eliminated upon entry into force. Beef stakeholders from across the country have unanimously and publicly supported this agreement. These include the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, Canadian Meat Council, Manitoba Beef Producers, BC Cattlemen's Association, Alberta Beef Producers, Saskatchewan Stock Growers Association, and Beef Farmers of Ontario. Martin Unruh, past president of the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, said, and I quote, "This announcement means Canadian beef will be able to compete for meaningful access in the South Korean market." Our pork, Canada's export of fresh, chilled, frozen pork to South Korea, reached an average of $138 million from 2011 to 2013, while exports of processed pork, pork offal, and fats reached $9 million during the same period. Although Canadian pork farmers are already exporting to South Korea, high tariffs remain for many of the pork products they produce. Thus, there's remaining significant untapped potential for this industry to export to South Korea, potential that can only be accessed through a tariff elimination pursuant to the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement. Under the agreement, the 22.5% and 25% tariffs on fresh, chilled, and frozen pork cuts will be eliminated within 5 to 13 years. The 18 to 30% tariffs on most processed and prepared pork will be eliminated within 6 years, as well as the 18% tariff on pork offal will be eliminated within 5 years, while the 3% tariff on pig fats and oils will be eliminated upon entry into force on the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement. In addition to the industry associations mentioned above, the key pork stakeholders across the country have publicly voiced their support for this agreement, including the Canadian Pork Council, Canadian Pork International, Éleveurs de Porc de Québec, Alberta Pork, Maple Leaf Foods, Olimel, High Life, and the Canadian Agri-Food Trade Alliance. This agreement also recognizes the integrated nature of this industry in the North American economy, provides the rules of origin that will allow these world-class products to benefit from preferential treatment in South Korea. The important as allowing Canada to continue to compete as with other exports of beef and pork to South Korea, including the United States and European Union, competitors that have benefited from lower tariffs since the implementation of their own respective free trade agreements with South Korea. Take what Michael McCain, President and CEO of Maple Leaf Foods, said, and I quote, "Agreement is a major win for Canada's agri-food industry. Shamefully, despite all the evidence that trade creates jobs, economic growth, economic security for hard-working Canadian families, the NDP, together with its activist groups and allies, is always ideologically opposed to trade. Just as bad are the Liberals who, during the 13 years in power, completely neglected trade. The Liberals took Canada virtually out of the game in trade negotiations, putting Canadian workers and businesses at severe risk of falling behind the arrow of global markets. In these uncertain times, our prosperity depends on our ability to take advantage of economic opportunities in emerging markets. Not only does the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement provide robust outcomes for Canadian beef and pork farmers, but it allows Canada to level the playing field with key competitors and reverse the decline in beef and pork exports to South Korea. Our government understands the importance of trade to our economy. It represents one out of every 5 jobs in Canada and accounts for more than 60% of our country's annual income. Any delay in ratifying this agreement will place Canadian farmers at a further disadvantage against their competitors and Canadian jobs and opportunities. As Australia is nearing implementation of their own FTA with South Korea, there's even a greater urgency for Canada to implement the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement and gain preferential access as soon as possible, so as to establish even stronger footholds in this most important export market. In order to support Canadian farmers and expand their export opportunities, the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement needs to be passed now. This will create jobs and opportunities and contribute significantly to Canada's long-term economic growth and prosperity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Marc-Aurèle.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my distinguished colleague for his remarks. Now, I noted something in his remarks where he said that the most recent throne speech by this government made some remarks. Now, if I remember correctly, in that throne speech, there was a reference to the fact that they would be banning supplements for people paying by mail for companies. And we're still waiting for that measure. Now, we're just waiting on promises that they've made. We're waiting for them to do something for Canadians, not just companies, Canadians, people. And this is where the problem lies, Mr. Speaker. Since this government took power, the manufacturing sector has lost some 500,000 jobs. What we would like to know is, what is the government going to do with this agreement that will be good, that will ensure that industry thrives in Canada? We don't want to see Canada to simply be a supplier of raw materials.
For Prince Albert.
Well, I thank the member for his question. You know, this is the government that brought in close to 1.2 net 1.2 million net new jobs since the global recession. This is the government that reduces taxes and families, that provides some $3,200 additional benefit to the average family. You know, one thing that the NDP doesn't understand is companies employ Canadians. So if you give market access to companies or to farmers who are Canadians, you actually improve their chances of employing more Canadians, or allow farmers to take advantage of higher prices so they too can expand their operations and have a better quality of life. I wish the NDP would get this. They just don't seem to understand what trade really means for Canada.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that what my colleague opposite in the Conservative Party doesn't understand is that we're voting in favor of this agreement with South Korea. Now, I don't know what he could be criticizing us for now, but I do have a question for him. And a concern, in fact, that deals with the some 100,000 people with good-paying jobs in the automobile sector, Mr. Speaker. We're concerned about that. We'd like to know what the plan is, what the government's plan is to protect the auto building sector in Canada, to support those jobs in the light of competition from South Korea. What is its government doing to protect those jobs?
For Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know what? One thing I find very interesting about farmers, when farmers make money, they buy things. They buy vehicles, they buy cars, they buy trucks, they buy tractors, they buy combines. They reinvest in their farming operations. Where are those jobs located that make those types of products? In Ontario, in the manufacturing sector. So as you strengthen the agriculture sector, thus you strengthen the manufacturing sector that provides input into the agriculture sector. I think they'd understand that, then they'd vote even more aggressively on more free trade agreements.
Questions and comments? Question, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of the points being made by my colleague opposite aren't affecting me, in fact, because I understand the fact that the Conservative Party wants to simply prepare some formulas, etc., but there's something that they need to say when they say the NDP doesn't understand. And let me give him an example of something that they don't understand. South Korea made copies of former Toyota vehicles on old lines that they bought from Japan. The quality was quite dubious. Today, they've become leaders in the auto sector because they developed industrial strategies that were serious. They invested in research and development. Wouldn't it be a good idea for the government to learn from those kinds of lessons? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, again, I thank the member for his question. Again, one thing a free trade agreement does is it brings in force rules that actually rules that are put in place for both parties to follow, so they understand what they can or can't do, and of course patent protections and licensing agreements fall into those types of rules. You know, again, it comes back to the Canadian farmers and producers, which I talked about here today. You know, when they look at this agreement, when they look at the benefits, when they understand what can happen when a market gets shut down, like happened to our beef producers when the U.S. closed the border with the BSE, or if you looked at country of origin labeling, which the frustrations they've been experiencing there, they get it. They understand that the more market access they have around the world, the more chance they can sell all the products that they produce. So when you're taking a cow and you're actually looking at marketing parts of the steaks to Canada, parts of the beef to the U.S., parts to Asia, parts to the Middle East, they need a variety of markets to take the different types of cuts that come from a cow. So, of course, this is the type of advantages you get from a free trade agreement, is you allow to get efficiently use of the entire animal and sell what you can, or the most effective amount of the product or byproducts, to all these varieties of markets that have these different needs and different desires. This is one thing that the South Korea Free Trade Agreement, I was thinking the NDP were supporting the North Korea Free Trade Agreement, which we haven't done. So that's why I was kind of confused when they were supporting this agreement. I thought they must have heard the word North instead of South, but it's actually the South Korea Free Trade Agreement. And this is a really good agreement for Canadian farmers, Canadian producers, and I think everybody should get behind it for sure.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleagues opposite for their enthusiasm with respect to my speech and the comments I'm about to make. Now, as you know, it's not traditional for the NDP to rise in this House and to say we will be supporting a trade agreement, a free trade agreement with another country. In the past, we have had positions, we've been skeptical, and we remain skeptical because we have a critical mind. We want to have agreements, international trade agreements that are beneficial for sectors of our economy, beneficial for the workers in this country, agreements that will defend our jobs and protect them. But we're also aware, Mr. Speaker, that we need to diversify our exports. Canada and Quebec are trading nations since we traded with the Aboriginal peoples, the First Peoples, when we arrived here. There was the fur trade. We also traded with Americans. We've been involved in production, commerce, trade, so we know full well that that is part of our economic fiber and our social fiber, and that today it's necessary in order to maintain thousands of jobs in this country. We need to offer our services, our goods to the world, to sell our products to Africa, Japan, China, or Europe. We are aware of the importance of that, and it's essential for the well-being of our economy, for the workers in this country and our economic sectors. But we need to assess and evaluate each trade agreement on its own merits to determine whether it's good or not. We must, each time we sign an agreement, put certain questions about it. Now, we have, in the NDP, examined this agreement with South Korea and determined that it has more benefits than disadvantages for certain sectors. And I'll come back to that, Mr. Speaker, but I'd like to say first and foremost that we did very rigorous assessment of this bill. We looked at the benefits, the costs and benefits, the disadvantages, contrary to the Liberal Party, as I must point out, which simply signs a blank check for the government and says we're going to be voting through any free trade agreement regardless of what it contains. On this side, we think that it's important to do serious work and that we need to take a look at whether or not it is advantageous for our businesses and for the workers working in them. Now, in South Korea, there are some very interesting aspects and facts, but we believe that we must always ask 3 questions before we sign on to a trade agreement. Now, the Conservatives have botched these negotiations many times in the past, and that's why we voted against previous trade agreements in the past. Sometimes because they tried to pull the wool over our eyes, sometimes because they signed agreements with governments that faced serious problems with respect to their human rights record, even with people who are linked to crime, places where there are political assassinations of people who work in unions, like the agreement that the Conservatives signed with Honduras. We were very concerned with that one, and we refused to give our support to it. So the first criteria, Mr. Speaker, is whether the proposed partner respects democracy, human rights, and adequate environmental standards as well as labor standards. The second question is, will the agreement with the proposed partner have strategic value for Canada, for our exporters? Because we are seeking to diversify our exports and to open a new market that can be a very interesting for us and attractive, beneficial. The third question is, as we say, the devil is in the details, are the conditions of the agreement satisfactory? So the assessment that we did in the NDP is that this agreement with South Korea was globally satisfactory. Now, I'm from the union movement and from this sector, so for me that was an essential aspect. It was important to see that our public services would be protected at the various levels of government when it comes to service delivery. Now, under the proposed agreement with South Korea, there is nothing that affects procurement for the various levels of government. So our public services will not be affected at any time in any way. So this is a trade agreement that deals exclusively or affects exclusively the private sector. And that was a very important aspect for me, especially for the people I represent as well. So there are no risks of privatization of public services under this agreement, whereas we have doubts with respect to the European agreement that's still lacking in details for us. There are many social democrats and progressive people who believe that that aspect was very important. Even in the private sector, there is some protection for the agricultural sector that comes under supply management. It's not targeted by the agreement, and that's very beneficial for most farmers in Quebec and Canada, and we're happy with that. But there are two aspects that we're concerned with. The first one, well, in fact, no privatization, no attacks on the public service. Those are positive aspects. But secondly, and I'm talking now about something that is good, however, it's leading me to some concerns. Now, there is a dispute settlement mechanism under this agreement with respect to investments and production capacity. So there is a dispute settlement mechanism. Now, it's not what the NDP would have negotiated in terms of a settlement agreement, nor is it what the main opposition party in South Korea would have negotiated. But what's clear is that next year, when we form the government, we will sit down with our South Korean partners and review this dispute settlement mechanism to prevent a corporation from taking action against a government or a state in the event that there is a loss of profit. This is something that we find very concerning to us. It's an issue that we'll want to resolve quickly. Now, why can we live with it today? Well, because this agreement, contrary to the one signed with China, which will tie our hands for some 30 years, which is a vast amount of time, the agreement with South Korea contains an agreement that will enable us to put an end to the situation with 6 months advance notice. And that clause is a clause that will protect us. It will protect our corporations and workers in Quebec and Canada. So we can live with that, even though it is something, and I reiterate, that concerned us. It's not democratic, and it's something that needs to be, or that we will be renegotiating with the South Korean government when we take power. The third thing I would like to say from the outset is that we have concerns on our side with support for the automobile sector. Now, this agreement has as benefits, huge benefits, for certain segments of the economy, the forestry sector, for example, the aerospace industry, for agriculture. It's in our best interest to proceed with it. The agreement will help us to increase our exports and sales to South Korea, which is the 15th economy in the world, with some 50 million inhabitants. The purchasing power is comparable to that of Quebecers and Canadians, so we will be able to sell our products there. But we also know that it's a country that produces vast numbers of cars. Now, I'm only on my first page. How could my time almost be up? My goodness. But we have 100,000 good-paying jobs in Canada and Quebec in the automobile sector, and we would encourage the Conservative government to adopt measures to support those jobs and the auto industry in this country. Now, we don't think that the 6% tariff really protected us from exports from Korea, all the more so with their plants in the U.S. and in Mexico. The 6% tariff really didn't exist in and of itself, but we're concerned with an increase in an influx, in fact, of automobiles from South Korea. So we want a proactive position to protect jobs in this sector, to protect the automobile sector. I reiterate, for our agricultural producers, for people in the defense aerospace industry like Bombardier, this agreement will help them, and that is why the NDP will be supporting the agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Some comments, Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that the member in his intervention, like his colleagues, continues to bring up the auto industry. I'd remind the member, before he was a member of Parliament, that this government introduced the first national auto strategy, a four-pillar auto strategy, in 2008 with former Minister of Industry Prentice at the time, which has resulted in a significant number of investments in the Canadian auto industry, some of the most recent, of course, being Ford and Oakville. These are good, high-paying jobs, as the member will well know. And the auto strategy, particularly the Auto Innovation Fund, focuses on two key elements. One is the types of vehicles and the significant investments that go with them in technology that will meet very stringent fuel economy standards by 2025. And the second is the requirement that companies bring green research and development to facilities. When we reopened the Essex engine plant in 2008, for example, Ford was required to build a major engine research facility there, which is employing Canadians for the next generation of jobs and platforms. Now, we renewed the Auto Innovation Fund in 2013. That member voted against it, so did his colleagues. And in 2014, we added $500 million to that fund, and he voted against. So what further automotive support does the member plan to vote against?
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. However, we believe that the government isn't doing enough to support the automotive sector, and that we should be defending that industry even more vigorously. It's a sector that is essential to many towns and municipalities in Canada. And I'd like to highlight the fact that we are really playing catch-up ball here. It's great to have an agreement with South Korea, but we're about 9 years behind the times. The United States and the European Union have already signed agreements with South Korea, and our exports to South Korea have dropped by about 80% since 2002. It's the same thing in the agricultural sector. Pork imports in South Korea from Canada were number one in their market. We're now fourth in their market, so it's unfortunate we're playing catch-up ball and we're behind the Americans and the Europeans. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I'd like to pick up where he left off on the losses that we saw in our economy over the years that we've been negotiating this free trade agreement. And although I'm happy that ridings like mine will profit from increased exports of forestry products, for example, to South Korea, it occurs to me that when we think about sending wood to South Korea, even if it's already been processed and turned into, say, plywood or something, well, I bought a grand piano from South Korea, so that's a product that has a lot of value added. Now, I didn't get an answer when I asked this question to the government side earlier. Does my colleague believe that in terms of research and development, this government is doing enough to make sure that the products that we export are value-added products? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague from Trois-Rivières for his excellent question. And no, in the NDP, we have a very, we're very critical of what the government is doing in this area. The government's policy seems to be based on exporting raw products as quickly as possible, which will then be altered, which will have value added elsewhere, and other countries profit from that value added. So we should have an industrial and manufacturing policy that is stronger in Canada. We've lost 400,000 manufacturing jobs over the last 10 years, and that's completely unacceptable because those are good, well-paying jobs. And we can't simply base our economy on massive exportation of raw natural resources. We should be able to add value to those ourselves and send out processed, refined, manufactured products, pianos, for example, that have added value so that we can profit and others will profit from our expertise.
For Wild Rose.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to rise on this debate today. Our Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, is focused on creating jobs and creating opportunities for Canadians in every region of our country. And that's why our government launched the most ambitious pro-trade plan in Canadian history. We are pursuing deeper trade and investment ties with many of the largest, most dynamic, and fastest-growing markets in the world. We're doing so in order to enhance Canada's competitive edge in a fiercely competitive global economy. And to this end, Mr. Speaker, our government has developed the Global Markets Action Plan, or GMAP, Canada's blueprint for creating jobs and opportunities at home and abroad through trade and investment, twin engines of economic growth, Mr. Speaker. Under the GMAP, our government will concentrate efforts on markets that hold the greatest opportunities for Canadian businesses. In support of this, our government stands ready to harness Canada's diplomatic assets in the pursuit of commercial success by Canadian companies abroad, particularly, Mr. Speaker, by small and medium-sized enterprises. In fact, the GMAP establishes ambitious yet achievable targets over the next 5 years to expand the export footprint of the Canadian small and medium enterprise community. Throughout the GMAP consultation process, Mr. Speaker, it was clear that the Asia-Pacific region is a crucially important one to Canadian companies. It is home to the high-growth markets of the future. As Asia continues to prosper, the implications for Canada are profound in both the short and in the long term, Mr. Speaker. Trade has long been a very powerful engine for Canada's economy, and it is even more so in what remain challenging times for the global economy. It's shameful to note that during 13 long years in power, the Liberals completely neglected trade, Mr. Speaker, completing only 3 free trade agreements. The Liberals took Canada virtually out of the game of trade negotiations, putting Canadian workers and businesses at severe risk of falling behind in this era of global markets. In fact, the last time that the Liberals tried to talk seriously about trade, Mr. Speaker, they were campaigning to rip up the North American Free Trade Agreement. It is also very disappointing to see that this past summer, the NDP trade critic protesting alongside well-known radical anti-trade activists like the Council of Canadians and the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives at an anti-trade protest, Mr. Speaker. Fortunately for Canadians, they can count on this Conservative government to get the job done. Mr. Speaker, with the conclusion of negotiations for the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement, our government has taken a meaningful and concrete step towards ensuring that Canadian companies have increased access to the Asia-Pacific region. South Korea has been designated as a GMAP priority market. In addition to being the 4th largest economy in Asia, boasting a robust, export-oriented $1.3 trillion economy, South Korea is also a key gateway to the wider Asia-Pacific region, offering strategic access to regional and global value chains. With a population of 50 million and a per capita GDP of more than $25,000, Mr. Speaker, and that's one of the highest in Asia, South Korea is one of Asia's most lucrative, dynamic, and advanced markets. It is home to many large global businesses, including household names like Samsung, Hyundai, and LG. And I'm sure almost every member in this House would be able to say that they've got products from some of those companies in their homes, in their offices. And I'm sure most Canadian households would be able to say the same, Mr. Speaker. The priority sectors identified under the GMAP as holding promising opportunities for Canadian companies in the South Korean market include, but are not, in fact, limited to, Mr. Speaker, areas like agriculture, education, oil and gas, mining, information and communications technology, and sustainable technologies, Mr. Speaker. So now, Mr. Speaker, if you'd allow me to touch on just a few of these priority sectors and emphasize how the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement will transform these opportunities into engines of growth for Canadian companies and for the Canadian economy as a whole, Mr. Speaker. South Korea imported over $29 billion worth of agri-food and seafood products in 2013. Canadian exports to South Korea of those goods were nearly $416 million last year, representing less than 2% of the market share. This actually marks more than a 60% decline in Canadian agri-food and seafood exports over the preceding 2 years. And a key reason for this, Mr. Speaker, is the preferential access that our competitors have enjoyed since their free trade agreements with South Korea have come into effect. Notably, the Korea EU and the Korea US free trade agreements, which came into effect in 2011 and 2012, respectively. And South Korea's growing per capita income and demand for high-quality food present considerable potential for our Canadian products. Export growth in agri-food, fish and seafood products depend on the full implementation of the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement. Only this will ensure that Canadian producers are on a level playing field with major competitors in the South Korean market. Based on 2011 to 2013 average trade values, the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement will eliminate tariffs on around 70% of agricultural imports from Canada into South Korea within 5 years, and about 97% of agricultural imports within 15 years, including all key Canadian products of interest. This duty-free access will give Canadian agricultural products, including beef, pork, canola, and grains, the preferential access to the South Korean market that they need. South Korea was Canada's 8th largest market for all goods exports in 2013. Even so, Canada is not ranked as one of South Korea's top 10 suppliers of mineral resources. And so obviously what that tells us, Mr. Speaker, is that there are significant opportunities for growth for Canada in this sector. The Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement will significantly improve market access opportunities for Canada's metals and minerals sector by eliminating tariffs on all Canadian metal and mineral exports. This includes aluminum, iron, steel, nickel, non-ferrous metals, precious gems and metals, and other mineral products, Mr. Speaker. Upon the agreement's entry into force, over 98% of South Korea's current metals and minerals imports from Canada, which currently face duties of up to 8%, will be duty-free, and all remaining tariffs will be eliminated within 5 years, Mr. Speaker. Now, if you'd allow me to move on to another sector, Mr. Speaker, that will benefit from the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement and boost the ability of Canadian firms to expand their access in the South Korean market and beyond. And that's the information and communications technology sector. South Korea is a major manufacturer of ICT products. Significant opportunities exist for Canadian ICT companies to partner with major South Korean companies, many of which are global leaders, and to leverage their global value chains. In addition, South Korea is home to a large consumer base with a high propensity for adoption of new ICT technologies, particularly in telecoms, game development, and entertainment, areas in which Canadian companies have significant expertise, Mr. Speaker. The fast growth of 4G mobile services in South Korea also presents opportunities to be involved in the development of new wireless technologies and network services. South Korea's high smartphone penetration ratio, 73% of its population, in fact, Mr. Speaker, which is the highest in the world. And that provides a great market base for Canadian game developers and digital entertainment producers. The Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement will significantly improve market access opportunities for Canada's ICT sector by eliminating tariffs on all Canadian exports. Products such as cameras, transmission apparatus, and electrical conductors, which have current duties of up to 13%, will enter the South Korean market duty-free upon entry into force of this agreement. Without question, the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement will level the playing field for Canadian companies and enhance their ability to tap into the lucrative global value chains, boosting their global competitiveness, profitability, and long-term sustainability. Going forward, our government will continue to work closely with industry stakeholders to keep the GMAP attuned to global trends and to align it with our government's priorities. Working together, we will build on our past successes to ensure a prosperous Canada that remains a champion of global trade and investment. And Mr. Speaker, on that note, I urge all members of Parliament to join me in supporting the implementation of the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement, which will create jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity in every single region of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Macarel-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I took note of my colleagues' desire to support international trade agreements, The problem is that at the NDP, we don't take this lightly. We impose conditions. The first is that our partner be a responsible democracy, that they respect the environment, social rights, workers' rights. We want our partners to be of strategic interest. We want to have exchanges that work for both sides. We don't want to support countries that might be looking to export, say, cocaine, for example. And finally, the agreement has to be satisfactory. In terms of the Canada-Korea agreement, which we support because it meets our 3 criteria, does my colleague not feel that those 3 criteria should be looked at every time Canada negotiates a free trade agreement? Thank you.
For Wild Rose.
Well, I listened to interest with the question from the honourable member, and it was almost like he hadn't got the memo. He has such a reflex to opposing free trade agreements because his party always opposes them, that it almost sounded like he was going to indicate that they were opposing this one as well until he realized, oh, gee, hold on a sec, I have to go against my reflexes here. We're actually supporting this one. Although, having said that, there was all kinds of reasons there that they wouldn't support free trade agreements, and that's the typical NDP position, to just not support free trade agreements. Obviously, as a government, we know how important trade is for our economy, how important it is for the prosperity and growth of jobs in this country. It's something that we'll continue to move forward on. I certainly hope that he wasn't suggesting that this agreement with South Korea is not one that he indicated one of the criteria being, having important trade value. Certainly the Asia-Pacific market is a very important, lucrative market for Canada, and one that we're very proud to be entering into. So I certainly hope that the member will, despite his reflex to oppose all trade agreements, I certainly hope he will expect his vote to stand up in support of this agreement.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, it's interesting, and I believe that the Liberal Party has been very consistent over the decades in terms of supporting the idea of world trade and where it's possible for us to enter into free trade agreements, that we encourage it, we support that in principle. But I think Canadians need to be very much aware that ever since we've had this Conservative government, there has been a graph that is fairly alarming, and that is the surplus versus deficit of trade in Canada. Ever since this government, the Conservatives have been in government, we have seen a sharp decrease going down to the degree in which, when they had taken office, there was a multi-billion-dollar trade surplus. Today we have a multi-billion-dollar trade deficit. So even though they like to crow about agreements, Mr. Speaker, some of which, including this one, was initiated by Paul Martin, the former Prime Minister of Canada, why has the Conservatives done such a poor job on the overall trade balance file? That equates to tens of thousands of jobs, Mr. Speaker. Why such a poor performance on international trade?
The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Well, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I really had to struggle to suppress my laughter when I heard the honourable member talk about the Liberal Party being consistent on anything, Mr. Speaker. That's certainly not something that is a hallmark of the Liberal Party, is to be consistent in their position on anything. Having said that, I would put forward the following facts to the Canadian public and let them judge for themselves. During their time, 13 long years in office, the Liberal Party signed 3 free trade agreements. Our government has seen that expand to 43 trade agreements. You tell me, Mr. Speaker, which one sounds like they're getting the job done? I would suggest it's our Conservative government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Western Diversification.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just expanding on my colleague's last comments. Part of what's happened in the last decade, and certainly the last decade and a half, is that we've seen extreme growth in the Asian market, and certainly Canada needs to secure entry into that supply chain to ensure that the delta between our products going into that market versus those coming from the United States or the UK, where there are already free trade agreements in place, doesn't continue to widen. I'd like to give my colleague an opportunity, certainly as a minister for a Western economic portfolio, to talk specifically about the impact of this particular agreement on Western Canada, given the implications for the agricultural sector, as well as as well as perhaps the Liberals' lack of knowledge on global economic dynamics, which have changed since their protectionist stance during their rule. Thank you.
The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that opportunity as well. Because I think she's absolutely right. That Asia-Pacific region is such a vitally important potential market for us in a very growing area of the global economy. And when I look at the time since the Korea-EU free trade agreement and the time since the Korea-US free trade agreement, which came into force in 2011 and 2012, respectively, certainly we've seen a decline in terms of our share of the market share in agri-food and agri-food exports. And certainly, obviously, that means there's a lot of opportunity for us with the implementation of the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement, something that I know the Liberal member who asked the previous question indicated that was begun under Paul Martin. Well, certainly what I can say again, Mr. Speaker, is that when it comes to, we can speak about the famous words of one of their former leaders to another one of their former leaders that they didn't get the job done. Well, they didn't get the job done, and this Conservative government did get the job done, and we're now going to have access to the Korea market.
All right.
Order. The time for government orders has expired. Déclaration de députés, statements by members. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, October 1st marks National Seniors Day, and my riding of Etobicoke Centre is the home to 40,000 seniors, which ranks 8th in the population of seniors in Canada. I think that we all agree that our seniors are the generation we commonly refer to as the greatest generation, who served our nation and established the principles that we value today. We are still guided by the principles of freedom, democracy, and opportunity that this generation fought and defended for us all. This is a debt that we can never adequately repay. We must all ensure that our seniors live with dignity and with honor. We must ensure that those living with diminished capacities are treated with the respect, care, love, and security that they deserve in the way that they gave us until we were prepared to take the torch from their hands. The totalitarian threats that our greatest generation fought against are once again threatening Canada and the world, that we as a democracy must address. We owe it to our seniors to keep our democracy strong and our nation vibrant so that our seniors can live in the peace that they earned and that we will one day pass on to the following generation. I stand in this House to honor our seniors today and to simply say thank you for all that they have done for us. Your legacy is our great nation of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peterborough.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise in the House today to share with you the story of a remarkable grade 7 student from the Peterborough riding. 2 years ago, Faith Dickinson decided she wanted to make a difference in the lives of others. She thought everyone deserved to feel warmth, comfort, and love, especially those battling cancer. At only 9 years old, Faith started her own nonprofit organization called Cuddles for Cancer. Since then, she has remarkably raised more than $15,000 and delivered more than 700 Cuddles blankets to cancer patients across Canada and beyond. Faith has also been named an outstanding Ontario Junior Citizen, received a Peterborough County Award of recognition, as well as been selected as one of Build-A-Bear's global finalists for making a positive impact on their community and the world. This is a young woman that's enacting change and helping others. Now she is challenging us, all of us, to do the same. The compassion and ambition Faith demonstrates is something to be admired. Later this week in Peterborough, I'll be joining Faith to announce her challenge formally and discuss ways we can all get involved. Mr. Speaker, let's all join with Faith in making a difference in the lives of others.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to take a moment to underscore the inauguration of a new pedestrian art trail in Lac-Beauport in my riding of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. It took place August 21st. Corridor in Parc de la Gentillade is an outdoor exhibit that allows us to discover 17 regional artists. It is part of the regional tour circuit and an excellent showcase for talent in our part of the world. Corridor is a unique and enriching exhibit that I invite you to discover. It was implemented by the Guilde Artistique de Lac-Beauport, which marked its 10th anniversary this year. I want to underscore the work of Sylvie Langevin, president of the Guild, as well as numerous artists and volunteers who got involved in building this outdoor trail. Every one of you has contributed to the vitality of our culture in Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier and contribute to bringing artists and citizens together, and I thank you for that.
Mr. Speaker, I had the honor of attending 2 special presentations on the weekend at Branch 178 of the Royal Canadian Legion, a branch to which I've belonged for the last decade. First, I joined the Consul General from France and the French Defense Attaché in presenting the prestigious Legion d'Honneur medal to Fred Brown. Fred is a signalman veteran from World War II who was wounded in France and then liberated France and the Netherlands, and for his service, he was presented with this honor. He remains in his 80s, a proud member of the Colour Guard at our Legion, and I was privileged to join his family and friends that day. We also presented John Greenfield with the Palm Leaf for his meritorious service medal from the Legion. John's been our veteran service officer at the branch for 15 years. In that time, Mr. Speaker, he's helped 500 veterans or their spouses access benefits. Our veteran service officers at the Legion remain the front line for our veterans, and I thank them for their service. So a bravo Zulu to Fred and John from our branch in Bowmanville. Both your country and your city are proud of you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The untimely passing of Jim Deaver leaves a large void in Vancouver's LGBTQ community. Jim was an activist and a fighter. He never gave ground on principles concerning equality and social justice. He was an instrument of change that impacted everyone across the nation. It was Jim who educated me about the blatant discriminatory treatment by Customs Canada against LGBT bookstores. He was going to take on the federal government to court if he had to. He did, and he never backed down. The story of Little Sister versus Canada has become a legend. Jim was at every LGBT protest, march, or demonstration, leading, supporting, bringing his unflagging belief that the goal of equality was worth the fight. Jim's life was cut short too soon. My condolences to Bruce, Janine, and all of Jim's family. You will be missed, Jim. There are still windmills to tilt at and causes like transgender rights to fight for. But wherever the fight for justice rages, your spirit will be there, urging us on, and your name will be on our lips.
The honourable member for Miramichi.
Mr. Speaker, the men and women in the armed forces are all heroes. But I would like to draw attention to an individual from my riding of Miramichi, Mr. Arthur Dunphy. Arthur was born in 1916 and enlisted in the Royal Canadian Air Force in 1940. Flying the Halifax bomber into hostile areas, he and his crew were responsible for the delivery of personnel and supplies to the underground movement to help disrupt the enemies. During his tours, Arthur took part in 85 of these missions. After the war, Arthur was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross for his acts of valor and courage. To maintain his love of flying, he went on to buy a small plane and built the Dunphy airstrip in his community of Blackville. Arthur loved to fly and did so right up until the age of 61. Arthur Dunphy passed away on September 6th of this year. He lived a life that this family and his country can be proud of. He was a community-minded individual and will long be remembered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
For 20 years, Mural Roots has been using the power of art to beautify our community and capture our rich local history for all to enjoy. Mural Roots' 20th anniversary has also been one of its busiest, with 4 marquee murals. First is the cultural hotspots Gateway Mural Creekside, an East End Scarborough fantastic representation of Highland Creek. Second, working with local historians Barbara Dickinson, Rick Schofield, and John Everest, the Scarborough Junction includes the women at GECO, our munitions plant that played a vital role in Canada's war effort, producing over 250 million munitions. And GECO holds a special place in my heart, as both my grandmother and great-grandmother worked there during the war. Think Bomb Girls. At the merge of Kingston and Danforth, a fantastic waterfront mural of life at the water's edge is still being completed today. And lastly, Birches and Bluffs, painted on my constituency office at 1674 Kingston Road. I want to congratulate Mural Roots on making it to 20, and I'm proud to support their work. Cara Neaton, Tara Dory, and all the others involved in Mural Roots, thank you for all that you do to make Scarborough beautiful and keep our history.
The honourable member for Mississauga Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian people are honoured to set the international standard for human rights during times of complex emergencies around the globe. 24 years ago, the Dalai Lama unveiled Canada's Human Rights Monument located here in Ottawa. The Human Rights Monument is a testament to Canada's proactive involvement in protecting and promoting human rights around the world. Whether we're punching above our weight in 2 world wars, peacekeeping in Cyprus, or managing conflicts in Somalia, Haiti, Bosnia, Kosovo, or the countless other places around the globe, Canada has shown time and again that we will not stand idly by in times of international peril.
Hear, hear.
Canadians will not tolerate the rights of men and women being conveniently interpreted or wholesale dismissed because of the color of their skin or the faith they practice. We showed international leadership when it came to apartheid in South Africa. We continue to set the international gold standard. Thank you.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Tomorrow, parliamentarians will join with the Canadian Mental Health Commission of Canada, the Boys and Girls Clubs of Canada, and the National Initiative for Eating Disorders here on Parliament Hill to discuss youth mental health. Today, an estimated 1.2 million Canadian youth are affected by mental illness. 2/3 of adults living with mental health problems report that symptoms first appeared during their youth. Therefore, establishing the foundation for healthy emotional development early on is vital to ensuring the mental well-being of all Canadians. Youth with mental illness can experience an array of challenges, from family difficulties, academic issues, and financial problems to an eating disorder, to increased risk of physical illness and shorter life expectancy. The key to prevention in many of these cases is early intervention. Empowering youth, educators, and health professionals with a better understanding of mental health can help alleviate the impact of some of these disorders. Programs that provide youth and their families with a much-needed opportunity to discuss and address issues before they become a problem can go a long way to ensure healthy development. Tomorrow's meeting will be a key step in this direction.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, today is Orange Shirt Day in recognition of the harm the residential school system did to children's sense of self-esteem and well-being. It's also intended as an affirmation of our commitment to ensure that everyone around us matters, particularly children. Phyllis Webstat went to St. Joseph Mission Residential School for 1 year in 1973, and she was only 6 years old. Her loving grandmother bought her a new outfit, including a shiny orange shirt that Phyllis picked out for her first day of school. When Phyllis arrived at the residential school, she was stripped of her clothing and never saw that shirt again. In Phyllis's own words, "I didn't understand why they wouldn't give it back to me. It was mine." The color orange is always a reminder of that, and how my feelings didn't matter, how no one cared, and how I felt like I was worth nothing. All of us little children were crying, and no one cared. Orange Shirt Day is an opportunity to talk about the effect of residential schools, about bullying and racism. But it is not intended just as a look back. Survivors want us all to look forward and use this day as an opportunity to create bridges to reconciliation. It's a small action to put on a shirt. The bigger one is to consider how we as a country full of diverse peoples can come together to create a better tomorrow for all children.
The honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Ontario, anyone who wants to become a municipal candidate must avoid conflicts of interest by resigning their seat in provincial or federal parliament. That serves this Parliament well. However, no law currently prevents opportunistic municipal councillors from running both municipally and for a federal nomination at the same time. The Liberal leader has approved this loophole by allowing Oakville councillor Max Conn to stand as a Liberal candidate in next year's federal election for Oakville North Burlington while he is running to be re-elected on October 27th. It's a clear sign they all know he can't win the riding federally. However, Max Conn did the same thing in the last federal election, and the conflict became blatant when Liberal supporter Mayor Rob Burton cancelled 3 weeks of council meetings during the campaign to allow Mr. Conn to campaign full-time and to avoid a contentious issue of taxi licenses, which might have cost him federal votes. Now it's déjà vu all over again in Oakville. Will the Liberal leader put Parliament first and insist that Liberal candidates choose which level of government they're
The honourable member for Hull Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, I was present last Thursday when the annual Centraide Outaouais annual campaign was launched. Its objective is to collect $5.224 million to support 68 organizations in the Outaouais. For 70 years now, Centraide has been present and distributed over $115 million in our community. Unfortunately, for the past few years, the situation has become more difficult. Because of irresponsible cuts by the Conservatives, some Outaouais families have become impoverished, and instead of being able to contribute, they are asking for help. That's why the organization had to reduce its campaign objective, despite the crying need of community organizations. My New Democrat colleagues in the Outaouais join me to encourage people to donate to Centraide Outaouais. We hope that the objective will be surpassed. I wish a happy 70th anniversary to Centraide, and thank you for your involvement. It makes our community better. Thank you. Member for Moncton Riverview District. The Liberal leader seems to be in favor of allowing terrorists to travel abroad to commit horrible acts. When he was asked his opinion on revoking passports for terrorists, he said that we believe that the criminal code is the best tool to fight terrorism. He doesn't have the courage to withdraw passports from terrorists from the Islamic State in Iraq and the Levant in order to prevent them from traveling abroad to massacre innocents and journalists. On this side of the House, we believe that individuals who plan to do this should not have a Canadian passport. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to Mr. Ulrich Cherubin, the Mayor of Amos, who died last Thursday at the age of 70. He came here from Haiti in 1970, and 3 years later he moved to Amos, where he was a teacher and trained several generations of citizens. In 1994, he made the jump to politics and became a municipal councillor. He was constantly re-elected, and in 2002 ran for mayor and became mayor of Amos until his death. Mr. Cherubin's life was a fine example of integration. My party and I wish to express our sincere condolences to his wife Immacula, his son, and all those who are grieving for him. Ulrich, if I'm in politics today, it's because I followed the path of my compatriots that you traced for us. Thank you for your exceptional contribution and the quality of service to society.
For Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is home to a large population of Canadians who were born in Hong Kong. I'm proud to represent many in my riding of Thornhill and share their concerns regarding recent developments in Hong Kong. Over the past several weeks, peaceful demonstrators have expressed their anxiety about the uncertain future of the one country, two systems policy. This past weekend, tensions in Hong Kong peaked with police cracking down on these protesters. Yesterday, our Minister of Foreign Affairs stated that the aspirations of the people of Hong Kong are clear and that Canada supports continued freedom of speech and prosperity under the rule of law. I know my constituents are grateful for Canada's consistent support of the basic law. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand with the people of Hong Kong, and I'm proud that Canada continues to be a principled global actor that promotes our values of freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
No sooner had the face palms ended and the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister finished his apologies than up popped the government House Leader to retract the apology. The member argued that irrelevance is the cornerstone of the government's approach. But let's be clear, rules already exist governing the content of questions. You, Mr. Speaker, have yourself ruled a number of opposition questions out of order. But the government House Leader doesn't believe that those rules should apply to ministers. He seems to believe that making Conservatives talk about apples when asked about apples is the first step towards a democratic apocalypse. Mr. Speaker, Canadians disagree. Even members of the Conservative caucus disagree. And I know members across the way are embarrassed by what's been happening.
Right.
So let's take a step in the right direction today. Let's show Canadians we are capable of improving accountability and taking juvenile, irrelevant antics out of question once and for all. Thank you.
Honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, it is with regret that I stand today to honour former parliamentarian Ken James, who represented Sarnia-Lambton in this place from 1984 until 1993. Mr. James served with both honour and integrity. From his beginnings on Sarnia Township Council in the 1960s to the near decade spent as Sarnia-Lambton MP, to his later roles in private business and his 2 terms as chair of the Blue Water Bridge in Point Edward, Ken met every role he faced with enthusiasm. His decades of representation across various public roles made him very well known to his home community and surrounding region. On behalf of all members, we send our sympathies to Mary Allen and family. Ken James served Canada in such a manner that you can be extremely proud of his accomplishments. His country and community are better places because of his efforts. To Ken, you will always be remembered for your dedication and valor. Goodbye, friend.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we are now 6 months into the Ebola crisis in West Africa. Can the Prime Minister update the House on what actions Canada is taking in response to this crisis, and will the Prime Minister consider sending DART?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I last week spoke to the Director General of the World Health Organization, Margaret Chan, on this very issue, and as you know, the Minister of International Development had announced additional resources for this particular problem that we are seized with, in consultation with the WHO, with our allies, and with the local governments in West Africa. My understanding is the DART's capabilities are not appropriate to this particular mission, but obviously we are looking at any way that we can assist.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Can the Prime Minister tell us whether he has informed Cabinet of his plans to engage in Iraq? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as you know full well, the government has already announced assistance for the Iraq government in its efforts against ISIL. Obviously, our allies are doing more and more to counter the Islamic threat and the terrorists that represent a threat not only for the region, but for us as well here in Canada. Mr. Speaker will be examining the next steps, and it is clear that if there is a combat mission, there will be a vote here in the House of Commons. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Also considering airstrikes in Syria.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to speculate on decisions that have not yet been taken. The government has been clear that we are strongly supportive of the actions undertaken at the initiative of President Obama and our ally to deal with the threat presented by ISIL. Mr. Speaker, not just in the region, but the broader threat that this terrorist caliphate represents to all of us, including the security of this country. And Mr. Speaker, we're carefully considering what options are at our disposal to be helpful. We will look for ways to contribute. If there is a combat mission of any kind, Mr. Speaker, including an air combat mission, there will be a debate and vote in this House.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
When will the Prime Minister table his Iraq plans in the House for study, a full debate, and a vote?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if, as I just finished saying, as the government's practice has been long-standing, if we are planning any kind of a combat mission, including an aerial combat mission, there will, of course, be a debate and a vote in this House. The government will do that when it actually takes that decision, which it has not done, Mr. Speaker, but we will obviously make a final decision on that within the next few days.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Before considering extending the mission, Will the Prime Minister report on the activities of Canadian military personnel during the first 30 days and also report to us on their contribution if there has been one? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, and no one should doubt the impact and the contribution of our soldiers in Iraq. This has been requested by the government of Iraq and also by the minorities who were threatened with genocide. Mr. Speaker, we are very proud that we have people who are prepared to serve our country and humanity in general.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister first talked about a Canadian combat role in Iraq while in New York. It's time for him to provide Canadians with answers. Precisely what military support has the Prime Minister offered Americans? What is the Canadian objective in our current 30-day mission, and how have we reached that objective?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, the government has already indicated we've sent some assistance to the government of Iraq in concert with our allies. Some weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, we're obviously contemplating next steps as our allies undertake a range of actions, how we can best be helpful. Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. I believe that the mission undertaken by our allies, not just Western allies, but a range of allies in the international community, these are necessary actions. They are noble actions, Mr. Speaker. And when we think something is necessary and noble, we don't sit back and say only other people should do it. The Canadian way is you do your part.
This Prime Minister must be open and transparent about such an important and dangerous mission. It is therefore high time that Canadians obtain answers to their questions. What was the objective for the first 30 days of the mission, and what was accomplished? Did the United States specifically ask for the deployment of F-18s, and if so, how many? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have deployed forces to northern Iraq to help minorities there counter genocide. We need them to counter the advances of ISIL.
The people in northern Iraq were facing an act of genocide from the forces of the Islamic State. That's why allies, including Canada, responded. We've gone there to assist the Peshmerga in that fight. They've halted the advance of ISIL in that part of the country. Mr. Speaker, this is very important work, and we should all be thankful for the Canadian forces and our allies for doing this.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Has given Canadians very little reason to believe that his government is being open and honest with them about this very serious matter. He has, in fact, given every reason to believe the contrary. Will the Prime Minister present his case for going to war and his plan for fighting it right here in this House of Commons?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government's position on these matters since we came to office, by the way, is unprecedented, but has also been clear. Whenever we enter a mission that involves combat, including aerial combat, we present that to the House of Commons for a debate and for a vote, Mr. Speaker. We're very proud of that record. We're very proud of the actions undertaken by Canadian forces. Mr. Speaker, this has a broad range of support of the international community, including not just Conservatives, but Liberals and Social Democrats the world over, and I think we should put partisanship aside in this chamber as well.
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Expect the war in Iraq to last.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister is rising to answer the question. Order. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's really the power of the Prime Minister of Canada to determine how long international events will take place or not take place. What I will say, Mr. Speaker, is the establishment, as I've said repeatedly before, of an Islamic caliphate that is beheading children, selling women as slaves, committing acts of genocide against minorities and captured POWs, and that is planning security attacks on this country, Mr. Speaker. This is not acceptable. And the government will act, and will act with our allies to make sure those capacities are degraded in a way that they will not continue to be a threat to this country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
If the Prime Minister really believes that this is an immediate danger for Canada, then why is he only sending a few aircraft and a few dozen military advisors? Why isn't he sending more troops? What is he really trying to tell us today? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, now the government is all of a sudden acting too slowly and with not enough troops. The opposition's position changes with every question.
Obviously, the ability we have before us, our capacities to contribute, we'll carefully consider these things. If they require a vote in Parliament, we will do that, Mr. Speaker, but we will make sure we carefully undertake our actions and take the actions that are in the best interest of the Canadian people and according to our international responsibilities.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canadians have the right to have an idea how long this engagement will last. So let's be clear. The original mission was supposed to last 30 days. The Prime Minister, is he thinking of escalating involvement? The Minister of Foreign Affairs mentioned a long-term engagement. So how long will Canadian soldiers be deployed for in Iraq? The Americans were there for 10 years, and we were in Afghanistan for 11 years with 40,000 troops. How long is this going to last? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to rectify what the opposition leader said. This is an action between President Obama and our allies.
President Obama, involving not just our allies, but a broad consensus of the international community. It's a very serious matter, Mr. Speaker. We cannot go out and start throwing around timelines that we're not aware of. We simply have to examine what's in front of us, what we can do. We will come to the House of Commons with a proposal on that matter, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to a debate and vote on that.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, how is victory to be defined in Iraq?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, let me just lay out how we see the situation, and I think it's widely understood. We have at the present time the establishment of a quasi-state, an Islamic caliphate, stretching from Aleppo almost to Baghdad. Mr. Speaker, up until very recently operating entirely in the open, planning attacks, not just genocide against large populations in the region, but planning attacks against this country. Mr. Speaker, we will work with our allies on a counterterrorism operation to get us to the point where this organization does not have the capacity to launch those kinds of attacks.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What is the government's exit strategy in Iraq?
Well, Mr. Speaker, obviously the government could terminate present deployments at any moment. We obviously have not done that. We're looking at next steps. We will obviously look carefully at steps that we believe would not leave us there in a quagmire for years. That's something all governments are going to avoid.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Depuis quand le Premier ministre?
For how long has the Prime Minister been considering airstrikes in Iraq? For how long? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As I just said, Mr. Speaker, the government has not made any such decision yet. I've been clear about this. This decision will be put to the House for a debate and a vote. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Strikes included in the letter that the Prime Minister says he received from the United States last week.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The United States and our other allies have taken a range of actions in Iraq and Syria. It is well known what all of those are. Obviously, they're seeking our assistance wherever we could be helpful, and we're obviously examining what options are most appropriate for this country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Canadians first learned about this letter from an interview that the Prime Minister did with the Wall Street Journal last week. Is the Prime Minister going to make that letter public, yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government will make public its own decisions. Ultimately, while we act with our American and other allies, this country is responsible for its own decisions, its own actions, and, Mr. Speaker, those are the things we will put to this Parliament to debate.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Quelles sont les règles d'engagement?
What are the rules of engagement for Canadian soldiers who are currently on the ground in Iraq? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The rules are very clear, Mr. Speaker. Our soldiers are there to advise and to assist the Iraqi forces.
The Honourable Member for Westmount, Bill Marie.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, to everyone's surprise, the Minister of Infrastructure announced yesterday that he was considering applying tolls to a number of bridges in Montreal. As usual, he consulted neither the Quebec Transport Minister nor the mayors of the cities that are affected by this. Does the Minister understand that consultation is a good thing? And second, that it's always better to share the results of studies rather than keeping them secret? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, our priority obviously is to build a new bridge over the St. Lawrence, as we said. So we're going to deliver a new bridge in 2018. We said that it would be a toll bridge. So let's not get into speculations and theory. We're going to be transparent. We're in a bidding process with 3 consortiums to build a new bridge. It didn't take 13 years for our government. Mr. Speaker, we get the job done.
For Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this morning StatsCan delivered some bad news for Canadians. Economic growth was 0 in July. Our stalled economy means we don't have enough good jobs. Canada lost a staggering 112,000 private sector jobs in August. According to the OECD, Canada ranks a dismal 16th out of 34 when it comes to employment. Even the Finance Minister admits this isn't good enough, at least when he's out of the country. He confessed in New York today that we'd like to grow faster. So where is his plan for growth?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is focused on what matters to Canadians. That's jobs and economic growth. Mr. Speaker, this report that she has referenced also reminds us that our economy has seen 6 consecutive months of growth. But we know, Mr. Speaker, that the global recovery and the global economy remains fragile. Is why we must stay the course. Our low-tax plan for jobs and growth is working. Mr. Speaker, the report also showed that manufacturing showed strength and growth in the last month as well.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough, Asian.
Mr. Speaker, this government remains out of touch with the needs of middle-class Canadians. In Ontario, families are struggling to make ends meet, and even this government's so-called favourite economist, the Prime Minister, says that employment has flattened recently. As I stated yesterday, the Minister of State for Economic Development has only spent $79,000 out of his $177 million budget to stimulate Ontario's economy. When will this minister acknowledge his inaction plan and do something? And if not, will the Prime Minister replace him?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, StatsCan has confirmed that families are better off under under this Conservative government than under all previous Liberal governments. Median net worth to Canadians have increased by 45% since we took office. Mr. Speaker, Canadian families in all income groups have seen increases of about 10% in their take-home pay. The lowest income families have seen an increase of 14%. Despite the Liberal leaders' on-the-fly promise to reverse our tax cuts, the government will continue to keep tax low for Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is saying that the rules of engagement are to give advice and help. But to help, how is the question? Are Canadian soldiers participating in any activities with Kurds at the moment? Mr. Speaker, I'm going to continue to assist.
English, it's quite precise. It's to advise, to assist. It is not to accompany, and I think that was laid out before the parliamentary committee.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Est-ce qu'ils font des sorties?
Are they doing sorties in the combat zone? Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I've just said that the Canadian soldiers are not accompanying Iraqi forces in combat. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Assisted in targeting ISIS troops.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, as I've said, the purpose of Canadian forces in Iraq is to assist and to advise the Iraqi forces. As, Mr. Speaker, they have been resisting, particularly in the north, a force bent on the genocide of the people who live there. Mr. Speaker, these are the actions they're undertaking. Well, there is some risk. There is not a direct combat role, but, Mr. Speaker, I say once again, we're very proud of people who do this work on our behalf and keep all of us, not just in that part of the world, but also here in Canada.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Is targeting or coordinating attacks by others a combat role, yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you can understand, I'm not neither have the will nor the desire to get into detailed discussions of military operations here. As I've said repeatedly, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian forces involved in Iraq are not involved in combat, Mr. Speaker. They are there to assist Iraqi and Peshmerga forces who are undertaking combat against a brutal enemy that is intent on their slaughter, Mr. Speaker. And we will go there and we will assist them and make sure we stop that kind of problem there and not at our own shores.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Mr. Speaker, recently the RCMP announced that they had decided to discontinue their use of the iconic muskrat hat. This unilateral move by the RCMP has outraged the fur industry, rural and remote communities, and thousands of trappers. The fur trade is vital to the economy of many remote rural communities who often have few other economic options. And radical animal rights activists have as their goal the complete elimination of the fur trade. Will the Minister of the Environment tell the House what the government intends to do about this egregious anti-fur decision by the RCMP?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, member from Dauphin Swan River Market, for the question. I would like to assure Canadians that the Minister of Public Safety has taken actions to ensure that the historic fur winter hats worn by the RCMP will not be discontinued, despite the efforts of the radical animal rights activists. The RCMP decision, which is causing much glee among anti-fur activists, is being fully overturned. Our government will always stand up for Canada's hunters and trappers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Employment has a problem with numbers, not only those that he's found on Kijiji either. He is unable to decipher a list of businesses that employ temporary foreign workers. For example, according to the government, Sherico Holdings has 750 temporary foreign workers, whereas in fact, guess what? They only have one. So how can the minister convince us that he has adjusted the temporary foreign workers program when he has relied on false data to make his decisions? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, the information in question was provided by employers, and the fundamental adjustment of the program has reduced the number of applications for these workers. It's down by 3/4 on the part of employers. So what we have to ensure is that Canadians are the first on the job market to get jobs, and that's what we've done.
We need an independent review. Clearly, this government cannot get the job done. The minister keeps blaming the companies for providing false information, but it was his department that was supposed to be doing the verifying. Now he says all information will be checked for accuracy, but only 1 in 4 employers will be inspected for compliance, and not all inspections will include a site visit. So how does the minister call it due diligence when inspections are limited to shuffling paperwork?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as part of our reforms designed to ensure that Canadians come first and that to combat abuse of the program and to ensure that it does not distort Canada's labour market, we are quadrupling the number of investigators. We have expanded their powers. They can do searches at workplaces using this program. We are about to adopt regulations to make more stringent the administrative and monetary penalties. Mr. Speaker, we're taking real action to ensure that Canadians come first in our labour market.
Honourable member for St. John's East.
Master Warrant Officer Dodson was denied compensation under the Home Equity Assistance Program. His family lost $72,000. Neil Dodson spent 33 years serving our country, including in Somalia, Afghanistan and Haiti. The Home Equity Assistance Program is meant to protect Canadian Forces members from financial losses when required to relocate. CAF members should not have to hire lawyers to fight for compensation. Why are our soldiers denied this funding, Mr. Speaker, and why hasn't the government fixed this problem?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since this matter is before the court, it would be inappropriate to comment on this case. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time this has happened, and the government knows about this problem and hasn't fixed it. But it's a pattern under this government. Canadian Forces members serve our country proudly and should not have to come home to fight bureaucracy, whether it's Canadian Forces members fighting home equity assistance, disability benefits, accessing mental health services, or veterans and their families fighting for benefits. Canadian soldiers aren't getting what they deserve. When will this government treat Canadian Armed Forces members and veterans with the respect they deserve?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
They get respect and admiration every day from this government, Mr. Speaker, and no government has done a better job for sticking up for all these issues and reaching out to assist these individuals and investing in them and reaching out, Mr. Speaker, than this government. I'm very proud of our record in that area.
The member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, spouses are arguably the most important people in the lives of Canadians. In 2006 and 2007, this government allowed more spouses to enter the country than their immigration plans had anticipated. Now we have a couple stuck in a Syrian war zone and mothers about to give birth who are being kept out of Canada simply because the government has already hit its arbitrary quota for spouses. Will the minister do the right thing and allow Canadians to be reunited with their spouses?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member opposite well knows, our economic immigration programs allow comprehensively for the sponsorship of spouses, dependent children. We brought in record numbers of economic immigrants to Canada with the highest skill levels, the highest education levels, the highest language skill levels in Canadian history, Mr. Speaker. That is in stark contrast to the Liberal era of darkness and immigration, dominated by backlogs, dominated by years of processing for families and economic immigrants. We've reformed these programs, Mr. Speaker, and that's helping spouses and families.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Immigration has made a mess of our system. And he needs to realize we're talking about real people, real families, Mr. Speaker. Two pregnant mums, two cases, Mr. Speaker, two pregnant mums living abroad want to be with their husbands here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister do the honourable thing and remove the freeze on issuing visas so that pregnant mums are at the very least allowed to come and be with their families here in Canada? I ask the minister to show some compassion as the Minister of Immigration.
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal campaign of absolute disinformation continues. There is no freeze on family reunification. This is a government that has worked through the Liberal backlog on parents and grandparents in an ambitious manner over 3 years, Mr. Speaker. They forgot about it for 13 years. For 3 years, we've been bringing record numbers of spouses, of children, of parents and grandparents, Mr. Speaker. We've been cleaning up a mess that they created over more than a decade. They should apologize to the Canadian people for the mess they left us and not misinform.
The Honourable Member for Brassard-La-Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the coroner who investigated the death of cyclist Mathilde Blais was categorical. Had the truck that struck her been equipped with a side guard, the young cyclist would not have slipped under its wheels. My bill C-263 wants to make truck side guards mandatory. What is the government intend to do to protect the safety of pedestrians and cyclists? Mr. Speaker, the health and safety of Canadians is our greatest priority. Our thoughts and prayers are with all of the people who've been affected by this kind of tragic incident, including cyclists and pedestrians. We are always looking for ways to improve the safety of pedestrians and cyclists who find themselves close to vehicles.
We have a simple way, Mr. Speaker. The coroner's report on the tragic death of cyclist Mathilde Blais is clear. If the truck had side guards, she would still be with us. The NDP has been calling for mandatory side guards for more than 8 years. We could have had fewer deaths, less heartbreak, fewer ghost bikes. We need to take action. The NDP has reintroduced Olivia Chow's bill to make truck side guards mandatory. Will the Conservatives support our initiative and ensure the safety of cyclists?
Speaker, as I said a few moments ago in French, that the health and safety of Canadians obviously is our top priority. Our thoughts and prayers go out to all of those who've been involved in this type of tragic bicycle and pedestrian incidents. We are always looking at ways to improve pedestrian and cyclist safety in the presence of motor vehicles. Speaker, the member will also know that any province or territory is free to require side guards on trucks operating within their boundaries.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government understands the vital role that small business plays in the economy. That's why we're helping them to succeed. While the Liberals and NDP want to increase the cost of doing business, we're leaving more money in the hands of entrepreneurs to invest and hire Canadians. Could the Minister of State for Finance please describe how our government is encouraging entrepreneurship and supporting small business?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Don Valley West for the question. As a recent report by RBC notes, the number of small and mid-sized firms in Canada reached a record high in 2012. We are supporting job creators, not handcuffing them with increasing payroll taxes. That's precisely why our new small business job credit lowers EI payroll taxes by 15% and saves small business over $550 million. Mr. Speaker, small businesses and the 8 million Canadians they employ can continue to count on this government.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is disappointing to hear of the government once again playing political games, this time repeatedly cutting funding to the Native Women's Association of Canada. No surprise, Mr. Speaker, given the lack of respect that they have shown towards First Nation individuals in this country. I asked the Minister, are these cuts the result of the Women's Association's push for an inquiry into missing and murdered women and girls in this country, or is there some other rationale that they can give us for these cuts?
The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the statement is categorically false. In fact, this morning I met with Michelle Odette in my office, where we talked about exactly what the National Women's Association would like to be doing and how they want to contribute to our action plan to make sure that those victims of crime, those women, those Aboriginal women and their families, how they need to be supported. We had a very constructive conversation. I'm looking forward to working with her in the future.
The Honourable Member for Magny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans is sometimes hard to follow. On the one hand, she's muzzling the scientists. On the other hand, she has for 5 months now been not talking about the marine protection area that we've been hearing about for 15 years and telling that apparently that's still on track. So we want to hear about the fact that she hasn't met with these people now. Will the minister finally take the protection of the environment in the Fleuve Saint-Laurent seriously? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, we do take it seriously, and that's why we've only authorized a minor geotechnical survey to take place in the Kakuna area. The work was authorized based on scientific information and under the very strictest conditions that will mitigate any potential harm to marine life that's there, Mr. Speaker. The actual construction of the marine terminal has not been submitted or reviewed and certainly not been authorized.
The member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, the forestry sector is vitally important to the Canadian economy and particularly to my riding of Caribou Prince George. Our Conservative government is focused on creating jobs and economic growth. That's why we've made unprecedented investments to renew and sustain Canada's forestry sector. Can the Minister of Natural Resources update this House on what action we are taking to promote this important economic sector? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I want to thank the member for Caribou Prince George for 2 decades of leadership in forest policy for our caucus and in this place. Focus on supporting innovation and pursuing new export opportunities for Canadian wood products. That's why last week I signed a memorandum of understanding in Korea to enhance our forestry cooperation on technology and innovation, and in keeping with our free trade agreement with Korea, creating more opportunity for export of our forest products. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to showcase, celebrate, and give Canada's forest sector the support it rightly deserves.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's inaction in the Catherine Spirit file is completely unacceptable. This vessel has been rusting in the water for 3 years while the Conservative ministers have been twiddling their thumbs. What makes this situation even more serious is we haven't been told officially that this boat contains contaminated water, which risks contaminating the shores of Lac Saint-Louis and Montreal's drinking water. Does the Minister of Transport intend to wake up and act to avoid this ship rotting in the water for a 4th winter in a row in Beauharnois? The Honourable.
The health and safety of Canadians is obviously a top priority for this government. The member should know that vessel owners must comply with stringent safety and environmental obligations before proceeding with towing operations. The Catherine Spirit is under a departure prohibition from Transport Canada and will remain in place until a final inspection confirms that the regulations, in fact, are complied with.
The Honourable Member for Ahuntsic. Mr. Speaker, in May 2013, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities released a document recommending a minimum distance between a main railway line and any new buildings. But no such standard rules exist across the country. When will the government establish this minimum distance between the construction of any new buildings and railways in Canada?
L'Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I understand it. It's the Federation of Canadian Municipalities who offers this type of guidance to municipalities when it comes to the issue of setbacks. Speaker, that's valuable information municipalities should consider.
There's still time for some more questions. The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Complained about question period being too full of questions to the government. Mr. Speaker, the government House leader seems to misunderstand the basics of our parliamentary system. Their job is to govern and then be accountable for their decisions to this House. There are already rules in place allowing the Speaker to intervene in a question if it's irrelevant. We want that same rule applied to answers. So, Will the Conservatives drop the excuses, and will they allow a free vote on our motion?
Mr. Speaker, when one looks at any other jurisdiction in the world, there is no question period as accountable as Canada's. If you look at Britain, for example, held out by many as a paragon of virtue, on any given day you can ask a question of only a handful of ministers, and those questions must be done with advance notice. Here, we'll answer questions any day on any subject, fully accountable, and we don't need a one-sided motion from the opposition to tilt the balance heavily and force the government into a straitjacket that simply doesn't apply to the opposition. Let's have a fair and balanced debate that's fair to all sides.
The honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's pretty clear. Canadians want answers in question period. What do Conservatives not understand about that? Far from being a straitjacket, it's the public business that is being conducted here, and they have a responsibility to answer. Now, all we need is to give the Speaker the power to enforce relevance rules. We know we have the support of some Conservative members. Hopefully that's growing. The question we will repeat, because we didn't get an answer, will the government allow a free vote on our motion to have relevant answers in question period?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if the subject of the question, which is sometimes hard to discern, is free votes, I suggest perhaps the NDP could show some leadership for once, and they could start holding free votes at the amount that they see them having on the government side. Because it's clear that when it comes to free votes, no party has as many free votes in the House of Commons as this government, as this party does.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Canso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Employment's boasted that the new Social Security Tribunal has reduced EI appeals by 90%. But that is not, he's not told unemployed Canadians that their actual chance of winning an appeal has been greatly reduced. Before the tribunal, Canadians appealing had that decision overturned over 50% of the time. That success rate has now dropped to 38% under the new system. Can you explain to affected Canadians why such a drastic drop in the success of appeals?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, actually, when the Social Security Tribunal was created, my department, to its great credit, started a new internal process of reconsideration of refused EI applications, allowing for those reconsiderations to happen in a matter of weeks rather than the months it took for the previous Board of Referees to render a judgment. Now, I've been informed by the chairman of the, by my senior officials, that about 50% of the reconsiderations end up overturning the initial refusal after more information is obtained. So I don't think the member's information is correct.
The honourable member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Chair of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. My understanding was that today at committee the NDP denied consent for the report concerning the committees. Can the Chair of the Procedure and House of Affairs Committee explain his understanding as to why consent was denied?
I'm afraid that question would be out of order. Questions to committee chairs are very limited to certain parameters. I don't know that that falls within it. Well, anyway, so there we are. That's going to conclude question period for today. Orders. Certainly, we've already moved on, so we'll call orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate at the second reading stage of Bill C-41, Canada-Korea Economic Growth and Prosperity Act.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
J'ai l'honneur de
I have the honor to speak to Bill C-41, an important bill for all Canadians. In the riding of Laurentides-Labelle as elsewhere, citizens are asking questions whenever they see a free trade agreement. Their reflex is to be worried because they saw the government sign treaties with dictatorships, with narco-traffickers, with all kinds of countries, all kinds of arrangements that don't make sense. Now they're wondering why we're supporting this particular free trade agreement. Well, that's not surprising because one always analyzes treaties we sign with objective criteria. I just wanted to remind the House that there are colleagues opposite that see our support as a historic moment somehow. The fact that we're supporting a free trade agreement. That's not what's a historic moment here. It's the fact that they're presenting something that we can support because it makes some sense. When you look at the situation coldly, you use some analysis, you say to yourself, well, is the country with whom we're signing an agreement respectful of democracy? Is it a modern country? With labor standards, environmental legislation that is sustainable? Then you look at the strategic importance of that particular country. In the case of South Korea, obviously, this is an economy that is very advanced, far more than our own, because they have an industrial strategy. They have an international trade strategy, contrary to Canada. They're not improvising. Then you look at the terms of the agreement. Of course, there are some reservations. There are some things we wouldn't have done the same way. But on the whole, the terms and conditions are reasonable and give us sufficient assurances that we won't have any major surprises down the road. Among the reasons for supporting the agreement is that when you look at the length of time these negotiations have been going on and dragging on, the signature of an agreement with the European Union, the U.S., had clauses about our beef cattle producers, pork producers, the aerospace industry, which has been subjected to considerable losses. And perhaps the signature of this treaty will allow them to catch up a bit and compensate for other losses. The Conservatives seem to have a rather magical vision of international trade. If Korea is in the situation it has today, with modern infrastructure and very competitive industry, there's a reason for that. Many decades ago, they adopted an industrial strategy that was coherent, consistent, while we improvised all along the way. Korea was a subcontracting economy. They had low-end automobile manufacturing for Japan and the US. They decided to develop those niches. They invested in R&D, and they managed to achieve a very high level of quality for their products that have made them the most competitive in the world. If we'd done the same thing, we would not be in the same situation with our manufacturing sector that's in sorry shape. Several of my colleagues alluded to the threat that this agreement could represent for our manufacturing sector, particularly the auto sector. But I think that the threat to our auto sector comes from our own inconsistency, the lack of industrial strategy, the lack of investment in R&D, and the improvisation we've seen from the government. That's more important here than any actual threat from elsewhere, because cars are already coming in freely on our market, and they go to Mexico and the US too. So the question I'm asking myself is, why did we take so long to sign this agreement? I'm wondering, what was the blockage here? What caused this catastrophe for our exporters and made them lose considerable market shares? Isn't it this government's great diplomatic talent? For instance, what happened with Japan, where they shut down consular services at the Tokyo and Osaka consulates without any warning to the Japanese government. That's no way to behave with such serious interlocutors who pay a lot of attention to detail. They have leaders who govern the country responsibly. If you come up with surprises like that, if there are all sorts of gaffes like that that occur, there's no doubt that trade negotiations will drag on indefinitely, and it is our farmers and our manufacturers who will end up paying the price. While we support this agreement, it's not because we believe in reciting mantras or having magical formulae or notes from the Prime Minister. We analyze things. Rhetoric and magic formulas don't work with us. You have to negotiate every detail minutiously. You have to look at what you're getting into. Once that's been done, we can support an agreement without having to fear that we'll end up with surprises later on. It's a matter of respect for your serious interlocutors, and you have to behave in a serious fashion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Charlebourg.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. I always enjoy listening to him. The NDP wants to broaden Canada's trade links with the Asia-Pacific region. We recognize this is essential for Canada's prosperity in the 21st century. Could the member tell us more about our position on this? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One thing is certain. Increasingly, Korea is becoming the most modern economy in the region, and they're becoming leaders in renewable energy, energy savings. They occupy a niche that puts them in the vanguard, and it would be in our interest to learn from them, because we're sure that they're not creationists. They're not denying climate change or any such thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank my colleague for his statement. I will be putting a question to him. Why is it important to have a consistent position based on facts and evidence, based on principles as well, contrary to other parties that seem to be in favor of any kind of free trade agreement without even looking at the individual clauses? They're prepared to support a free trade agreement unreservedly. So why is it important to have all the details and have a consistent position before it's supported? Some are good for Canada, such as this one. Others aren't. Sometimes we support them, sometimes we don't, for very good reasons. So it's important to have those principles and not just agree with anything without seeing the details. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very important to have a serious and consistent, coherent attitude and look at the facts, because I'm more familiar with Japanese culture, and although they weren't always our best friends, there are many parallels that can be drawn here. These are nations that have been trading for hundreds of years. It is in their mentality to be obsessed with details and to make sure that nothing is left to chance, because in those countries, human contact is absolutely essential. It's critical. That is often more important than other considerations. You can't just get there improvising and chanting political slogans. They won't take us seriously. There's enough time for one more question. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I like to hear about the economy and free trade. This agreement may not have been the one the NDP would have negotiated or designed. It has a dispute settlement mechanism between an investor and the state, and the NDP would not insert that in a trade agreement like this one. Could the member tell us a little more about that? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All the protection mechanisms are necessary when you're dealing with dictatorships, narco-states, countries with dubious practices and poor legal systems. In the case of South Korea, this is superfluous. They have a justice system that's just as good as our own. We don't have to wonder whether this is a corrupt country with a biased or manipulated justice system. Of course, we would not have negotiated it exactly this way, simply to be respectful of our economic partners.
Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There's actually a saying among economists that a rising tide lifts all boats. Canada is certainly on the rising tide, and we believe that everyone in our country will see their fortunes rise. Hundreds of major resource projects are scheduled to begin over the next decade.
New jobs are being created all the time. Middle-class, after-tax incomes are outpacing those of the U.S. We have one of the strongest fiscal positions in the industrialized world.
The budget by 2015. No wonder Bloomberg and the World Bank consider Canada to be one of the best places in the world to do business. Our economic future is bright. But Canada's long-term prosperity also depends on increasing our trade. When we increase trade, prices for goods and services fall, making goods all that more affordable for families. Goods like those sold at Baxter's, from Alliston in my riding, or Monroe in Essa Township. Canadian families have a greater choice of goods and services, businesses can hire more workers, and wages go up. In other words, our standard of living improves in every way. There's no better job creator or economic growth generator than free trade.
That is why our government made a commitment to the most ambitious trade plan in Canadian history. We are vigorously pursuing our free trade agenda and giving Canadian investors and exporters the tools they need to compete and win in the global marketplace. Since 2006, we have increased the number of countries that Canada has free trade with from 5 to 43.
These nations together make up more than half of the global economy and represent nearly 1/4 of the world's countries. Last fall, the Prime Minister announced a historic agreement in principle with 28 nations, the 28-nation European Union, that will give Canadian businesses access to 500 million affluent new customers. And now we're discussing the free trade agreement with the Republic of South Korea, which is a large and growing market with a GDP of $1.3 trillion. This agreement is historic because it's our first bilateral trade agreement in Asia, a key market in Canada's expanding international trade rule. The agreement will generate increased exports and investment opportunities for Canadians by creating a stable trade and investment relationship. This will bring significant benefits across many sectors in the Canadian economy. We estimate that it will increase Canadian exports to South Korea by 32% and boost Canada's economy by $1.7 billion. It will also give a better foothold into the vast Asian market. At the same time, the labor provisions in the free trade agreement will ensure that these economic advantages are not made at the expense of workers' rights. Our government's first priority is economic growth. When Canada enters into trade agreements, we believe it's important that fundamental labor rights are respected. This is why international labor cooperation agreements and labor chapters are key components of our trade agreements. The Canada-Korea Trade Agreement is a labor chapter that includes several labor provisions. Most precisely, under the terms of this FTA, Canada and Korea have committed to ensure that our labor laws embody and provide protection for internationally recognized labor principles and rights. Notably, these include the International Labor Organization's 1998 Declaration of Fundamental Principles and Rights to Work, the right to the freedom of association, the right to collective bargaining, and the effective abolition of child labor, the elimination of forced or compulsory labor, and the elimination of discrimination in the workplace. Both countries have also committed to ensuring acceptable protections with regards to occupational health and safety, employment standards, and non-discrimination with respect to work conditions for migrant workers. Comme vous pouvez le constater, Monsieur.
As you can see, Mr. Speaker, Canada sees the pursuit of liberalized trade and the promotion and protection of labor rights as mutually reinforcing and equally important. They go hand in hand.
It's important to defend Canada's competitive position by ensuring that our trading partners do not gain an unfair advantage by not respecting fundamental labor rights or by not enforcing their labor laws. The inclusion of strong labor provisions in our free trade agreement creates a level playing field for Canadian businesses and workers when they compete internationally. And this is good for businesses all across the country, like those in my riding, Georgia Wines, and others. Mr. Speaker, as Minister of Status of Women, one thing I'm also proud to note is that Korea is just as committed to advancing women in the economy as we are here in Canada. We know that when women succeed, our economy benefits. This agreement will undoubtedly translate into more jobs for women in both our countries. It's clear that Korea is just as committed as we are to the success of this accord. But as you can appreciate, Mr. Speaker, the commitment that we make in these agreements are only credible if we have a means of enforcing them. To this end, the Canada-Korea FTA includes an enforceable dispute mechanism, which may lead to financial penalties in the case of non-compliance with the obligations of the Labour Chapter by either signatory country. Members of the public can submit complaints if parties involved fail to meet their obligations. Monsieur le Président, suis persuadé.
Mr. Speaker, I am confident that this agreement will help create well-paying jobs for Canadian workers without requiring us to compromise our values.
I'm confident that this agreement will help create well-paid jobs for Canadian workers without requiring us to compromise our values. Let's bring this agreement into force as soon as possible so that Canadian workers and businesses can access all of these benefits. And so I ask my fellow parliamentarians to support Bill C-41 so that we can implement the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement to its suite. Thank you very much.
Immediately.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable minister. I would have to say that I and my colleagues are encouraged that the government, in its negotiations with Korea, have decided to actually incorporate the environmental provisions in Chapter 17, which we've been arguing for in the last dozen or so trade agreements. But I would have a couple of questions through you, Mr. Speaker, to the minister. I notice in Article 17.6 that Canada has committed to now take into account scientific and technical information in setting standards, guidelines, and recommendations. This is encouraging. We are looking forward to how their policies change in this area, and it's interesting it's happened through a trade negotiation. But the Government of Canada has also committed to take a number of other measures, including not to inappropriately encourage trade by downgrading environmental laws. My question, Mr. Speaker, is the Government of Canada now then reconsidering the changes that they made to federal environmental laws that have in fact downgraded the federal oversight of environmental management and review of major energy projects?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, and I thank the member opposite for her question. I want to be very clear. We have been very focused as a government on being responsible with regards to resource development. And I can speak as someone who, I guess, comes from one of those northern communities where significant mining takes place, Fort McMurray, Alberta. The responsibility of those companies, what they have done to reclaim land, to make sure that it's reforested, to make sure that wood buffalo are actually thriving throughout northern Alberta, I think is something commendable. We're very focused on responsible resource development. We're also very focused on making sure that Canadians have jobs, and that's why the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement is essential to that, providing huge opportunities for Canadians to have jobs in the future as we grow and expand our trade opportunities, just as we have focused on creating jobs here in Canada.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Indicate my appreciation of the French declaration in this debate from the Minister of Labour. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the New Democratic Party has indicated that it supports this agreement, but it must be pointed out that the NDP thinks that certain criteria are very important. We do not decide to assess a bill based on the influence of certain lobby groups. Does the minister understand that we in the NDP, when we assess a bill, we use objective criteria, and that this should be systematically applied by the government as well? In future, the government should table bills that respond to well-established criteria that are always in Canada's interests. The Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank the member opposite for his question. I think one of the most important criteria to be focused on here is how many jobs will be created for Canadians. the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement is focused on making sure that we increase our exports 32% and boost the Canadian economy because of the annual $1.7 billion annual increase. This is something very important to Canadians, making sure Canadians that have full-time, permanent jobs, well-paying jobs, I think is probably the most important criteria. That's what this government's focused on, job creation. We're doing exactly that by passing this free trade agreement.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question. And in regards to good value-added jobs, one of the challenges we have with South Korea is the overwhelming amount of automotive disadvantage we have with non-tariff barriers in South Korea, and the fact that they have hundreds of thousands of vehicles that are purchased in Canada. Meanwhile, we have very little opportunity to sell into South Korea. So I'd ask the honourable colleague, what specifically are they going to do to ensure that the auto industry isn't hurt due to this trade agreement?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I think evidence alone that whether it be the export manufacturers here in Canada, whether it be the Canadian auto companies, their support of this free trade agreement, the total package of outcomes and tools for the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement are as good, if not better, in many cases, of those that have been negotiated with the EU as well as with the United States. This is good for Canadian auto manufacturers. This is good for Canadians because it means that we'll be creating more Canadian jobs by exporting more cars.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure and my honour to speak this afternoon to the trade agreement that we have been able to establish with our friends from South Korea. First of all, let me give a congratulations to the Minister of Trade to making this happen. I know the Minister has been very, very busy on the international files, on the trade files, meeting with a number of companies, countries, South Korea, of course, our recent announcement with CETA. I know they're working very, very hard on other issues in the Asian market with Japan, with a bilateral with Japan, and also with the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is a larger trade pact that countries that are from Asia or on the Pacific are actually working very hard to come together to put together an appropriate a trade package, a free trade package, a free trade zone, so that countries like Canada can take advantage of those large markets for our goods and services, which we now, due to trade barriers, have an issue with having access to. We've got to remember that Canada only has about 33 million people in it. The trade partners we're after are much larger than us. The markets are much larger than us. It only makes sense, Mr. Speaker, that Canada would be a trading country. We started as a trading country. We need to continue that. And I want to congratulate, under the leadership of our Prime Minister and our Foreign Affairs advocates, yes, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Industry, Minister of Trade, all working together to try to promote opportunities for Canadian businesses in other areas of the world, because we cannot simply survive on Canada, the Canadian market alone. Now, I have two stories I'd like to tell you. One, which, I'm from urban Burlington, urban riding. There's no one large employer. The largest employer, actually, in Burlington is a pork production facility. That's right. It's an agricultural, it's food processing. There are hogs that come in every day by the truckload, and they're processed. And, Mr. Speaker, their number one client in the past was South Korea, until South Korea signed a deal with the United States. It had a significant impact on the ability of our Canadian company, and this company is owned by Canadians. It's a Canadian company. They own a number of food processing facilities across the country. They happen to own the largest employer in Burlington, about 800 people or so, maybe 600 people work there now. But when as a member of Parliament, they called me in and they said, this was a number of years ago, Mr. Speaker. They said, we are losing market share to our competitors because Canada is not at the table with a trade agreement with South Korea. And this was not a secondary customer, a tertiary customer. This was one of their primary customers. 90% of their product leaving this plant was for export, either to the United States or to Korea. The Korean deal with the United States had a major impact on a number of their, not on their bottom line, but on our ability to maintain jobs, good quality, high-paying jobs in Burlington. So, with that information, I came back here, and I know there was a discussion, and I did what I think all of us around on this side of the House do. We are all free traders here on this side of the House. Being a conservative means you support free trade, and we make no apologies for that. We don't make excuses for that. We believe that free trade, will create opportunities and employment for Canadians here at home for their products and services abroad. So I was very happy to find out that we were working hard on a South Korean deal, and that things were progressing. And in addition, you need to know, Mr. Speaker, that the largest employer in the boundaries of Burlington is this food production facility, which happens to be for pork production. But in addition to that, our neighbors in the riding next to me, in this town next to me in Oakville, is the head office for Ford Canada. And I had a number of meetings with Ford Canada, automotive producer, an excellent production facility here in Canada, with who produce excellent product. The workers there are bar none, are the best, in my view, the best automotive workers that is available to Ford at North America. But they are next door, and they had some concerns about a South Korean deal. As you know, there was a tariff for the importation of Korean vehicles of 6.1%, 6.2%, a little over 6%. And they were concerned that that was going away, and that would give them, Korea, somewhat of a market advantage. But, Mr. Speaker, I was very clear with our friends from Ford, including the President, who I have a tremendous amount of respect for, is that a Conservative government will continue to work on free trade agreements with key partners around the world, because it is good for the overall economic business of this country. And in my view, Mr. Speaker, good also for Ford. Ford had signed on to the automotives had signed on to the deal south of the border. Now, things are a little bit different south of the border. Their tariff in the United States on Korean-made cars was, I think, slightly over 2%, which on a $30,000 car, a $25,000 car, isn't as significant as 6%. So their flexibility, I guess you would say, or what they felt was the issue in terms of the protective tariff that was there, was not nearly severe. But we need to know, Mr. Speaker, that automotive tariffs, I believe, going into South Korea were around 8%. So there has been an opportunity for us to reduce tariffs on both sides. And yes, I heard from a previous questioner that the automotive manufacturers here in North America, I've heard many times, there are barriers, non-tariff barriers to getting into those markets. Well, I actually have never been to South Korea, Mr. Speaker, but I have been to Japan, and based on the product that I've seen in Japan on the numerous times that I've been there, is that you need to make vehicles that are designed for that marketplace, for it to be successful and being access to that marketplace. And I'm not sure that I think North American manufacturers are getting there, or maybe already there. But in previous versions, I think before the recession, I think it would be fair to say that trucks and SUVs weren't that popular or aren't that popular in some Asian markets, including what I know of from Japan. So there, Mr. Speaker, is why I wanted to talk to about this today, is that we need to understand that a free trade agreement, particularly this one for South Korea, is very comprehensive. It affects all marketplaces across the country, even small little Burlington. It has a huge impact on employment and our ability to be trade. The one other thing that I'd like to speak about is that Burlington has a very close relationship with South Korea. We've had a number of Canadians who fought for the freedom of South Korea. We just this past summer introduced a new monument on the lakefront to commemorate the activity of Canadian soldiers in the Korean War, particularly from the Navy. It's a naval monument. The Haida, which participated in that conflict, is in Hamilton. A lot of my constituents from Burlington served bravely for Canada in that conflict. So I'm happy that we have been able to develop not only a diplomatic relationship, of course, with South Korea, but a much closer economic relationship. And I look forward to this trade agreement to coming into force in the new year, and that it will benefit all communities across this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under previous trade agreements, specifically NAFTA, Mr. Speaker, there was a sidebar agreement on environment, the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation. And under that agreement, the provinces could step forward and sign on. And to their credit, my province of Alberta was the first to step up to the plate, and then several other provinces stepped up to the plate. Well, Mr. Speaker, in the Canada-Korea Agreement, Annex 17B, there is provision that Canada shall use its best efforts to make this chapter applicable to as many provinces as possible. So my question to the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, is this. My province and many provinces are establishing their own trade offices around the world. I am wondering if the member can speak to whether or not the Government of Canada has already taken in motion dialogues with the provinces, and if so, are they in negotiations with Alberta to sign on to this agreement?
The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. I think it's clear through this agreement and others that we will be signing about our relationship with the provinces. I think it's a mistake for us to consider the federal government as a parental role with our provinces. They're well-established, independent governments, duly elected, and I think this agreement and other agreements that we have treats provinces as partners. Treat them as partners, and there will be, and as that agreement says in the section as mentioned, is that we would work with our partners at the provincial level for them to enact the environmental protections that the member has brought forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the member is aware that Korea for the last decade has actually been fairly aggressive pursuing other trade agreements, and that's been happening over the last 10 years, in which they've were able to achieve some with the United States, European Union, Chile, and others. And the question I have for the member is that I'm sure he would recognize that there is and has been an advantage to those countries that were able to achieve an agreement earlier. We've seen that in terms of the pork industry, and in particular the agreement between the U.S. and Korea, and the potential of a loss of market that Canada had, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide some comment in terms of what he believes it's going to take for Canada, in particular some of our pork producers, to recapture some of the market that has been lost because Canada was following the free trade agreement after the United States.
Member for Burlington.
Yes, I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question, and that particular question hits home directly. As I said, our largest employer is a pork production facility in Burlington, and maybe a bit of a competitor to some of them out in Winnipeg. But the free trade agreement with South Korea, or with the United States, really has had a detrimental effect on the ability for that company to compete. I did actually have a meeting with the president of that company who runs that plant relatively recently, and they were clear that signing the agreement on the 1st, it's not going to change overnight. But it does level the playing field, Mr. Speaker. And without that leveling of the playing field, they'd have no chance of getting back that market share. They believe they can be competitive not just on quality, which I think our Canadian pork can beat other nations on quality, but also on price. And that's what this trade agreement will help us accomplish. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on that note, we recently have negotiated the free trade agreement with the European Economic Union. Looking at what happened with South Korea, that we did lose some market share, which we'll now have to pick up, doesn't that bode well for the advantage that Canada is going to have with a European free trade agreement, since the United States is now just beginning negotiations with that body?
The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. And absolutely, it doesn't take a MBA to know that to be there first in the marketplace, you're going to be better off. You get established with customers. You get established with your product. You're able to develop relationships that will be able to be part of your business relationships with the organizations. And that's what CETA will do for us. I have, in my community alone, the vast majority of the employers are in the 50 to 100 member level. I have done numerous plant tours and discussions. Almost all of them sell into Europe. This will help them be more competitive and able to grow, and hopefully to bigger than 100 employees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll get you on the next one. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Thank you very mumuch, Mr. Speaker. And to my colleague's point from Burlington, I mean, this is it's very true. I mean, we're a trading nation. And if you look at the size of our country, as the member for Burlington mentioned, it's some 34 million people. With the kind of GDP we have, and $1.8 trillion and growing, these kinds of deals are so important. And if we look at what's happened with Chile over the years, and it's not just because of trade. I mean, there's education. There's a whole bunch of factors that go into it. But we have to consider the fact that as a small nation of under 35 million people, the only way we can grow our economy is finding these kinds of deals as we move forward to get our goods and services to the rest of the world. And so I am pleased to rise here today to speak about this historic Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement and how this agreement supports the government's firm commitment to expand international trade. It is our government that is focused on what matters to Canadians: jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. Mr. Speaker, by pursuing an ambitious trade agenda, our government has provided Canadian businesses with access to new opportunities and dynamic markets around the globe. As an export-driven economy, Canada needs free trade agreements. Trade accounts for 1 out of every 5 jobs in Canada and is equivalent in dollar terms to over 60% of our country's annual income. Yet, despite all the evidence that trade creates jobs, economic growth, and economic security for hardworking Canadian families, the opposition has been traditionally opposed to international free trade agreements. This anti-trade behaviour negates Canadians who depend on trade for their jobs and puts Canadian workers and businesses at severe risk of falling behind in this era of global markets. Our government recognizes that Canadian companies are at a risk of being at a competitive disadvantage in key markets, as their major foreign competitors, such as the United States and from the European Union, are currently benefiting from preferential access under existing free trade agreements. Mr. Speaker, this is why Canada is pursuing its most ambitious trade negotiation agenda in Canadian history. 8 years ago, Canada had only 5 trade agreements, but since 2006, Canada successfully reached free trade agreements with 38 countries: Colombia, the European Free Trade Association of Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland, Honduras, Jordan, Panama, Peru, and all 28 members of the European Union, and now South Korea. In addition, Canada has 28 foreign investment promotion and protection agreements in force. These bilateral agreements establish a strong regulatory framework for increased investment by protecting and promoting foreign investment through legally binding rights and obligations. Focusing on sectors and markets that offer the greatest opportunity for growth is a priority under Canada's new Global Market Action Plan, or GMAP. Let's turn now to the historic Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement. South Korea is identified as a priority market in the GMAP, and the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement represents an important step in increasing access to this fast-growing economy. This agreement is a landmark achievement that will restore a level playing field for Canadian companies competing in the South Korean market. South Korea is a dynamic and important partner for us. This nation is already Canada's 7th largest merchandise trading partner and the 3rd largest in Asia, with an annual GDP of $1.3 trillion and a population of 50 million people. Stronger economic ties with South Korea will create new jobs and opportunities, as well as contribute to Canada's long-term economic growth and prosperity. With this agreement, Canadian companies will become increasingly competitive in the region. With half of the world's population living a 5-hour flight away from Seoul, South Korea offers strategic access to regional and global value chains. As a result of improved market access for goods, services, and investment under the agreement, Canadian companies can use South Korea as a strategic base for launching pad for growing their businesses throughout the Asia-Pacific region. Mr. Speaker, the positive momentum of an agreement with South Korea is and will continue to carry Canada forward in this vibrant region. But creating new opportunities for Canadians in the Asia-Pacific region does not stop there. Canada is also actively pursuing a trade agreement with 11 other Asia-Pacific countries through the Trans-Pacific Partnership, or TTP, negotiations. The current TPP membership represents more than 792 million people with a combined GDP of $28 trillion, or nearly 40% of the world's economy. A prospectively high-quality, state-of-the-art, comprehensive agreement, the TPP stands to provide broad-based benefits across all Canadian industries and regions. We are also looking at new trade partners in Asia and other priority regions in order to provide a diverse range of opportunities for Canadians. By becoming a member of the TPP and signing more free trade agreements, our government is seizing new sources of export growth and opportunities for international trade and investment. Canada is committed to updating its existing free trade agreements in order to maximize benefits and opportunities for Canadians. During his official visit in January 2014, our Prime Minister announced the launch of negotiations to modernize the existing Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement. These negotiations are well underway. Canada will continue to take steps forward, expanding the Canada-Chile Free Trade Agreement. This modernization builds on an agreement with Chile, which dates back to 1997, and a trade relationship worth over $2.5 billion in 2013. This year also marks the 5th anniversary of the Canada-Peru Free Trade Agreement, the 3rd anniversary of the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement, and the 1st anniversary of the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement. Peru, Colombia, and Panama are among the fastest-growing markets in the Americas and thus serve as a strategic base for Canadian companies to expand into Latin America. Bilateral trade between Canada and the Americas reached $57 billion in 2013 and will continue to expand with the government's commitment to the region. Mr. Speaker, let's not forget that this year, Canada also celebrates the 20th anniversary of the North American Free Trade Agreement, another record accomplishment of a Conservative government committed to growing our economy. NAFTA has provided a solid foundation for Canada's future prosperity upon which Canada continues to build and advance North American trade and competitiveness. 20 years ago, trade with the North American region was over $372 billion. In 2013, total trilateral merchandise trade reached over $1.1 trillion, and Canada is now the top export destination for 35 American states. The Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, or CETA, with the European Union will be the most ambitious trade partnership that Canada has ever negotiated. On August 5th, Canada and the EU announced that the final CETA text has been reached, marking the end of the CETA negotiations. Once CETA is fully implemented, Canada will gain preferential access to the world's largest integrated economy with more than 500 million consumers and a 17 trillion GDP. Canada's competitive edge and combined access to these markets will lead directly to jobs and opportunities everywhere in Canada. Whether we are exporting meat, grain, fish, wood products, or industrial goods, the more markets we have access to, the more jobs are created for hardworking Canadians and their families. Canada's long-term prosperity is directly linked to market access and economic opportunities beyond Canadian borders. Our government understands the importance of trade and exports to our economy. Exports are responsible for 1 out of every Canadian jobs. The prosperity of Canadians depend on the continued expansion beyond our borders into new markets that serve to grow Canadian exports investment. This represents one of the key economic opportunities in a watershed moment in our historic relationship with South Korea. For this and other reasons, stakeholders from across the country have called for the agreement's entry into force as soon as possible. That way, our government is moving to pass this bill. When the agreement enters into force, over 95% of South Korean tariff lines for industrial products will be subject to immediate duty-free access. This means a great deal to Canadian entrepreneurs and SMEs across the nation which depend upon free trade to enhance their global competitiveness. Informed by public consultation, this agreement has already widespread support from Canadian businesses and stakeholders. Our government negotiated this landmark agreement to further the priorities of Canadian businesses while creating jobs and opportunities for Canadian taxpayers across the country. This agreement is expected to create thousands of new jobs in a wide range of sectors, including industrial goods, agriculture, agri-food products, wines and spirits, fish and seafood, as well as wood and forestry products. These industrial sectors are crucial for the prosperity of provinces and the continued development of local communities. The evidence demonstrating the growth to be and from agreements like this is overwhelming. When the United States and the European Union had signed their own free trade agreements with South Korea, they both experienced a doubling of their automotive sector exports. As one of the key industries in Canada, this free trade agreement will provide a substantial boost to our own automotive sector and our economy as a whole. With substantial increases in Canadian exports to South Korea, the agreement is projected to boost the Canadian economy by $1.7 billion a year. Strong trade partnerships are essential to Canada's long-term success. Canada cannot afford to be left behind, and it's this trade agreement that will provide Canadian businesses a foothold in South Korea and the Asia-Pacific market beyond, opening the doors to economic prosperity and growth. The Canadian-Korea Free Trade Agreement is essential to securing Canada's economic future and ensuring the sustainability of high quality of life for Canadians across this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to ask this question. And I want to preface it with some work that was done from the Library of Parliament. This is independent research that I asked about what countries had actually automotive national strategies. There's 12 countries in the world. Canada's not one. But one of them is South Korea. And this is what they came back. There's a short paragraph I'd like to read to the member to get his response. In the Republic of Korea, the national strategy for the automotive industry is entitled Strategies and Tasks for Developing the Green Car Industry to Become One of the World's 4th Major Car-Making Countries, and it was announced in 2010. The tasks include the objective of producing 1.2 million green cars, exporting 900,000 green cars, and occupying 21% of the local car market by 2015. The government also plans to support financing for the installation of 1,351,300 battery charges at 168 locations by 2020. And there's more on the parts division as well. So I asked the member, what is this government prepared to do to ensure that there's going to be a fair, market access for Canadian companies to ship into South Korea? And what are they going to do if we get dumped on by South Korea? Their state-nation government has decided to intervene with this industry on a historical level, and it continues to do so as we enter a so-called free trade agreement. But if the fair market itself is being interfered by the South Korean government, what will this government do to protect Canadian auto workers?
Excellent. The honourable member for Niagara West, Lamborough.
And I want to thank the member from Windsor West for his question on the auto industry, and it's certainly an important industry for us here in Ontario and southwestern Ontario. And I just want to talk about some of the things that are going to be lifted as a result of this agreement. And the first thing is tariffs. And South Korea has an 8% tariff on Canadian auto imports. It's going to be eliminated immediately. And as Canada's 6.1% tariff will be reduced in 3 cuts over 2 years. Rules of origin is going to change. The ability of Canada to source inputs from the U.S. and benefit tariff-free access, which is not currently allowed under the U.S. agreement. And there'll be a number of other things in terms of safeguards, internal taxes, emissions. And so there's a whole list of things that this has done to try and level the playing field. And, once again, our Canadian companies, I believe, are amongst the best in the world. I believe they could compete, and I believe that their products could compete with any products in the world, and certainly our automotive industry is no different.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to go back to the principle of overall trade throughout the world. I've highlighted before in terms of Canada's rather large trade deficit, and my question to the member is related to the agreement with Korea. We do have a trading deficit with the country of Korea today. It's almost 2 to 1. Now that's just a bit of a guesstimate right offhand. But my question to the member is: does he believe that Canada will be in a better position as a result of this particular trade agreement, where we can anticipate seeing the more of an equaling of the balance books between Korea and Canada when it comes to trade?
The honourable member for Niagara West Glenbrook.
Thank you, and I want to thank the member from Winnipeg North for his question. I think that's one of the reasons why we enter into agreements, is to create some additional access, and with trade deficits, as we look at trying to get access to other markets, that is helpful for us. And I want to talk about a few of the things, a few of the deficits that are going to be reduced in terms of trade, and there's a whole list for different provinces. I want to speak specifically to Ontario, and I apologize to my colleague who's from Manitoba. But in terms of examples of tariffs that are going to be reduced, we look at the aerospace products, 8%, clean technology products, 8%, nickel, rubber, chemicals, plastics, 8%, and I have a whole list here of products that will be reduced. And once again, anytime that we can have reduced tariffs, that goes a long way to reducing the price of our goods that are going to other countries, which we hope in turn would have them purchasing more at a fairer price. And quite frankly, we know that we can compete. And it was talked about before from my colleague from Burlington, with pork, for example, with the U.S. having the head start and our tariffs remaining high. That creates a complete competitive disadvantage and a disincentive for other countries to actually import our products into their country. So we believe by looking at these deals, reducing tariffs, this gives an opportunity for countries to buy our goods at a cheaper price, hence give us an opportunity to export more.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of Vancouver's Parliament from Vancouver South, I'm honoured to represent my constituents who pride themselves in being the gateway to the Asia-Pacific. So it's very timely indeed for me to be speaking on the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement today. As we know, the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement is a historic initiative for Canada. It's an agreement that will strengthen our trade and investment ties across the Pacific and increase the prosperity of both our countries, and result in job creation and enhanced opportunities for Canadian businesses, particularly small and medium-sized enterprises, as well as investors, workers, and consumers. Canada is a trading nation. Trade has long been a powerful engine for Canada's economy, even more so now in what remains challenging times for the global economy. Our government understands the importance of trade to our economy. It represents 1 in 5 jobs, contributes 60% of Canada's GDP, and over 40,700 Canadian companies are exporters. Currently, Canada's trade is heavily weighted to traditional partners, such as the United States. The North American Free Trade Agreement has benefited Canadian and American businesses through increased export opportunities resulting from lower tariffs, predictable rules, and reductions in technical barriers to trade. In 20 years, merchandise trade within the North America region has grown from $372 billion to over $1.1 trillion in 2013. There can be no doubt that NAFTA played a critical role in this dramatic increase. Nevertheless, Canada's traditional partners are not growing at the rate they once did, and neither has our trade with them. At the same time, Asia's transformation is reshaping the global economy. Driven by the rise of China, this transformation has also been influenced by the growth of India, the continued strength of South Korea and Japan, and the expanding potential of Southeast Asia. Asia today is not only a source of a growing proportion of economic activity, including exports, services, and capital, but also increasingly a center of innovation. This is why Canada has prioritized trade with the Asia-Pacific in the recent years. We recognize that Asia is one of the world's fastest-growing economic regions and that it will be the engine of growth for the global economy. It is important to acknowledge that while trade with our mature partners remain important, it is no longer enough to secure Canadian prosperity into the future. Canadian companies need improved access to markets, both new and old. Canada's prosperity requires expansion beyond our borders into new markets for economic opportunities to serve and grow Canada's exports and investments. The reality we face today is one where our international competitors are giving their companies an advantage through new trade deals. This trend is both eroding Canada's preferential access to the United States and threatening our competitive position in other markets, including high-growth emerging economies in Asia. Canada must respond to maintain Canadian access to existing markets and to open new ones. This means taking our guidance from our government's Global Markets Action Plan to conclude bilateral deals with important Asian markets. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to highlight some of Canada's ongoing trade initiatives in the dynamic Asian region, beginning with the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The Trans-Pacific Partnership is an ambitious next-generation initiative that has the potential to be a leading mechanism for regional economic integration. It covers Australia, Brunei, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, the United States, and Vietnam, and represents a market of close to 800 million people and a combined GDP of $28.6 trillion. Concluding a high-caliber Trans-Pacific Partnership will achieve several goals. It will deepen our trade ties in dynamic Asian markets, set strong rules for the region, and strengthen our traditional partnerships in the Americas. Canada remains as committed as ever to playing a constructive role in advancing the TPP initiative and bringing an agreement to conclusion as soon as possible. We continue to engage at all levels with our TPP partners with a resolute goal of achieving a high-standard agreement that brings benefits to every region of our country. India is another priority market for Canada, and the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement negotiations with India are an important part of the government's pro-trade plan. We view the CEPA as a building block in expanding our long-term commercial relationship with India. A trade agreement holds the potential for creating jobs and economic growth for both Canada and India. Canada is committed to negotiating a high-quality trade agreement with India. We're looking to sign an ambitious agreement which will improve market access for goods and services, eliminate tariffs, and reduce non-tariff barriers to trade. Canada is also engaged in ongoing economic partnership agreement negotiations with Japan. Launched on the 25th of March 2012 by the Prime Minister, negotiations are proceeding well, with 6 rounds held to date. The 6th round of the Canada-Japan Economic Partnership Agreement negotiations took place in July in Ottawa, where progress was made in Canada and in a number of areas. We're looking forward to a productive Round 7 this fall in Tokyo. Given Japan's commercial significance, Canada is fortunate to have 2 ambitious, high-standard initiatives within which to pursue greater trade and investment ties with Japan. Canada and Japan view working together on the TPP to enhance greater cooperation in the Asia-Pacific region and working together bilaterally on our EPA as mutually supportive efforts. With all this progress, we cannot, of course, ignore China, Canada's second-largest single-nation trading partner. In 2013, our bilateral merchandise trade relationship reached more than $73 billion. Building on the positive momentum of the Prime Minister's visit to China in early 2012, bilateral commercial ties have been strengthened through the August 2012 release of the Joint Economic Complementarity Study, the July 2013 expansion of the Canada-China Air Transport Agreement, and most recently, the ratification of the Canada-China Foreign Investment Protection and Promotion Agreement. Canada and China have a long-standing and comprehensive relationship, which operates on many levels. We are committed to deepening trade and economic relations with this large and fast-growing market. As Asian countries are deepening their economic integration, Canada is also actively contributing to an important regional fora, such as ASEAN and APEC. It was to the detriment of our reputation as a trading nation that during the 13 long years in government, the Liberals completely neglected trade, completing only 3 free trade agreements. In fact, the Liberals took Canada virtually out of the game and putting Canadian workers and businesses at severe risk of falling behind in this era of global markets. I think it's important to point out that the last time the Liberals tried to talk seriously about trade, they campaigned to rip up the North American Free Trade Agreement. This is absolutely shameful. Thanks to our Conservative government, however, we now have the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement, our first free trade agreement in the Asia-Pacific region, and it's projected to increase Canada's gross domestic product by $1.7 billion and boost our exports to South Korea by more than 30%. Moreover, South Korea offers strategic access to regional and global value chains for Canadian companies, and the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement will increase their competitiveness in the Asia-Pacific region. The signing of the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement by the Minister of International Trade on September 22nd was a momentous occasion that not only solidified Canada's bilateral relationship with South Korea, but also highlighted Canada's intensified focus on Asian markets. The Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement is a significant step in Canada's orientation towards Asia, a shift that is integral to continued Canadian economic prosperity. We must pass this bill quickly to ensure Canadians can start taking advantage of the benefits of the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement and what it brings to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question and commentaire. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to intervene again. I'd like to talk about autos and bridges in this place, and we'll continue to do so with regards to the auto sector affected by the Korea trade deal here. Really concerned because there is such an imbalance in our trade right now, and I'd like to ask the Honourable Member. The United States negotiated better tariff time periods in terms of the reduction period being longer, and they also negotiated a snapback provision if South Korea, as we know, has a national auto strategy and intervention at the state level for their industry and that natural advantage. The U.S. has a snapback provision that allows them to put on freeze and put on hold the automotive component should dumping take place in South Korea. The Canadian version of our agreement does not have this, and I'd like to ask the Honourable Member, why not?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
I'd like to thank the member for that question. And as we all know, the Korea-U.S. Free Trade Agreement is not as good, in fact, for the auto sector as the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement. We know that, for example, the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement provides immediate duty-free access to South Korean auto markets with a 5-year phase-out on the Korea-U.S. one. And we have safeguards against import surges, the same as the Korea-U.S., and a permanent specialized dispute settlement that are fasted with the Korea-U.S. procedures, which will expire over 10 years. So in terms of the snapback, we'd like to also make a point to say that the U.S. snapback has a limited practical value, and the U.S. tariffs are only 2.5% compared to Canada's 6.1%. This low tariff is why Korea agreed to the agreement, and the U.S. snapback expires after 10 years and cannot be used in the first 4 years of the agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I know that the member couldn't seem to help herself but to reflect on what it is that the Prime Minister's office says that one should be talking about if you're a Conservative on this particular file inside the House. She went at great length in terms of trying to indicate to the House that the Liberal Party, while in government, was ineffective on the trade file. And what I'd like to do is to remind the member that even the agreement that we have today was actually initiated under Paul Martin, and it was Korea that has been actually pushing it, and they started the process in 2003, and virtually within the year, the then Prime Minister, Paul Martin, actually initiated discussions on Canada's behalf. Now, it took the government many years, the current government, many years to put it together. In fact, we had United States, we've had European Union, we've had countries like Chile and Peru that have already signed agreement. My question to the member, Mr. Speaker, is I wonder if she could speak to the lost opportunities because the government was so far behind in coming up with an agreement which other countries, many other countries around the world, have already signed, sealed, and delivered.
Vancouver South.
Again, I'd like to thank the member for that question, and I'd like to remind him that, in fact, I was raising my children in Vancouver, and trade, as we know, is a very important thing for the Asia-Pacific in Vancouver. And I'd like to remind the member that in this area, he's absolutely right. You didn't get it done. The Liberal government did not get it done. Just like Kyoto, they didn't get it done. Just like child benefits, you didn't get it done. So we as a government, we did get it done, and we have these agreements in place right now. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Député de Charlebourg.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. The Ontario government demanded the establishment of a team to supervise the implementation of this agreement. So does the government intend to consult them or work with them? And secondly, what will the government do to give greater security to the auto industry in Canada?
As we know, Canada is a federation of the different provinces, and of course Canada will support the Ontario province, just as it supports the BC province in opening up economic offices abroad, just as we've done with different countries. And I'm sure that Korea, with the signing of this agreement, is a target for that. So we do look forward to working with the different provinces on expanding and our trade into Korea as well as the Asia-Pacific region.
Before we resume debate, pursuant to Standing Order 38, I must inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight on the time of adjournment are as follows.
Thunder Bay, Superior North, in respect to the environment. The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, in respect to health. And the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, in respect to natural resources. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise today in the House and speak to Bill C-41. This government's trade agenda, Mr. Speaker, has provoked widespread public concern. Representing the views of so many Canadians, Mr. Speaker, we have opposed to date all of the trade agreements negotiated by this government, save one. Of these deals, the greatest consequence to our economic future and indeed our political future has been the China FIPA, Mr. Speaker. And with respect to the China FIPA, business columnist and editor Diane Francis has said that this Conservative government demonstrated, and I quote, the worst negotiating skills since Neville Chamberlain, end quote. Most recently, on CBC Radio, she said that trade deals are either, quote, fair and reciprocal or result in colonization and hollowing out. And the China FIPA is decidedly, Francis concludes, not reciprocal. And of course, Mr. Speaker, the NDP is waiting to see what CETA actually says. No breath is being held, however, in light of the unfortunate precedent set at the bargaining table by this government and their tendency to conflate increasing trade with expanding corporate rights and diminishing democratic rights and sovereignty through the inclusion of investor-state dispute settlement mechanisms. Now, it will be well understood by now that the Korea deal also includes an investor-state dispute settlement mechanism, and certainly an NDP government would not have included such a mechanism were we responsible for negotiating this deal. And it should be noted that Korea's main opposition party also opposes the inclusion of such a mechanism. However, this is not China FIPA deal, and nor is it what we've seen of CETA as of yet. And there are significant distinctions to be made here, Mr. Speaker. The Korea deal is fully cancelable or renegotiable on 6 months' notice, unlike the China-FIPA deal, which locks us in for a minimum of 15 years. This agreement has guaranteed transparency rules for ISDS tribunals, and hearings must be held in public. This agreement does not apply to provincial, territorial, or municipal procurement or crown corporations, and shipbuilding, notably, is exempt from federal procurement rules. This agreement does not apply to or negatively affect supply-managed agricultural products. And finally, this agreement does not contain any negative intellectual property provisions. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say that we are able to distinguish this agreement before us today from those that have become before it. But the outstanding question is, of course, Mr. Speaker, what is there to recommend this deal? We believe, Mr. Speaker, that this agreement will have a net benefit for Canada's economy and Canadian workers. That assessment is made, Mr. Speaker, by employing essentially 3 criteria. Firstly, is the proposed partner one who respects democracy, human rights, adequate environmental and labour standards, and Canadian values? Secondly, is the proposed partner's economy of significant or strategic value to Canada? And thirdly, are the terms of the proposed deal satisfactory? With respect to the first of these, Korea has a robust multi-party system of democratic rule, an active trade union movement, and a diverse civil society. South Korea is a developed country ranking 15th on the Human Development Index. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of the Korean economy and its strategic economic value to Canada, Korea is a member of the G20. It has the 15th largest GDP globally, and it is our 7th largest trading partner. We are, however, it's worth noting, on the losing end of this trading relationship currently, with a trade balance deficit of about $4 billion and growing. It is unfortunate but important to note, Mr. Speaker, that in the 9 years that successive Liberal and Conservative governments took to negotiate this deal, Korea has moved forward with a free trade agreement with the European Union in 2011 and with the United States in 2012, and further free trade agreements are pending. As a result, the market share of Canadian companies in Korea has dropped 30% since the full implementation of their free trade agreement with the United States. The losses have been particularly heavy in the agri-food, seafood, and aerospace industries. The Canadian agri-food business, which, Mr. Speaker, is a key economic sector here in Canada, responsible for 1 in 8 or 2.1 million jobs, was hit particularly hard. Similarly, Canadian aerospace industry was also hit hard. Exports to Korea dropped by 80%, from 180 million to roughly 35 million in the last couple of years alone. So it is well past time, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that Canadian companies and Canadian workers can take advantage of a fair and reciprocal and freer trading relationship with South Korea. That's why we see, Mr. Speaker, almost without exception, Canadian business representatives and Canadian labour across all sectors of the economy in support of the deal. There is a notable exception, Mr. Speaker, segments of the auto sector, important segments in the form of the Ford Motor Company and the union Unifor, in particular, have withheld support for this agreement. There are certainly positive provisions in the agreement for the auto sector, Mr. Speaker, but this is not to suggest that these concerns, the concerns of Unifor and Ford Motor Company, are unfounded. It is worth noting that last year Canada failed to attract a penny of the $17.6 billion invested globally in the auto sector. It is also worth noting that the United States succeeded in its deal with Korea where this government failed. They built stronger protections for domestic auto production into their agreement. This raises the very important question, Mr. Speaker, of what is this government doing to support the auto sector in Canada to ensure that it is in a position to thrive in a globally competitive industry. The 115,000 auto jobs are important jobs, Mr. Speaker, far more important than the number would indicate, because they stand as representative of the kind of jobs that made certain parts of this country, and by extension the whole country, thrive. In my riding of Beaches, East York, at the corner of Victoria Park and the Danforth, once stood a Ford Motor Company plant. It's where Ford made their Canadian Model Ts and Model As. It became the first Canadian plant of Nash Motors and finally American Motors until it closed down. Now it sits next to what the City of Toronto calls, because of issues of structural poverty, a priority neighborhood. A strip mall now stands where that auto plant once did. Just outside the northwest corner of my riding is Toronto's Golden Mile. It was home to significant industrial concerns in the post-war period, Mr. Speaker, including a General Motors van plant. A Globe and Mail article from some years ago probably captured best what became of the Golden Mile. Quote, "The Golden Mile was a golden flame that burned brightly for nearly half a century until it was snuffed out by big box stores. Today it is the Eglinton Town Centre's towering pylon with a checkerboard of retail signage that stands tallest on the once proud strip. The Golden Mile Mall significantly houses a City of Toronto Social Services office, Mr. Speaker. So while we stand in support of this deal, Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that points to a broader economic context of this agreement. What are you doing for urban economies, we ask the government, where we see tremendous growth and only growth of precarious employment, where there is growing level of working poverty, where there are burgeoning informal economies, where youth unemployment is nearing 20%, where nothing but big box stores, dollar stores, and social service agencies stand where once stood industry. It's not about going back, Mr. Speaker. It's about moving forward. And I don't see an economic vision coming out of this government that addresses the economic needs of a vast portion of Canada and Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from the beaches in Toronto. I sensed through his speech a note of regret that the official opposition is supporting this treaty, given the impact that it's likely to have on the car sector within Canada. I've also read through the briefs presented by Unifor and their deep concern that this will expand the trade deficit between Canada and Korea and allow Korean vehicles to flood the Canadian market, while we export mostly more raw materials towards Korea, towards South Korea. And I wonder if the honourable member is a reluctant supporter of this treaty, as his speech intended to suggest, and why he would not join with the Greens and vote against it.
For Beaches, East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the member from Saanich Gulf Islands mistakes, I'm afraid, and I'll take responsibility for that, my concerns. I stand in support of the agreement, Mr. Speaker. It is qualitatively different from the deals that have come before us previously that this government has negotiated. But, Mr. Speaker, I think it's worthwhile in the context of having a debate on this issue in the House to raise the important question that this bill raises, which is what is the broader economic policy context for this bill? And where is the policy or strategy that reflects a desire to ensure that we can compete, Mr. Speaker, on terms of innovation, for example? Where's the policy and strategy that ensures that all can participate in the economic benefits of this agreement? And what I got from the government is that it's simply dropping trade barriers seems to be enough for them, and what happens thereafter is somehow magic. And, Mr. Speaker, I support the freer trade agreement with South Korea, but it does raise the question for the auto sector, but more broadly, Mr. Speaker, what is the broad economic vision for this country? I point to my neck of the woods, my neighborhood, Mr. Speaker, where we see the legacy of a strong industrial Canada at one time that is now covered over with box stores and big box stores and dollar stores, and where people are struggling to make a living. And I ask this government, what are they going to do about that?
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Marcorel-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is relatively simple. For some years now, Canada has been losing its industrial jobs and it is exporting raw commodities practically without processing. Now, when the United States negotiate a free trade agreement, they ensure that their industries are given a great deal of value. They increase the value of their exports thanks to local processing. So they invest in industrial policy, and we don't do that in Canada. So I would like to know from my honourable colleague whether we could obtain the same kind of agreement supported by an industrial policy and thus obtain true economic benefits.
Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think if we are to have a country where prosperity is increasing but shared more fairly, then we need to have industrial policy to support free trade agreements that we're negotiating. It's a particular interest and concern to me, Mr. Speaker, as the urban affairs critic, thinking about urban economies, because this government doesn't think about urban economies, Mr. Speaker. And what that indicates to me, Mr. Speaker, in the absence of that thought, we are not going to grow an innovative economy, because urban economies are fundamentally the place where one grows an economy of innovation. And so this is the very point, Mr. Speaker. Great to have a free trade deal of this nature, but as my colleague from Windsor has raised in his questions this afternoon, the issue of an auto strategy and other strategies that Korea has to support its free trade agenda. They have a green technology, a green energy strategy, Mr. Speaker, that ensures that Korea is going to be able to compete globally on those terms. They are one of 12 countries around the world, Mr. Speaker, that supports its auto industry with a national strategy. We have none of these things, Mr. Speaker, in this House. So a trade agenda is great, and we'll support dropping trade barriers where we believe it is of advantage to Canada's business and Canadian workers, Mr. Speaker. But the very point of my speech today here is to urge this government to think about having industrial policy to support a trade agenda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement is a landmark achievement that will result in mutual benefits and prosperity for both countries and lay the foundation to unlock the full potential of our political, economic and security relations. The most recent speech from the throne committed to expanding trade in the Asia-Pacific region to benefit hard-working Canadians and businesses, especially our crucial small and medium-sized enterprises and industries across the country. We are delivering on that commitment with this agreement. The conclusion of the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement negotiations was announced in Seoul by the Prime Minister and South Korean President Park on March the 11th, 2014. During the announcement, both leaders demonstrated their strong commitment to raising the overall Canada-Korea partnership to a new level and to entering a new era in our countries' bilateral relations. The Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement represents a significant achievement for Canada. It will provide exporters, investors, and service providers with strategic access to a key gateway to the wider Asia-Pacific region and will also provide a level playing field against their key foreign competitors from the US, the EU, Australia, and other countries that have concluded a free trade agreement with South Korea. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement is projected to boost Canada's GDP by $1.7 billion and increase Canada's exports to South Korea by over 30%. Canadian workers in sectors across every region of the country stand to benefit from increased access. This free trade agreement is an ambitious, state-of-the-art agreement covering virtually all sectors and aspects of Canada-Korean trade, including trade in goods and services, investment, government procurement and intellectual property, as well as labour and environmental cooperation. It is so disappointing to note that during 13 long years in government, the Liberals completely neglected trade, completing only 3 free trade agreements. The Liberals took Canada virtually out of the game of trade negotiations, putting Canadian workers and businesses at severe risk of falling behind in this era of global markets. Thanks to our government, Mr. Speaker, Canada has reached free trade agreements with an additional 38 countries. While the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement will provide a modern and stable foundation to grow our bilateral relation, it builds on our long history of political and economic cooperation. Canada and the Republic of Korea established diplomatic relations in 1963. During the Korean War between 1950 and 1953, Canada contributed the third largest contingent of troops to the United Nations Command. Some 26,791 Canadian soldiers served in Korea, of whom 516 died. And, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier today, my cousin was one of those people, Lance Corporal John Howard Fairman, who died on October the 13th, 1952. The son of my aunt and uncle Howard and Blanche Fairman grew up in Hastings, Ontario, and volunteered for the Canadian Regiment. After the Korean War armistice, 7,000 Canadian soldiers served as peacekeepers between 1953 and 1957. Prior to the establishment of diplomatic bilateral relations, Canada participated in supervising South Korea's first elections in 1948 as part of the United Nations Temporary Commission on Korea. Currently, Canada is the only state, other than the United Nations, with permanent military representation at the United Nations Command in Korea. Canada participates in the UNC Military Armistice Commission that supervises the armistice. As well, we are proud to send a Canadian delegation of veterans and government officials to South Korea for the 60th anniversary of the armistice on July 27, 2013. This long-standing, strong, and meaningful relationship has been underlined by the recent leaders' visits. Indeed, the leaders have met twice this year. First, as I mentioned, the Prime Minister visited South Korea in March. In fact, the Prime Minister has visited South Korea on 4 occasions. The second meeting was just last week, when President Park made her first state visit to Ottawa. It was a great honour to welcome President Park and her delegation to Canada at that time, the first Korean president to visit Canada in 15 years. The Governor-General attended the inauguration ceremony of President Park in February 2013, accompanied by 4 Canadian parliamentary colleagues. This visit comprised part of the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Canada and South Korea. Both countries organized a series of activities and initiatives to further raise the profile of the relationship and deepen cooperation. The Minister of Finance visited South Korea in October 2013 as Minister of Natural Resources, and the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans just recently traveled to South Korea to promote Canadian fish and seafood products. The former Veterans Affairs Minister, now the Minister of Public Safety, led a delegation of 35 Canadian veterans on a visit to South Korea in April 2013 as part of a revisit program for Korean War veterans. Some 74 Canadian Armed Forces personnel participated in the U.S. Republic of Korea United Nations Command military exercise in August 2014, forming the largest non-U.S. contingent from any of the other sending states. I think you are beginning to see, Mr. Speaker, that Canada and South Korea are natural partners. And to further strengthen our already strong ties, Canada and South Korea have established a strategic partnership. Its purpose is to provide the opportunity to focus on areas affecting our bilateral relationship and to identify ways that we can work together regionally and globally on issues ranging from forestry to the Arctic to education to hosting the Olympic Games. This partnership will lay out a strategic direction for stronger relations in key areas of common interest, including energy and natural resources, science, technology and innovation, and Arctic research and development. But our ties are not limited to bilateral relations. We recognize that we live in a changing and dynamic world. South Korea is in a region with many challenges. Canada and South Korea share similar regional views and objectives, and on a range of multilateral and global issues. Our people-to-people ties are extensive and deep. There are nearly 170,000 Canadians identifying themselves as being of Korean origin. Over 23,000 Canadians are currently residing in South Korea, including about 3,200 language teachers, and 141,800 Korean tourists visited Canada in 2013, the 8th largest source of tourists in Canada, and spent almost $250 million in the Canadian economy. Education ties are extensive and growing. South Korea is Canada's third largest source of international students, with over 19,000 students. There are over 100 agreements among institutions in Canada and South Korea facilitating the exchange of students, faculty, staff, and curricula, as well as providing joint research and degree programs. South Korea is home to a Canadian studies community, including several university-based centres and the Korean Association for Canadian Studies. In Canada, the Korea Foundation supports several university research chairs and South Korean studies programs in universities across Canada. When the Prime Minister visited South Korea in 2009, he was honoured to be the first Canadian leader to address the South Korean National Assembly. At that time, he observed the following, and I quote, "Canada and South Korea have been staunch allies in the defence of freedom and democracy. We are not a warlike people, but when the cause has been just and necessary, Canadians have always answered the call. There is no doubt the cause of South Korean freedom was just and necessary, and the truth of the ideals for which we fought has been revealed beyond a shadow of a doubt as this republic has flourished while the communist North has floundered." End of quote. As I've described, Mr. Speaker, Canada is a long-standing partner of Korea and its peoples. I believe that the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement will contribute to this relationship and to both countries' mutual economic growth and prosperity. I ask all honourable members to support this agreement, ensuring it enters into force as quickly as possible as part of their support for Canada's broader, collective and strategic partnership with South Korea. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the speech from the honourable member. I note, Mr. Speaker, that provision 17.4 of this trade agreement states that the parties, that is Korea and Canada, shall strive to facilitate and promote trade and investment in environmental goods and services. Well, Korea has been congratulated by the OECD to adopt and move forward expeditiously on their green growth indicators. Korea has been at the forefront of green growth. They have a national strategy over 40 years, a 5-year plan. They've committed 2% of the annual GDP to green growth. Their investments will go towards infrastructure to boost the economy. They've passed a US $30.7 billion stimulus package to support the green ambitions. So the question, Mr. Speaker, to this government is, so what are they doing new to implement their obligations under this treaty?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would refer my honourable colleague to page 2 of the Act, where it talks about purpose. And right here under it says the purpose of this Act is to implement the agreement, the objectives of which, as elaborated more specifically through its provisions, are to, and in here one of the provisions explicitly is enhance and enforce environmental laws and regulations and strengthen cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Korea on environmental matters. Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue to work on all of these areas with our partners, ensure that the environment is protected. I spoke specifically in my speech about issues related to the Arctic. Canada has been taking very vigorous action on the Arctic, and we are going to share that with our Korean partners.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've indicated in the past that the Liberal Party does support the trade agreement with South Korea. We see it as a step forward in terms of overall international trade. The member makes reference to our current relationship, and we should be very boastful of our current relationship that is there, whether it's foreign students or the economic ties that currently bring us together, not to mention through immigration, the many contributions that people of Korean heritage bring to our communities, whether it's in downtown Toronto, out to the West Coast, my own lovable city of Winnipeg, and all regions, in fact, of Canada. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, there are some legitimate concerns that are here with regards to the agreement. We see the benefits in terms of the aerospace industry. We see the benefits in terms of the pork industry. The question specific that I have for the member is, what sort of assurances can she provide to the automobile industry in terms of that this government and the agreement is in fact being sensitive to the automobile industry, an industry in which we care deeply about?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a member who represents, first of all, I thank my colleague for the question, but as a member who represents the riding of Newmarket Aurora, where the auto industry is thriving and we are a secondary supplier to the big three, it's very important the auto industry stays strong. And I think we've had that discussion here about how the tariffs are going to be reduced and how the auto industry is not going to have the kind of impact that some people are seemingly talking about the threats. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address his comments about the Korean people and the people who have immigrated to Canada and the great cultural contributions that they've made. I have a rather large Korean community in my riding in Newmarket Aurora. Substantially, they have a congregation that meets regularly in one of the churches in town, which tells me that the number of people in the area are large. But they have also bought farms in the area just to the west of me. They are providing produce, and they are excited about this agreement going forward because they see great opportunities for them in agriculture, selling back to Korea the produce that they're growing here. So they're very excited about this. I thank them for the work that they've done in our communities. I know they have invested in culture and in industry, and we thank them for what they've done for Canada.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be able to rise in this House today to support Bill C-41. Considering that it took some 10 years to reach this point, the NDP is proud of the first free trade agreement that we've signed with an Asian country. The terms are mostly satisfactory, with the exception of a few concerns that I have that I'll touch upon later. Looking back, the negotiations for this agreement officially began in 2005. Afterwards, the agreement that we have before us today was signed 11th of March 2014 and was tabled in the House on the 12th of March 2014. The time had come, Mr. Speaker, because it's almost 11 years that's gone by since the negotiations began. Allow me to draw your attention to the criteria required by the NDP when they take into consideration free trade agreements. First of all, the candidate, the proposed candidate, has to respect fundamental Canadian values, for example, respect for democracy, human rights, as well as adequate standards when we talk about protecting the environment and workers' rights. And I think that this is understood, Mr. Speaker, When we're negotiating a free trade agreement, we want to ensure that the person that we're negotiating with has the same values and applies the same standards as Canada would to these industries here in our own country. Also, the economic situation of the proposed candidate also has to have substantive value, or at least strategic value, for Canada. And finally, the terms of the agreement have to be satisfactory, and obviously this is the case. We believe in the NDP that South Korea passes the test, and as a result, the NDP supports this bill. We have some hesitations, but I will come back to those later on, as I said. I want to give a little history here of South Korea, and since they moved away from their dictatorship some 30 years ago, the international community has been able to observe the convergence of this state, its movement towards a modern democracy and living standards as far as human rights, labor rights, and protection of the environment are concerned. This is the only country to have reached the rank of 15th on the Human Development Index. This was accomplished thanks to social programs put into effect by the state, the prevalence of rule of law, and a low level of corruption, as well as access to a quality education. South Korea has also launched a very ambitious green strategy in order to improve its eco-energy. And so it's obvious that South Korea has great respect for the environment and that the state takes its commitments on that level seriously. South Korea is therefore a candidate that shares Canadian values in terms of human rights, democracy, and the environment. This is a very important aspect in an intelligent and balanced approach towards a free trade agreement. South Korea has strategic value for Canada, particularly since the United States and European Union both have signed free trade agreements with South Korea. At that point, Canada found itself at a disadvantage and off kilter because it affected many of our industries here. The first estimates demonstrate now that the agreement would mutually eliminate almost 98% of tariffs. Moreover, according to projections, Canadian exports to South Korea will increase by 32%, which is the equal of $1.72 billion. And South Korea will also serve as a gateway to other Asian markets, considering its position in the supply chain in Asia. So complementary aspects of the two economies redefine the success of this agreement. It means that Canada and Korea will not be in direct competition in the common markets. However, in terms of the auto industry, I'll come back to that later in my speech, I think Canada should support the Canadian industry and, for example, adopt programs to indeed try and stimulate the auto industry and to encourage the Korean auto industry to set up in Canada. The biggest winners among Canadian industries are heavy industry, agriculture in particular for our pork producers and beef producers who really suffered for the absence of this agreement for a few years, forestry, aerospace, and fisheries. Many associations have supported this free trade agreement. So if I can begin by talking about the agriculture sector, it is critical to our economy. It represents 8% of the overall Canadian economy and supports some 2.1 million jobs. The two treaties signed by the United States and the European Agreement unfortunately affected our trade balance in terms of this particular sector. For example, the beef sector saw its exports to South Korea decrease from 96 million in 2011 to only 8 million in 2013. So the same situation also has been seen in the pork sector. These two industries suffered greatly because of the absence of an agreement. The ratification of this agreement gives them the possibility to gain back some of their losses by eliminating 86.8% of tariffs, customs tariff in terms of those particular industries.
Forestry and food sectors, the situation is very similar. They will significantly benefit due to abolishment of export tariffs and increase of market shares in South Korea and Asia-Pacific region in general. Jason Myers, President and CEO of Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, determines Asia's rich markets as new frontier for Canada in our desire to abolish all kinds of obstacles to ensure expansion of trade and investment. While determining the agreement as superior to the ones with China and the EU, we expressed a few concerns about the FTA's issues. And as I mentioned previously in my speech, the auto industry, we have some issues. First of all, the NDP is calling on the government to do more to support the auto industry in Canada and is eager to propose solid, effective policy measures to strengthen Canadian auto sector. The government can and should encourage Korean auto production in Canada and assist Canadian automakers to penetrate the Korean market. The government has continued to fail the auto sector, and I think it's time for the government to take a more comprehensive approach and understand that our auto industry sector has suffered continuously from the lack of proposition by the government. The most positive features of the Korea FTA are the rules of origin provisions that favor Canadian-U.S. integrated products and accelerated dispute resolution mechanism that allows for monitoring of non-tariff barriers. At the same time, our party expresses some legitimate concerns about the Korea FTA on the Canadian auto sector. Unifor and Ford Canada's opposition is sensible, as due to the FTA, Korean imports will negatively affect domestic auto sales, as well as Canadian export will suffer from Korean non-tariff barriers. Additionally, Korean producers seem to penetrate the domestic market through other NAFTA countries. For example, 50% of Korean auto-produced products enter Canadian market tariff-free through the U.S.
And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to conclude, seeing as I have little time left, to speak a little bit about the many problems that the type of dispute resolution movement clauses for investor state provisions can cause. The German government said that they were not necessarily prepared to ratify this treaty, specifically because Canada insisted on having these ISDS clauses in this agreement. And we know how that kind of mechanism can have a really negative effect on government sovereignty and the opportunity or possibility of governments dealing with economic or environmental issues that would promote Canadian industry. And so the NDP is asking that free trade treaties not include these kind of mechanisms at the outset. As I said, these can have negative repercussions on the sovereignty of governments. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to pick up on a couple of the points that my colleague made near the end of her speech, pointing out that 50% of Korean cars currently enter Canada duty-free from the U.S. under NAFTA, and over 85% of Canadian production is exported. We know that that's the current situation, but Mr. Speaker, since the Korea-U.S. free trade deal was signed, U.S. auto exports to Korea have more than doubled, from $340 million in 2011 to over $800 million in 2013. And since the Korea-EU agreement was signed, exports to Korea have doubled, from $2 billion in 2010 to $4 billion in 2013. So my question, Mr. Speaker, would simply be, does she not think, considering the facts that currently 50% of Korean cars can enter Canada through the NAFTA agreement already, if we remove these tariffs, would we not expect to find similar results that the U.S. and the EU did after they signed the Korea Free Trade Agreements, with auto exports actually doubling to there? And also, Ford set an annual sales record last year in Korea. From 2012 to 2013, Korea was the fastest, or Ford was the fastest growing brand being sold in Korea. So the concerns that Ford Motor Company has and the concerns about possibly actually reducing numbers, I think these numbers would indicate the opposite. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
De La Pointe de l'Île.
The member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much to my colleague, and I think it's interesting because, indeed, the point I was trying to make here was that the government has, unfortunately, continually...
The auto industry in Canada. We have continuously been disadvantaged through all kinds, through the government's impossibility to maybe strengthen our own industry. Alors mon point était que...
So my point was that the government should adopt policies that will stimulate the auto industry in Canada and indeed encourage other countries to come and invest in Canada. My point was not necessarily the fact that the free trade agreement will not necessarily support the industry. It's just the lack of leadership that the government continues to demonstrate to stimulate our own economy. And it's not necessarily a free trade agreement that is going to be like a magic wand and cure all the problems that the industry has suffered, because the government hasn't adopted policies that are sensitive to the situation that the industry has experienced.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech on this bill. I'd like to ask her why she thinks it's important for the government and other parties adopt a balanced position like our own. The Conservatives and the Liberals are pretty much the same when we have free trade agreements with dubious countries. It's kind of a rubber stamp of free trade agreements without having the details. So why is our balanced approach important? It's important to read the details of each agreement before making a decision. It's important for the economy of Canada. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that, for instance, when you negotiate a contract or a free trade agreement that can be considered the same thing as a contract, you have to make sure that the person you're negotiating with is on an equal footing with you. We want to help our industries, but not at any cost. Now, the government has negotiated all sorts, dozens of free trade agreements with provisions at the end that say we will encourage our economies to respect workers' rights. So we'll try to have free trade, but after that we will make sure, or try to make sure, the country in question has the same values as Canada. Well, I think that every time you negotiate a free trade agreement or any kind of contract, you have to make sure those with whom you're negotiating are on an equal footing with you. That's the same for any aspect of life. I'm not going to say to somebody, okay, I'm going to sign the contract and then we'll see whether you respect the terms of it or not. You have to make sure at the outset that the person with whom you're signing a treaty or a contract already respects Canadian standards for labor or environment or what have you. I think that's the least you can do. This is not an unrealistic approach. It's a balanced one. And that's exactly why the NDP is asking the government to take that kind of approach.
In debate, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased that as we continue this debate on the Canada-Korea trade agreement, and particularly C-41, the bill to bring the treaty into effect, that as the leader of the Green Party of Canada, I'm able to put more fully on the record the position that I've stated so far through questions and comments, that we will not be supporting this treaty. I can explain the fundamental reason and then go into some of the details. Fundamentally, the Green Party of Canada will never support an agreement that includes an investor-state provision. We believe investor-state provisions are, by definition, anti-democratic. By definition, the notion that we should allow a corporation or investor from another country to have superior rights to Canadian companies in response to Canadian laws, whether passed at municipal, provincial, or federal level, is offensive. The first of these was Chapter 11 of NAFTA. I'll go into some more detail later as to why we oppose investor-state agreements and the particularities of the Canada-Korea agreement. But I also want to back up and say that in the Canada-Korea Treaty, the Green Party believes we missed our opportunities to ensure that we had a more balanced deal. Let me say this about South Korea. What a tremendous economy they have built. In the wake of the collapse that was brought about by currency speculation, by the trading in currencies that created a meltdown for what was then described as the Asian Tigers, Korea, through a lot of state-led economic policy, has rebuilt an economy and has built an economy that is championing renewable energy, as some of my colleagues from the NDP have mentioned, championing clean tech. There's a lot to be admired in what South Korea is doing. And so the comments that I'm making about this trade deal are not in any way to suggest that South Korea isn't a really impressive democracy doing a lot with technology. The difficulty we have is that the way this trade treaty is going to go forward, we agree with the concerns of the auto sector in Canada, both the CEO of Ford as well as Unifor representing the workers, that we will lock in our trade imbalances. We will not reduce them. And I know that some of my colleagues have mentioned Unifor. Let me mention, and let me read into the record, the views of the CEO of Ford Motor Company of Canada, Diane Craig, who said that in response to this treaty, quote, South Korea will remain one of the most closed automotive markets in the world, unquote, under the New Deal. She went on to say that the trade agreements that the U.S. and the European Union have executed failed to reverse their negative trade flow, but those treaties were more protective of their domestic car market than Canada's treaty with Korea. As she said, and this is again quoting from the CEO of Ford Motor Company in Canada, quote, no Canadian manufacturer can compete with a market controlled by non-tariff barriers and currency manipulation, unquote. And of course, we know that this agreement doesn't deal with those barriers to Canadian automotive access to the market. Now, it's quite true that we have a lopsided relationship in trade with Korea. In 2012, we were exporting $3.7 billion worth of exports to Korea. That's an impressive number, $3.7 billion. However, we were importing $6.4 billion in imports from Korea. And the story of what constituted those $3.7 billion worth of exports and $6.4 billion worth of imports is worth touching upon. Canada has largely been exporting raw resources to Korea. And under this deal, the commodities that are touted in the materials that accompanied the deal talk about what this will do to improve agricultural exports and raw commodity exports. Whereas we look at what we have been importing from Korea and its high-value manufactured exports, or rather imports. So when you look at what Canada has been exporting to Canada, to Korea, let me just quote from Jim Stanford, who is the economist, Jim Stanford, rather, a very respected economist who works with Unifor. And he puts it this way, quote, we export mostly raw material to Korea, and we import sophisticated high-technology products from Korea. Continuing the quote from Jim Stanford, economist, quote, Canada's top 4 exports to Korea last year were coal, copper, aluminum, and wood pulp. Our top 4 imports were motor vehicles, electronic circuits, auto parts, and smartphones. Now, there's nothing in this trade deal that's going to change the characteristics of what we're importing and what we're exporting. And the history that we've seen, and I referenced it in the quote from the CEO of Ford Motor Company of Canada, she certainly mentioned the fact that the experience with the U.S. and the EU having concluded a trade deal with Korea, that did not change the gap that existed in trade flows. In other words, having executed deals like this and ones that were more protective of their auto market, they still saw the trade deficit with Korea expand. So there's something wrong. This is a larger conversation I'd like to have someday in this House, Mr. Speaker. Green Party believes that Canada is losing out in productivity and in R&D by allowing our exports to be skewed over the last number of years from 60% value-added exports to currently 60% raw material exports. Being a compliant resource economy for other countries around the world is not in the best interest of our economy and certainly not in the interest of rebuilding our manufacturing sector. Now, I turn quickly to the issue of investor-state agreements. Again, by definition, they're perverse, but it's interesting how different they are becoming depending on what country we've negotiated with. It's at least important that on the Canada-Korea agreement, we're given the opportunity to vote on something. We have a full debate in the House of Commons on the most devastating, damaging agreement yet negotiated by any government in Canada, the Canada-China Investment Treaty, the so-called FIPA. We did not have debates, we did not have votes, we did not have a bill go to committee. And that was because it wasn't a trade deal, it was an investment deal as a standalone treaty, and it gave the people, and it gives, because it's now been ratified, the People's Republic of China the ability to bring arbitration cases against Canada for changes in our domestic legislation, whether municipally, provincially, or federally. That treaty includes no transparency whatsoever and binds us for 31 years. In the far end of the extreme of trade agreements with an investment provision which show that the Government of Canada was dealing with a negotiator from another party that wanted to reduce the pernicious nature of investor-state agreements, we have the new text of CETA with the EU, the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement. Now, the Green Party won't be supporting CETA, but when I read through the investor-state provisions there, what a revelation. Quite different, night and day in terms of transparency. If the CETA agreement goes through, the arbitration cases brought by investors from the EU against Canada or from Canadian investors against the EU, the arbitrations themselves will be open to the public. The most we can expect out of any other trade agreement, such as in this case, the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement, is that we get public notice of the fact that these proceedings were happening at all. That's what also occurs under most of the intermediary bilateral investment treaties that were negotiated after Chapter 11 of NAFTA. Chapter 11 of NAFTA, like the Canada-China Investment Treaty, has no transparency whatsoever. The CETA agreement is at the far end of the spectrum saying, we're going to open up these arbitrations to the public, and we're going to let people with an interest actually present evidence and participate. Well, it's almost getting like a court as opposed to a private arbitration in a hotel room somewhere. Now, in the case of the Canada and Korea Free Trade Agreement, the investor-state provisions, again, fall in the mid-range. They're not as pernicious, nor do they lock us in for 31 years as the Canada-China Agreement does, but neither are they bending over backwards to try to win over people who oppose investor-state agreements. Clearly, that's the case in the European Union. They stand in opposition to CETA because of investor-state agreements, at least in Germany. But the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement does still include that measures adopted by a party includes municipal, provincial, federal, local governments, and including non-government bodies acting with authority from local parties. In other words, we're opening up the gates once again to investor-state arbitration suits that can cost us billions, this time from Korea. We will be, in the Green Party, both of us, voting against this treaty, and I urge other members of this House who are concerned about the impacts of this treaty to join us, no matter what their party instructions are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to questions and comments, I see the Honourable Government House Leader rising.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I did want to advise the House that an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Orders 78.1 or 78.2 concerning the proceedings at report stage and third reading of Bill C-13, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Canada Evidence Act, the Competition Act, and the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at those stages. Thank you.
Appreciate the notice by the Honourable Government House Leader. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask my honourable colleague from the Green Party about her party's very strong opposition to investor-state dispute resolution provisions. I talked to some experts in my own riding of Kingston and the Islands from Queen's University, lawyers who specialize in dealing with some of these disputes and writing treaties, trying to understand this issue. And they seem to uniformly emphasize that Canadian businesses need that protection in other countries, and that on the whole, Canada probably gains from these agreements. And the other thing that they would emphasize is that if you look at all of the damages that Canada has had to pay so far, if you take out the Abitibi-Bowater settlement, which reflects the value of assets that were seized, expropriated by the Newfoundland and Labrador government, if you add all that up, it comes to only about $20 million so far. And you have to put that in the context of $600 billion of foreign investment in Canada. So it's 1/30,000th. And so if you put that in the context, what I'm getting from the experts that I talked to in Kingston is that it's very small compared to the amount of investment that we're getting into Canada. And so in that context, I wanted to ask my honourable colleague if she could comment on that and to kind of explain her party's opposition.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands. We have in common the islands. The Green Party's strong opposition is also drawn from experience, empirical data, and extensive experience with including advice from international lawyers, particularly Canada's leading arbitration lawyer in this area, and the only one who is not personally benefiting from participating in these investor-state disputes is Professor Gus Van Harten at Osgoode Hall Law School. And his view is also buttressed by an EU think tank study called Profiting from Injustice that examined the hundreds of investor-state agreement disputes around the world and finds a very distinct pattern. The smaller economic power almost invariably loses, whether it's an investor/corporation from the smaller power versus a larger government, or reversing it, a larger government investors suing a smaller country. The reality is that no U.S. company suing in the U.S. under Chapter 11 of NAFTA has ever won, and almost always the U.S. private sector company suing Canada has almost always won. So there's a...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for her comments. I suspect in the answer time that she has left, she can maybe finish that thought. But I wanted to very specifically hone in on one aspect of her speech with respect to the auto sector and to put some context to where we are right now and look to her for some recommendations that she might support. Right now, there's a 6% trade barrier that Canada raises against Korean automakers coming into the Canadian market, and Korea reciprocally holds a 8% barrier. But right now, Korean automakers have been building in the U.S. and in Mexico, and that is the way that they have been entering into the Canadian market, avoiding that trade barrier. They're not building in Canada right now. This, I would suggest that she would also cite as a current problem in our trading relationship. What types of steps would she be encouraging a more progressive Canadian government to take to encourage some of that auto manufacturing to take place in the Canadian context as it is taking place in the U.S. and Mexican side of the border, thereby avoiding the trade barrier that we currently impose prior to this agreement being ratified? Thank you.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. I'm sorry. I think we need to have trade deals that have targeted measures that protect and that allow our sectors to expand, and for us to have Korean vehicles made in Canada, as my honourable colleague suggests. So tariff reduction should be tied to measurable targets in reducing bilateral trade imbalances in strategic sectors, such as in the automobile sector. It would certainly be helpful in creating a tariff-free zone if we had specific measures to require that larger Korean firms start building in Canada. We should be able to retain the ability, as the Korean government has retained its ability to intervene in its markets, to create the kind of interventions that moderate the damage of trade imbalances. And as well, as this agreement doesn't do it, but as I mentioned, even the CEO of Ford Motor Company thought we should be dealing with, the trade agreement should include provisions that would regard currency misalignment. Sorry, I'm at time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debates, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor and pleasure for me to be here to make a brief speech about Bill C-41, an act to implement the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement. And it's a pleasure for me because it's obvious that the official opposition, the NDP, will look at the context of each bill that comes before this House. It starts with ideology, but we have to look at the evidence and look at the perspective of each of these agreements.
There are a few concerns that we have, but there are some advantages for the Canadian economy.
Rigid ideology, Mr. Speaker, is that you often get the answer before you ask the question. And often we've seen with trade deals with the Conservatives, and often they're strange bedfellows, the Liberals, that they say yes before reading the text. They say yes before trying to understand what the impacts are going to be. And the NDP has taken a very transparent and clear approach to the trade deals as they've been presented to us over the previous years in the House of Commons. And applying a consistent and transparent approach to trade negotiations allows Canadians to judge us on our approach to those trade negotiations, but also allows New Democrats to apply a consistent measure to the trade deals and judge each one in context as they come forward. Now, what would some of those criteria be? Well, certainly strategic diversification of the Canadian trading relationships that we have with the world. Korea obviously meets this test. 7th largest economy, 4th largest in Asia, and a key entrant into the Asian market, of which we have no trade deals presently. Now, my honourable colleague preceding me mentioned an agreement that the New Democrats do not support, and that was one that was negotiated, signed, and ratified in secret with the Chinese government, the so-called FIPA, Foreign Investor Protection Agreement, for obvious reasons which I can get into, but I want to stay focused for right now on the Korean deal that is before us. Another key condition for us as New Democrats in looking at any deal is an element of reciprocity. Now, it's no good for Canada, often as a more primary resource economy, often as an economy that is smaller than when dealing with the United States or China or other potentially larger economies, to not embed reciprocity into the very DNA of the negotiations. This has been accomplished in this deal, and it gives us some comfort. Are we trading with another nation that has at its heart democratic rights and institutions so that they themselves can have a free and informed debate on their side of not only the trade deal but of the relationship going ahead? That is clearly a test that has been met by the Republic of Korea, who has a strong and long history with democracy and that holds high standards not only for democracy and human rights but for workers' rights and the environment. These are tests that are important to us as New Democrats. There's been a number of trade deals signed by this government with foreign regimes that cannot make that claim. And the reason that's so important is that when you make a trade deal, a relationship, one assumes that all ships will rise in the harbor, as Reagan used to say. Well, that depends. That depends if your trading partner is willing or able to enforce a higher standard for environmental protection, for workers' rights, for democracy. And if you're dealing with a regime, as this government has been only too willing to do, that is unwilling or unable or unlikely to do that, then what is the positive force that we're looking for trade in this world? If what's happening in the end of the day is that a regime that is abusive of human rights, does not uphold high standards for workers and the environment, is allowed to continue, well, in fact, they get to wrap themselves in the good name of Canada and saying, well, we must be a good country because Canada has agreed to a trade deal with us. And this Conservative government has done that too often. Now, allow me a moment to contrast this, as I alluded to earlier, with the Conservative and I would say liberal approach to the Foreign Protector Agreement with China, negotiated and in secret and then signed in Russia, held for 2 years before it was ratified by this government, with no debate, no transparency whatsoever, and a deal that actually locks Canada in for 31 years, even after we decided that is no longer beneficial to us. Take a moment for that, Mr. Speaker. What country in its right mind would sign an investor protection agreement for 31 years before it's able to withdraw from such an agreement? And questions of reciprocity need to be taken right off the table. I can recall a brief blip in the Prime Minister's logic that was exposed here in the House when the NDP was asking questions about the reciprocity, the reciprocal nature of such a deal as the China-FIPA deal. And he said, well, Canadian companies will be protected by the rule of law in China. And then he had to pause, because such an assurance is obviously ridiculous on its surface and in its intent. Protected by the rule of law in China, we've seen what the challenges have been to many foreign companies attempting to operate in China, rules around intellectual property agreements, rules around just basic protection for those seeking to do business in China. It's farcical to suggest that from the Prime Minister of Canada that there be any such protections. So FIPA was entered into this mix of secrecy and just trust us from the Conservative Party, which no one does when it comes to this, and with such a large trading partner only growing in influence and power, and with serious concerns about human rights abuses, about impacts on the environment, and democratic institutions that are not yet robust in China, that we were able to say with a great deal of confidence that Canadians were overly wary of this. Chinese Canadians, recent immigrants to this country from China, were also wary of such a deal. And any government that lacks the confidence to bring a trade agreement of any kind to the floor of the House of Commons speaks volumes about what's behind that trade deal. Now, we've also seen in any trade deal, and this is true regardless of the nature of a trade deal, regardless of the trading partner, that there are certain aspects of our economy that will greatly benefit and others that will benefit less and others that may be hurt. We are asking important questions of the agreement with Europe right now because the government has refused to give us details on support in the dairy sector, for example. That will be obviously harmed by what's happening with the European trade deal. There are potential impacts on pharmaceutical medications and costs to Canadians and to the provinces who are already reeling from a $36 billion cut to transfers in health payments from this federal government to the provinces. They want to know, are their prescription medications going to get more expensive under the trade deal with Europe? And the government, this Conservative government, has offered us nothing. Absolute nothing. Back to just trust us, don't worry. Now, one aspect, and I mentioned this earlier in a question to my friend from Saanich, about the auto sector, which, as you know, Korea is a growing and significant power in auto manufacturing. Now, to summarize the context that we're faced with, Canada levies a 6% barrier on autos coming into Korea. Korea, inversely, puts an 8% barrier on Canadian imports, with a number of other non-tariff trade imbalances that go on. Well, the Korean manufacturers have been building in the United States, have been building in Mexico. And obviously, a car constructed and manufactured in those places will enter Canada trade barrier-free, and they have been for a number of years. We've also seen that the U.S., when it signed its trade deal just 2 years ago with Korea, that the gap has in fact widened, but the overall volume has gone up of cars both going to Korea and cars coming from Korea into the U.S. Canada has been lagging behind, and the concern that we've had is the government's been slow to move, in fact, in negotiations with Korea, and our auto manufacturing sector has been losing market share, and losing market share across agriculture and wood products and a number of other things that have raised concerns for many of us. But let's take the global context for a moment. On foreign direct investment in the auto manufacturing sector alone has approached near $18 billion last year. And do you know how much foreign direct investment came into Canada? Well, zero. That should be a concern to all Canadians, whatever their political stripe and their influence, is that Canada maybe and in fact is slipping behind our competitors when it comes to investing, particularly in the new technology, the advanced stage cars that are coming online that take us away from the carbon economy and others. Canada has fallen too far behind in that. We believe that there needs to be more support given to build that next generation of automobile, and that if $18 billion globally has gone into the advanced auto sector and manufacturing, Canada has received none, this should be cause for alarm. And yet we see in this trade deal, and this raises concerns for us, that even though we're opening up this new segment to Korea, there's no support for the Canadian auto sector whatsoever. And I think the concerns raised by Unifor and Ford and others is important for us to consider. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats will be supporting this deal with some reservations, and we think that the Investor-State Protection Agreement in particular, as our Korean counterparts in the opposition and government right now, are also raising concerns. A future New Democrat government would revisit those aspects of this bill, take out the most odious aspects, and hopefully a Korean opposition would see likewise to the benefits of having a good trade deal for Canada and Korea without some of the more egregious parts of the Act that we have concerns with today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, the member concluded his remarks by saying that they would reopen the agreement and make. I understand we want to be very brief, Mr. Speaker, and I just acknowledge that the member recognized the importance of our own automobile industry here in Ontario, and he had the opportunity to highlight what his concerns were if he wanted to add anything further to it, given we have to be brief right now.
Honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I thank my colleague for his intervention and his comments, and yes, of course, highlighting the importance of the Canadian manufacturing sector, auto manufacturing sector, is incredibly important.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Is the House ready for the question? Yes? La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Fast, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moves that Bill C-41, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Korea, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the vote be deferred till tomorrow, October 1st, at the end of government orders. Accordingly, the recorded division is deferred until tomorrow, just after the time provided for.
It being 5:32 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the previous question on the motion of Mr. Julian relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
Question is as follows. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Ms. Leach, be now moved that this question be now put.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Monsieur Blaney.
Monsieur Blaney.
Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Woody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Agluka.
Mrs. Agluka.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond
Ms.
East.
Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rampal.
Ms. Rampal.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albas.
Mr. Albas.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Ms. Brown and Market
Ms.
Aurora.
Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Allen, Tobik, Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen, Tobik,
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky
Mr.
Country.
Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St.
Mr.
John.
Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North
Mr.
Delta.
Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan
Mr. Duncan
Welland.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's
Harris
East.
St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver
Mr.
East.
Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver
Ms.
King-
Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Beddington.
Mr. Beddington.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-la-Salle-et-Mar.
Madame Leblanc-la-Salle-et-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau. Monsieur Toon, Madame Turmel, Ms. Charlton, Mr. Chisholm, Mr. Angus, Mr. Marston, Madame Hughes, Monsieur Caron, Mr. Rankin, Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon. Madame Ayala. Madame Lou. Mr. Cash. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Garrison. Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur
Dubé.
Dubé.
Madame Grosguet. Madame Boutin-Souis. Monsieur Saganache. Monsieur Nantel. Madame Péclet. Monsieur Gravel. Monsieur Maille. Madame Michaud. Monsieur Larose. Monsieur Giguère,
Monsieur Giguère,
Monsieur Rousseau,
Rousseau,
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain,
Genet Jourdain,
Monsieur Lapointe,
Monsieur Lapointe,
Monsieur Côté,
Côté,
Monsieur Dussault,
Monsieur Dussault,
Monsieur Choquette,
Monsieur Choquette,
Mr. Sandou,
Mr. Sandou,
Madame Sella,
Madame Sella,
Monsieur Dionne Labelle,
Monsieur Dionne Labelle,
Madame Freeman,
Madame Freeman,
Mr. Tabaïson,
Mr. Tabaïson,
Madame Doré Lefebvre,
Madame Doré Lefebvre,
Madame Borg,
Madame
Monsieur
Borg,
Nichols,
Monsieur Nichols,
Monsieur Bramy,
Monsieur
Monsieur
Bramy,
Blanchette,
Monsieur Blanchette,
Mr. Sullivan,
Mr. Sullivan,
Madame Reynaud,
Madame Reynaud,
Mr. Comartin,
Mr. Comartin,
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte,
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte,
Monsieur Jacob,
Monsieur Jacob,
Monsieur Nunez-Mello,
Monsieur Nunez-Mello,
Monsieur Tremblay,
Monsieur Tremblay,
Monsieur Pilon,
Monsieur Pilon,
Monsieur Genet,
Monsieur Genet,
Monsieur Chicoine,
Monsieur Chicoine,
Mr. Cleary,
Mr. Cleary,
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord,
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord,
Madame Latendresse,
Madame Latendresse,
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine,
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce,
Mr. Benskin,
Mr. Benskin,
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle,
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle,
Monsieur Trudeau,
Monsieur Trudeau,
Mr. McCauley,
Mr. McCauley,
Mr. Goodale,
Mr. Goodale,
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour,
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour,
Ms. Fry,
Ms. Fry,
Mr. Regan,
Mr. Regan,
Mr. Byrne,
Mr. Byrne,
Monsieur Bélanger,
Monsieur Bélanger,
Mr. Valeriot,
Mr. Valeria,
Ms. Foote,
Ms. Foote,
Mr. Lamoureux,
Mr. Lamoureux,
Ms. Bennett,
Ms. Bennett,
Mr. Bryson,
Mr. Bryson,
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Guildwood,
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Guildwood,
Mr. Cosner,
Mr. Cosner,
Mr. Iking,
Mr. Iking,
Mr. McCallum,
Mr. McCallum,
Mr. Pichetti,
Mr. Pichetti,
Ms. Murray,
Ms. Murray,
Mr. McGinty,
Mr. McGinty,
Mr. Scarpalegia,
Mr. Scarpalegia,
Madame Saint-Denis,
Madame Saint-Denis,
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor,
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor,
Mr. Andrews,
Mr. Andrews,
Mr. Garneau,
Mr. Garneau,
Mr. Chou,
Mr. Chou,
Mr. Casey,
Mr. Casey,
Ms. Jones,
Ms. Jones,
Monsieur Dubourg,
Monsieur Dubourg,
Ms. Freeland,
Ms. Freeland,
Mr. Chan,
Mr. Chan,
Mr. Vaughn,
Mr. Vaughn,
Monsieur Plamondon,
Monsieur Plamondon,
Monsieur Fortin,
Monsieur Fortin,
Mr. Rathgaber,
Mr. Rathgaber,
Madame Mourani,
Madame Mourani,
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer. You haven't called a no.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
No.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer. Yeas pour 275, 275. Nays contre 1.
I declare the motion carried. The next question is at the honourable member for Hull-Elmer is rising on the point of
Monsieur le Président, je voudrais bien
Mr. Speaker, I want to make sure that the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs was present in the chamber when you called the vote.
Was the Honourable Minister of State in the House when the Speaker was reading the... What's that?
I wasn't here when the question was asked, but I was here for the vote.
Well, we'll adjust the results accordingly. The next... L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm on a point of order. I want to know whether my vote was counted as a yes.
Yes, the results will indicate that as well. The next question is as follows. Mr. Julian, seconded by Ms. Latendresse, move that Standing Order 11-2 be replaced with the following. The Speaker, or the Chair of Committees of the Whole, after having called the attention of the House or of the committee to the conduct of a member who persists in irrelevance or repetition, including during responses to oral questions, may direct the member to discontinue his or her intervention, and if then the member still continues to speak, the Speaker shall name the member, or if in Committee of the Whole, the Chair shall report the member to the House. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour, please say yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North
Mr.
Delta.
Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan
Ms.
Welland.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harrison Johnson.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Salémar.
Madame Leblanc-Salémar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Tsabaïsson.
Monsieur Tsabaïsson.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Leblanc
Mr.
Beauséjour.
Leblanc Beauséjour.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Burns.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Pichetti.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Dubourg.
Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorset.
Mr. Storset.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman
Mr.
Norfolk.
Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary
Mr.
Southeast.
Moore, Port Moody Westwood, Pocahontas.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond
Ms.
East.
Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Morfundy
Mr.
Royal.
Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rampal.
Ms. Rampal.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island
Mrs.
North.
Yelich.
Mrs.
Mrs.
Yelich.
Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge
Mr.
Mission.
Katie South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr.
Mr.
Calandra.
Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Ms. Brown de Marquette Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Allen Tobik
Mr.
Maxaqua.
Allen Tobik Maxaqua.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St.
Mr.
John.
Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Is Young Vancouver South.
Is Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Devolin.
Mr. Devolin.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Does the honourable member for London North Centre wish to clarify her intention?
Mr. Speaker, I inadvertently voted twice, and my vote should be reflected as opposed. Thank you.
Yeas pour 132, 132. Nays contre 144, 144.
Declare the motion defeated. It being 6:21, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Affaire émanant des députés, private members' business, resume consideration on a motion of instruction to the Standing Committee on Status of Women, Violence Against Women, standing in the name of Mr. Hayes, resuming debate on the amendment of Ms. Ashton.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Order, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am before the vast audience, and I'm very pleased today to rise in this House to speak to the amendment that was brought to Motion 504. So, as a woman and as a parliamentarian, I am very happy to express my support for Motion 504, introduced by the member for Sault Ste. Marie, but especially I am very happy to support the amendment that was accepted by the member, and it was proposed by my colleague, the member for Churchill. So I'm going to read this motion as amended, that the Standing Committee on the Status of Women be instructed to undertake a study on the subject of best practices in education programs, social programs, and policies in Canada that prevent violence against women, and report its findings to the House within 1 year of the study's initiation. We must recognize the progress made by Canadian society in order to achieve the equality between men and women in this country. Pioneers have fought and continue to fight to ensure that women can participate fully in all spheres of activity and benefit from financial security and especially be immune from violence. Now, as long as the policies and budgets tabled in this House of Commons do not take into account these essential conditions, we will not be able to counter the harmful effects of inequality between men and women. Now, this motion calls upon the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, of which I have the honor to be chair, to undertake a study on education programs, social programs, and policies in Canada that prevent violence against women. In its definition of violence against women, the United Nations talks about physical violence, sexual violence, emotional and verbal violence, economic violence, spiritual violence, and criminal harassment. I would like to reiterate my support for the initiative of the member for Sault Ste. Marie in conjunction with my colleague, the member for Churchill, because although criminal violence has been declining in Canada for a number of years, the number of incidences of conjugal violence remains the same. Canada must do more in order to tackle this problem, this very serious problem, a problem that is omnipresent in all levels of our society. According to the article Homicide in Canada of Statistics Canada, in 2009, 67 women were assassinated by their spouse or their former spouse, and 3,000 of them had to seek shelter in different emergency homes in order to escape spousal violence. In 2004, 427,000 women aged over 15 reported that they had been victims of sexual assault. In Montreal, where my riding of La Salle-et-Mar is, the rate of women's victimization in 2006 was 559 out of every 100,000 inhabitants, whereas for men, it was only 111 out of 100,000 inhabitants over the same period. Mr. Speaker, I would like to refer to a report of the Government of Quebec entitled Violence Against Women, a Problem That Still Exists. In this report, it is stated that violence against women is different than violence against men, especially with regard to the types of violence women must deal with and in the consequences of the assault. The report continues, stating that women are more likely to be killed further to an attack by their spouse or any other intimate partner. The overwhelming majority of victims of sexual assault are women. In Canada, they represent 92% of victims of sexual assault. This is in a report by Vaillancourt, and it dates from 2010. Now, I'm continuing from this report. All forms of sexual exploitation, such as human trafficking and prostitution, are also forms of violence, and it is mostly women who are victimized here again. Now, this is a report from the Council of the Status of Women from 2002. Now, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, these statistics do not include the numerous cases of assault that are not reported to the police, and therefore we cannot judge on the actual frequency of violence that is committed against women and children. As parliamentarians, we are responsible for working to ensure that this situation changes, and we need to do so out of respect for both the victims and their families. Therefore, it is high time for us to move in the right direction and to defend the rights of women. I recognize the relevance and the importance of this motion and the amendment that was brought by my colleague. However, as my other NDP colleagues have stated already, this motion does not go far enough. Violence against women is a very serious problem in Canada, and it calls for a comprehensive solution. And as I stated, this report says that we need to seek a concerted and comprehensive solution in which prevention is an inherent part. That is why we have moved this amendment that seeks to broaden the scope of the study by including the study of policies in Canada that deal with violence against women. The purpose of this amendment is to call upon the Committee on the Status of Women to address in the study the possibility of setting up a national action plan as was proposed in the motion 444 by our official opposition critic on the status of women in order to address violence against women. This action plan could include a number of variables around this problem and possible solutions in the short, medium, and long term. For example, legal aid, the establishment of shelters and halfway houses, access to health services, prevention, and education. Now, a number of national and international players recognize that national action plans can play a valuable role in coordinating efforts to tackle violence against women. Our study must give a voice to civil society and to the many, many organizations that fight violence against women. For example, I would like to refer to the Canadian Network of Shelters for Women, which published a report called Mapping Violence Against Women, Policy and Opportunities to Inform a Progressive National Action Plan, in which the policies, statutes, strategies, research, reports, action plans, and statistical data across Canada are studied with in terms of how they relate to national statutes regarding violence against women. So this is one of the numerous organizations that this study would allow us to meet with, and together we could find sustainable solutions in order to stamp out this scourge. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind those listening to us that even though Canada has made progress in achieving equal opportunity between men and women, there is still a great deal to be done. There is a great deal of work to be done, especially to ensure that women can participate fully in all sectors of activity, so that they can benefit from financial security, and so that they can be protected from violence. Because in closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out that violence is largely caused by the discrepancies and disparities that still exist between men and women. Unfortunately, I am running out of time and I must wrap up, so I would like to thank you for your attention.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are beginning debate on behalf of the critic for the status of women, the member for Etobicoke North. And this motion concerns an instruction to the Standing Committee on the status of women, on the motion of the motion and the amendment of
of the member for Churchill.
In favor of this motion, as you know, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have consistently supported ending violence against women by any measures that would help do so, and that we've also, as you know, been consistent in the call for a national action plan to end violence against women, as well as since 2010 called for a national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous Aboriginal women and girls, which we know would very much inform any action plan and any real success in dealing with this terrible tragedy. We also will support the sub-amendment moved by the member from Churchill, as the motion will be amended by replacing the words education and social programs with the words education programs, social programs, and policies. We believe that, of course, that gender-based violence cuts across boundaries, cultures, religious memberships, and socioeconomic status, and we believe that we must all work together to end it, and we believe that the committee and a study by the Status of Women Committee could do a great deal to further the better understanding of this and to put in place recommendations that would actually act on this, and particularly at this time of year where we are also appalled by what has transpired on the campuses in this nation, and we really want to better understand how indeed that people could even talk about in Canada something as appalling as a rape culture. We are upset that despite the repeated calls that this government has refused to take real action, instead favoring the status quo, and as we saw from the so-called action plan that the minister responsible for the status of women tabled a week ago, that we are only seeing a laundry list of things that the government was already doing with no new money, and indeed no real hope for a change in the outcomes based on this. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker, that when we look to what was tabled by the UN in 2008, a framework for action, a program of the United Nations activities and expected outcomes 2008 to 2015, which we can find, and I will post on my website, endviolence.un.org, that in the actual framework of actions, it in 2008 identified the 5 key outcomes as benchmarks for the campaign to be achieved by all countries by 2015, and it's shocking and appalling that its recommendation of an adoption and implementation of multi-sectoral national plans of action that emphasize prevention and that are adequately resourced clearly has not been done by this government. Neither has the framework insistence on the establishment of a data collection and analysis system on the prevalence of various forms of violence against women and girls, as we learned at the Special Committee on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, that the data itself is not good enough, and we look to places like New Zealand for much better data. Also, the idea of establishment of national and local campaigns and the engagement of a diverse range of civil society actors in preventing violence and in supporting women and girls who have been abused, we again can only be saddened by the fact that the minister responsible for the status of women had tabled a so-called action plan that is not what, by when, and how, and neither was any partners or civil society actors named in that action plan, and nor was it adequately funded, as was required in the UN framework for action that Canada should have understood was serious in 2008 when the UN tabled this, and will report next year. I think that the House needs to recognize that in the fall of 2013, the status of women critic for the Liberal Party from Etobicoke North tabled a motion at the Status of Women Committee to study violence against women. And while the motion was discussed in camera, clearly the committee has yet to study that issue. Also, the member from Etobicoke North also tabled 7 motions pertaining to the status of women, with 1 motion specifically calling for a national action plan to end violence against women, M470, and yet nothing happened. While we believe in favor of, and will vote in favor of this motion, we believe it is only one step in a multi-step, multi-pronged approach to ending violence against women. We are saddened that if this Conservative government was serious about ending violence against women, they would pledge to develop a national action plan that had real action in terms of what, by when, and how, with measurable outcomes and adequate funding. And also, we are still disturbed by this government's violent opposition to listening to the stakeholders, the Aboriginal leaders, as well as all the premiers, to call a national public inquiry on violence against Aboriginal women and girls. We hope that this motion will act as a catalyst to take further substantial action to end violence against women and girls in Canada. As you know, Mr. Speaker, every year in Canada, violence and abuse drive over 100,000 women and children out of their homes and into shelters. According to the study by the Department of Justice, violence against women costs Canadian society $7.4 billion each year. And based on 2009 figures, the report states that the cost to victims directly is $6 billion annually, including $21 million in hospitalizations, visits to doctors and emergency rooms, as well as $180 million in related mental health costs. Furthermore, in Canada, women continue to outnumber men 9-to-1 as victims of assault by a spouse or partner. Girls between the ages of 12 and 15 are at the greatest risk of sexual assault by a family member. Aboriginal women, as we only too sorely know, and as we will attend the vigils this Saturday here on the Hill in Toronto and all across Canada for about the missing and murdered women and girls of Indigenous origin, that Aboriginal women are 3.5 times more likely than non-Aboriginal women to be victims of violence. And in 2010, the Native Women's Association of Canada estimated the number of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls over the last 30 years at 582. We know that this report acknowledged the limitations to the record keeping, as there was no national missing persons database and police records did not always indicate Aboriginal status. The initiative led by the group Sisters in Spirit, which was defunded by this government in 2010, and that's why and when we called for the first call for a national public inquiry, that found that many victims are targeted simply because they are Aboriginal and their attackers assume that they will not fight back. As we know this year, in 2014, the report from the RCMP put that number at almost 1,200. In February 2013, we tabled the motion calling for the special committee, and as you know, that the outcome of that committee was seriously disappointing, as the Conservatives used their majority to put in a series of recommendations that were only the status quo, with words like maintain and continue and no real action, no recommendations for new funding, and just a complete betrayal of the responsibility of this government and this Parliament. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that during the upcoming committee hearings they will hear what a real action plan on violence against women looks like, and I will put on my website today the excellent work of the Library of Parliament's analysis of the Australian National Action Plan. So hopefully once in this country we will get a national action plan that goes what, by when, and how, and we can stop this terrible tragedy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for McLeod.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to participate in this important debate on the motion before the House today. First, allow me to provide some context for my remarks in this debate. The member's motion reads as follows. The Standing Committee on the Status of Women be instructed to undertake a study on the subject of best practices in education and social programs in Canada that prevent violence against women, and its report and the findings to be to the House within the year of the study's initiation. As a husband and a father of 2 daughters, this is a critical issue, and I intend to vote in support of this motion because it will give the Standing Committee on the Status of Women a valuable opportunity to look at the best practices that can help reduce and prevent violence against women and girls. It will also provide helpful insights to the members of this House and all Canadians. Our government takes the issue of violence against women and girls very seriously, and we have taken a multifaceted approach to addressing it. In terms of legislative actions, we have passed the Safe Streets and Communities Act to improve the safety for all Canadians. We have launched the National Action Plan to combat human trafficking. We increased penalties for violent crimes, and we've introduced legislation to give police and prosecutors new tools to address cyberbullying. At the beginning of this year, our government also launched a national anti-cyberbullying campaign known as Stop Hating Online. It is focused both on parents and youth and is designed to raise awareness of the harmful impact cyberbullying has, especially when such behavior amounts to criminal activity. Mr. Speaker, in April, our government also announced the Victims' Bill of Rights, a very significant piece of legislation that will, for the first time in Canadian history, create clear statutory rights at the federal level for victims of crime. In the Economic Action Plan 2014, the Government of Canada also committed to investing an additional $25 million over the next 5 years to reduce violence against Aboriginal women and girls. I am also pleased to note that our government has met this commitment. On September 15th, the Minister of Labour and Minister of Status of Women launched the Government of Canada's Action Plan to address family violence and violent crimes against Aboriginal women and girls. The Action Plan sets out concrete actions in 3 areas: to prevent violence, to support Aboriginal victims, and to protect Aboriginal women and girls as being victims of crime. It includes new funding of $25 million over 5 years beginning next year, and when added to the range of ongoing investments, the Action Plan represents a total investment of $196.8 million over the next 5 years. This action plan was developed in response to the recommendations identified in the report of the Special Committee on Violence Against Indigenous Women. It also builds on the lessons we have learned from the government's previous investments and many studies and reports that have already been done on this issue, including the RCMP's National Operational Overview. I am also proud to say, Mr. Speaker, that a number of important stakeholders have endorsed this plan. For example, I would like to quote Chief Ron Evans of the Norway House Cree Nation, who said, and I quote, "This comprehensive action plan responds to the needs and recommendations made by stakeholders across the country in developing a concrete, action-oriented plan with significant resources and funding for implementation." And also Mrs. Bernadette Smith, sister of Claudette Osborne, who has tragically been missing since 2008. And she said, I quote, "We can't stand idly by and talk about this without taking significant action. This action plan will have a direct impact on families, and most importantly, it will keep our women and girls safe." Mr. Speaker, we also believe in giving communities the tools to help end violence against women and girls. That's why we have increased funding to the Women's Program of the Status of Women in Canada to record levels. In fact, since 2007, we have invested more than $146 million in 720 projects through Status of Women Canada. This includes more than $70 million in projects to specifically address violence against women and girls. These efforts include a number of different calls for proposals for projects in rural and remote communities and in post-secondary campus communities. Another call for proposals is helping communities respond to cyber and sexual violence, and in that case, to date, more than $6 million has been invested in projects through the Status of Women Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to engaging men and boys, we are fortunate in our society. We have moved away from asking why we should work with men and boys to help end violence against women to how we can achieve that goal. That is why our government has issued a call for proposals that includes a specific theme, a way of engaging men and boys on this issue. That is why we are supporting projects such as a Huddle Up and Make the Call with the White Ribbon Campaign and the Canadian Football League's Toronto Argonauts. The goal of this project is to engage men and boys to help reduce violence against women and girls through activities such as in-school engagements, youth leadership development, public service announcements, as well as education within the community and football games in Toronto. This project, like many other actions by our government I've spoken about today, demonstrate a clear focus in eliminating violence against women and girls. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, as a father of 2 daughters, this is a high priority and is just the right thing to do. It also helps women and girls achieve their full potential. And that, Mr. Speaker, can move us closer to equality between women and men in Canada. It is for these reasons I will be supporting the motion before the House today. It is the work that is the purpose of the Standing Committee for Women in Canada.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. It is a great honor for me to rise in this House today to speak to Motion 504, tabled by my colleague from Sault Ste. Marie. As a feminist and member of the Status of Women Committee, the whole issue of preventing violence against women is particularly of concern to me. Before getting to the heart of my speech, I would like to draw to the attention of the House to the excellent work that is being done in my riding. Last Friday, I met with the Women's Association for Education and Social Action of Montarville, the Carrefour pour elles, the Centre des Femmes de Longueuil, l'Envol, comme Femmes in the Conseil Central Montérégie CSN, and l'Envol. I would like to commend them for their work within our community. It's thanks to such organizations that we will improve the economic and social fortunes of many women. I have discussed at length with them, and they have told me about the difficulties that they have experienced. Their concerns confirm those that I already had. The government, on the one hand, that doesn't seem to really target the priorities for the status of women, and on the other hand, does not give the means to organizations to meet the target community's needs. With the cutbacks made to Status of Women Canada, the subsidies are now limited, and in order to be able to access this funding, organizations are obliged to group thematically. But that does not correspond to the reality on the ground, Mr. Speaker. An organization working to fight against violence against women in Saint-Hubert will not really see the same reality as an organization in Greenfield Park or in Sault Ste. Marie. That is a real problem. How can these organizations carry out their missions if we are always creating stumbling blocks for them in terms of administrative problems? So tonight's motion proposes that the Standing Committee on the Status of Women be instructed to undertake a study on the subject of best practices in terms of education programs, social programs, and policies in Canada that prevent violence against women. And the danger that I see with this wording, or the risk I see, is that we'll find ourselves studying best practices funded by the government. It's too easy to shine a light on practices that are already in place. However, I will support this motion so that we can carry out an in-depth study at the committee, because today there are still far too many women who suffer violence and abuse, who do not talk about it, who are in the shadows. We talk to victims without even knowing it every day. The silence in which many of these women hide should be perceived as an alarming signal for the government. In order to remedy this situation, we really need to go further and get to the heart of the problem. Mr. Speaker, if we really and truly want to bring about change and help those in need, we must first of all study the underlying reasons that prevent these women from reporting these abuses and assaults and say that they are victims. In order to do away with violence against women as much as possible, we have to take tangible steps, and thanks to these, hopefully we will give women their freedom back. Even though motion M504 is very well intentioned, when we see to what degree violence against women is widespread in Canada, we estimate that it doesn't go far enough. Half of all Canadians have been victims of at least one physical or sexually violent incident after the age of 16. And this statistic has not changed over the last 40 years, Mr. Speaker. And yet, the Conservative government claims that they have taken tangible action to fight against violence against women, to combat this. And I don't know what statistics the Conservative government has before them, but when we see that one woman out of every two has been sexually or physically assaulted after the age of 16, I don't think we can say that the steps taken have been very effective. Furthermore, the same Conservative government that pats itself on the back for its programs to combat violence against women refuses to draft a national action plan, whereas members of Canadian civil society and service providers for women victims of violence almost all agree in saying that a national action plan is urgently needed. For example, the Canadian Network of Women's Shelters is currently working with 30 partners to create a model for a comprehensive national action plan to really deal with this problem. Why would the government not, for example, look at this kind of initiative to put forward a national plan? It's not enough to just table a motion and carry out studies in committee. We have to have a coherent follow-up behind all of this goodwill. And the government has to listen to the proposals made by members of civil society that we hear from at committee and implement them. The government is not currently doing that, however. In 2006, the government changed the women's program in such a way that subsidies given to organizations such as Status of Women Canada can no longer finance advocacy, lobbying, and general research on the women's rights. On top of these restrictions, when these subsidies given to these organizations working for women are often very short term. I remind you, the members across the way, that 12 of the regional offices, Status of Women Canada offices, out of 16 have been closed. If the government is really concerned by this issue, it should, first of all, stop the cutbacks and that prevent these local and national organizations from working in our communities for women. Today, the whole sector trying to fight violence against women is dealing with financial insecurity and lacks the capacity to effectively meet women's needs. Violence against women is a subject that's far too important for it to be used for electoral purposes. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government has always refused to support the NDP's motion protecting the rights of women. The member for Churchill, with whom I work on the Status of Women Committee, tabled a motion, M444, in May 2013. This motion was asking the government to consult civil society in order to establish a national, multi-sectorial, comprehensive action plan to combat violence against women that would include preventive strategies and education strategies. So, It's easy to table motions before elections, but what's remarkable is that this government answered my colleague from Churchill's motion. They should rather answer it and proposing a concrete plan for the federal government. This would include the provinces, the territories, civil society, First Nations, Métis, Inuit, all of them, in order to eradicate violence against women. We have to continue the commitment of women who have fought before us. We have to fight to break this cycle of violence that affects women. We have to work hard in order to guarantee economic justice for women. And finally, we have to ensure that the rights of women are respected and strengthened. I'm very proud to be a member of a party that fights hard for gender equality in Canada. The New Democratic Party caucus is made up of 40% of women, and we are making concrete gestures. We are taking concrete measures to build a stronger Canada in which equality is not just a dream, but a reality. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, débat, the honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to join in this debate on Motion 504, which is before the House today, and I congratulate the member from Sault Ste. Marie for bringing it forward. I know it comes from his heart, it comes from the right place, and it's being so well received in this House, I think, in part for that reason. First, allow me to provide some context for my remarks in this debate. The member's motion reads as follows: that the Standing Committee on the Status of Women be instructed to undertake a study on the subject of best practices in education and social programs in Canada that prevent violence against women, and report its findings to the House within 1 year of the study's initiation. I will certainly be supporting this motion, Mr. Speaker, because the reality is that violence against women and girls is a scourge. It's disgraceful conduct that destroys lives, and it affects us all whenever and wherever it occurs. We know the terrible toll that gender-based violence has on individuals, on families and communities. It also impacts our economy. In fact, the estimated economic cost of violence against women by a spouse are estimated to be at least $4.8 billion per year. For all these reasons, our government supports asking an important committee of this House to explore, research, and draw attention to the kinds of programs that help reduce and prevent violence against women and girls in our society. And for the same reasons, our government has put in place a wide range of measures to make our communities safer and to reduce and prevent violence against women and girls. In terms of legislative actions, we passed the Safe Streets and Communities Act to improve the safety of all Canadians. We launched the National Action Plan to combat human trafficking. We increased penalties for violent crimes for deterrence and to keep incorrigible violent offenders off the streets longer. And we introduced legislation to give police and prosecutors new tools to address cyberbullying. At the beginning of this year, our government also launched a national anti-cyberbullying campaign known as Stop Hating Online. It is focused on both parents and youth and is designed to raise awareness of the harmful impact that cyberbullying has, especially when such behavior amounts to criminal activity. Through Economic Action Plan 2014, the Government of Canada will invest an additional $25 million over 5 years to reduce violence against Aboriginal women and girls, putting money into concrete resources. On September 15th, the Minister of Labour and Minister of Status of Women launched the Government of Canada Action Plan to address family violence and violent crimes against Aboriginal women and girls. The action plan sets out concrete actions in 3 areas: to prevent violence, to support Aboriginal victims, and to protect Aboriginal women and girls from violence. It includes new funding of $25 million over 5 years, beginning in 2015-16. And when added to a range of ongoing investments, the action plan represents a total investment of $196.8 million over 5 years. In April, our government announced the Victims' Bill of Rights, a significant piece of legislation that will, for the first time in Canadian history, create clear statutory rights at the federal level for victims of crime. Our government also believes in giving communities the tools to help end gender-based violence. That's why we have increased funding to the Women's Program at Status of Women Canada to record levels. In fact, we have invested over $146 million through the Status of Women in more than 720 different projects. That's since 2007. This includes more than $70 million, which has been invested specifically in projects to end violence against women and girls. These projects are helping communities address violence in rural and remote communities, in post-secondary campus communities, and in high-risk neighborhoods. They're responding to violence against women and girls in the name of honor, so-called honor killings, and working to prevent the trafficking of women and girls through community planning. And we recently held a call for proposals for projects that are helping communities engage youth in preventing or eliminating cyber violence and sexual violence against young women and girls. Our government also believes in engaging men and boys to address the issue. For example, we issued a call for proposals through Status of Women Canada with the specific theme of engaging men and boys. And it's why we're supporting projects such as Huddle Up and Make the Call with the White Ribbon Campaign and the Toronto Argonauts. The goal of this project is to engage men and boys in reducing violence against women and girls through activities such as in-school engagements, youth leadership development, public service announcements, as well as education in the community, and even at football games in Toronto. All these projects, supported by Status of Women Canada, recognize the benefits of working with skilled partners, organizations with the capacity to identify needs at the community level and to develop the tools and resources to meet those needs. We also believe in addressing the issue of violence against women and girls globally. For example, Canada is working very hard with our international partners to end child, early, and forced marriage, which is a terrible practice that robs children of their human rights. I'm also proud of our government's decision to bestow honorary citizenship upon Malala Yousafzai, who courageously risked her own life to promote education for girls and young women everywhere. With all of these actions by our government, we are maintaining a clear focus on eliminating violence against women and girls as part of our broader commitment to achieving equality between men and women in Canada. And we are working to help empower women. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, all Canadians must be part of the solution. That is why I'll be supporting this motion, so that the Standing Committee on the Status of Women can engage with a range of stakeholders, examine and share best practices for ending violence against women and girls, and I hope, and make a real difference in the lives of many Canadians. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. The member will only have 9 minutes for her speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you could indicate when I have 1 minute left, I'll it's with great pleasure that I debate this motion M504 regarding violence against women. Before I was a member of Parliament in the Quebec City region, where my riding is located, I was director of an organization that was concerned with integration and return of women in the workplace. I signed the first 2 specific agreements with the Status of Women in the capital region of Quebec. In the Quebec City region, we have about 15 organizations that help women and that take action to reduce violence against women. This is such a concerning and important issue in my eyes that is my duty to debate this. First of all, I'd like to remind you of the definition of violence against women as defined by the UN in 1993 in the Declaration Against Violence Against Women. Any act of gender-based violence that results in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, or mental harm or suffering to women, including threats of such acts, coercion, or arbitrary deprivation of liberty, whether occurring in public or in private life. You know, Mr. Speaker, in Canada, 173,600 women over 15 were the victims of violent crime in 2011. In Australia, Canada, Israel, South Africa, and the U.S., 40 to 70% of women who are murdered were killed by their domestic partner, according to the World Health Organization. Did you know that in 2011, about 8,200 girls under 12 were victims of violent crime? Nor must we forget hate crimes directed at women in Canada. The most well-known example is the Polytechnique massacre in Montreal, the murder of 14 students in 1989 who were training for a non-traditional occupation perpetrated by a man who hated women in general. This tragedy led to the creation of the National Day of Remembrance, an action on violence against women dedicated to the memory of these victims and all those who are victims of violence. If we look at the broadest sense of the word violence in the paragraph I just read, you have to add another form of violence that also causes a lot of damage, and that is psychological violence. Psychological violence leaves permanent scars that cannot be seen physically. These statistics, unfortunately, are not available or are much too conservative. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that we really have to look at the issue and find real permanent solutions. I think it's not normal that this persists and that the figures on violence against women are stagnating instead of regressing. Violent acts against women are far-reaching for the future of women, and let me cite a few StatsCan figures. The consequences on productivity, on employment, and so on. Daily stress levels were elevated when women had reported being violently victimized in the preceding 12 months. Over 53% of women victimized by a spouse stated that most of their days were quite a bit or extremely stressful, significantly higher than the proportion of women victimized by someone else, that is 41%, and the proportion of women not victimized, that is 23%. Over a quarter of spousal victims and non-spousal victims use medication to cope with depression, to calm them down, or to help them sleep. This was significantly higher than the proportion of women who were not violently victimized. Another problem is added to that, and it's the fact that it's still a taboo subject among couples and families where cultural pressures are very strong. We know, and we often hear this around us, very few women decide to file a complaint against the perpetrator of physical or psychological violence perpetrated by their spouse. Either they're ashamed or feel guilty, either they know that they will not be supported by their loved ones. In many cases, as a matter of fact, when women talk about this to their families, they are told, this will pass, this is normal. Various governments, be they provincial or federal, implemented strategies, but that doesn't seem to work correctly. While crime is going down in Canada, the number of sexual assaults and the degree of domestic violence is stagnating. There's something missing, or something wasn't taken into account in order to dampen these alarming figures. I think the time has come to look at a national action plan that will allow us to coordinate action taken by all levels of government. That's also why I wish to support this motion by the member for Sault Ste. Marie while amending it in order to have a report on this study the year after it's tabled. There's no point in having yet another study or adopting new practices without being able to measure the effects and real consequences in the lives of the women concerned. This is a very delicate subject that affects all social, political, professional groups, all ethnic groups, all sociocultural groups, and that's why we need a consistent strategy for all women. We have to realize that some people, especially minorities, cannot benefit from all the strategies that were implemented in the past few years because they are not adapted to their socio-demographic, cultural, or religious environment. These women are at high risk. So it's crucial to look at the complexity of these populations and the environment in which these women live in order to put forward a multi-level plan and solutions that are effective for the majority of them. Let's take a look at two hard-hit provinces, Saskatchewan and Manitoba, that systematically have the highest levels of violent crime reported by police, and the rate of violence against women was almost twice as high as the national rate in 2011. The central provinces of Ontario and Quebec had the lowest rates of violence against women reported by police. This shows us that the phenomenon can go up or down depending on the geographic context and the measures that were taken in each region. We also have to think of those we can't help in a plan and figure out solutions adapted to individual cases, because nothing's worse than to feel isolated or abandoned. About 1 woman out of 5 who went to women's shelters were going to a new housing unit without their spouse. Some went to live with a family member on a special day where we tried to survey where these women went. Are we going to have specialized centers or a larger number of social workers? Will we increase penalties? Are we going to compensate victims, and if so, how? All these questions need to be asked. I know that in the past there were information campaigns such as the 12 Days for the Elimination of Violence Against Women that took place in 2013, was mainly relayed by feminist organization in Quebec. I think that that's not long enough, and communications should be done more regularly throughout all traditional mass media as well as social networks. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, there's still a great deal left to do, and a lot of questions remain unanswered in the attempt to reduce violence against women. So it's urgent, and the NDP is asking for the following amendment: that the Standing Committee on the Status of Women receive instructions to undertake a study on exemplary policies, best practices in educational policies and programs and social programs in Canada to prevent violence against women, and report its conclusions to the House within a year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie will now have his 5 minutes of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to make some closing comments on Motion 504 on the prevention of violence against women. I'd like to thank all members who spoke on my motion, and actually it really isn't my motion at all, Mr. Speaker. It's the motion of my constituents delivered by me as their representative. I'm pleased with the unanimous support of the motion to the committee. I would like to pay special thanks to the member from McLeod and congratulate him on what may have been his first speech in the House. I'm not really sure, but it could very well have been. Mr. Speaker, I just want to reiterate the motive behind my choice of this topic for my private member's motion, the choice of my constituents. In 2010, in my riding of Sault Ste. Marie, there were 258 criminal charges laid for domestic incidents. Each year across Canada, over 40,000 arrests result from domestic violence. Overall, men were responsible for 83% of police-reported violence against women. As a man who believes in equality, I simply do not believe that violence by men against women and girls should be tolerated. It has become epidemic and shows no signs of slowing down. There is so much more proactive intervention that can be done to minimize the chance of our children becoming violent offenders so that the cycle of violence is broken. I believe that if best practices in prevention are implemented at appropriate stages in an individual's life, then domestic violence can be dramatically reduced. Before we can implement these best preventative measures, we must first determine those best practices in education, social programs, and policies that exist in Canada that prevents violence against women are identified. By passage of this motion, that identification will be the task of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, I have heard some opposition members that this motion does not go far enough and that we need to move beyond prevention. That may be the case. However, identification of best practices in prevention and implementation of those would be an integral part of any plan. So let's get that piece completed as soon as possible. As a matter of fact, I believe it is the most significant piece, as do the many groups I spoke with in my riding and who I table this motion on behalf of. As my honourable colleague from London North Centre stated so eloquently in her speech on the launch of my motion, and I quote, "As we debate this motion here today, let us keep in mind how often women and girls are tragically denied the peace, safety, and comfort of a day without violence, or just the threat of violence, which can be just as damaging." Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand here today. There's no necessity for this to go to a standing vote by majority tonight. We can move this right to committee, and I'd be more than happy to do that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It being 7:20, the time provided for debate has now expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. La question est la suivante. Mr. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Albus, moved that the Standing Committee on the Status of Women be instructed to undertake a study on the subject of best practices in education and social programs in Canada that prevent violence against women, and report its findings to the House within 1 year of the study's initiation. The amendment. L'amendement. Madame Ashton.
Ms. Ashton, seconded by Ms. LeBlanc. La Salle Mort moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by the substitution of education programs, social programs, and policies.
The question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 1st, 2014, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. À l'ordre, order. À ce moment-ci, conformément à la
Pursuant to Standing Order 39, the motion to deem the House is deemed to have been introduced and adopted. Therefore, the question is as follows, that the House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise here tonight to give the Conservatives an idea that might get them re-elected. Does that get their attention, Mr. Speaker? Polling shows clearly that the majority of Canadians are ready to pay more to reduce CO2 emissions. They're ready to pay more to put a price on carbon. You would think that the political parties would pay attention to what Canadians indicate they want, but let's look at the political realities around here. The Conservatives have no plan to reduce CO2. They have no plan to put a price on carbon. On the contrary, they subsidize big oil and big gas companies, and not even Canadian companies. Here's an enlightening fact, Mr. Speaker. Since 2009, thanks to Conservative inaction, Canada's carbon emissions have been steadily going up, not down, and that rise is expected to continue. There are real costs to this inaction, Mr. Speaker. The National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy estimated that without real action, climate change will cost Canada $5 billion a year just 6 years from now. By 2050, they predict we will be paying between $21 and $43 billion each year. The Liberals, in true Liberal fashion, say they're ready to put a price on carbon. They just won't say what kind or when or how. The NDP, to be different than the Liberals, decided a decade ago, I was there, that they are in favor of cap and trade. They don't really know how it works because they don't really know much about business. But therefore, cap and trade, and even though it would be bureaucratic, expensive, and it won't work. So where does that leave the Green Party? The Green Party of Canada understands that we need to shift steadily to reduce CO2 and foster renewable, sustainable energy sources. It has to be done in an orderly manner so as not to kill the Canada goose that lays the economic eggs. But it has to be done steadily and progressively so we can build Canadian green technologies, create Canadian jobs, remain competitive internationally, and save a very nice planet, Mr. Speaker. The fix is simple. Put a price on carbon. Pay a little now to avoid paying a lot more in a few short years. We've seen it implemented very successfully in Scandinavian and European countries, even in BC. That's why the Green Party of Canada is totally in favor of a price on CO2 under a method called carbon fee and dividend. Just Google it. A big misconception is that people will be directly taxed from a carbon fee. That's not true, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives actively try to promote this untruth so that either they are willingly misleading the public or they don't understand how carbon fee and dividend works. No Canadian will be taxed under carbon fee and dividend. This fee would be applied only at the source. Producers would pass the costs on, but to alleviate the cost to consumers, the revenue collected from that fee would be given directly back to each and every Canadian on an equal per capita basis. Mr. Speaker, the benefits of carbon fee and dividend are clear, and they extend to the environment, the economy, and to every single Canadian. The NDP should support it because it will reduce poverty at the same time it reduces CO2. The Liberals should support it because sooner or later they have to come off the fence and pick some kind of price on carbon, and this is the best alternative. But, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative especially should support it because it's market-driven, predictable, fair, creates no new bureaucracy or increased government costs, and not one penny goes to government. And it might just save their hold on government in the next election. So, Mr. Speaker, will the government consider carbon fee and dividend?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, our government's record is very clear. We have taken decisive action on the environment while protecting our economy. Engaging or moving forward with either a national carbon tax or a national cap-and-trade scheme would be out of step with the United States, our largest trading partner, and would compromise our economic competitiveness. It could also lead to significant regional impacts on investment in jobs and trade-exposed sectors, given the integration of the North American economy. Instead, Mr. Speaker, our government is implementing a sector-by-sector regulatory approach to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Regulations are being designed to respond to individual sectoral circumstances while spurring the innovation needed to decouple emissions growth from economic growth, balancing concern for both the environment and the economy. This approach is driving real reductions of greenhouse gas emissions in Canada, while ensuring Canadian companies remain competitive and job creation opportunities are maintained across the economy. Our government has already put in place regulations for two of the largest sources of emissions in this country, the transportation and the electricity generation sectors. Expanding on our record, at the recent Climate Summit in New York, the Minister of the Environment announced further regulatory action on both light and heavy-duty vehicles. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, we also announced our government's intent to regulate hydrofluorocarbons, or HFCs, a group of greenhouse gases that, if left unregulated, would increase substantially in the next 10 to 15 years. These gases can have warming potentials up to 1,000 to 3,000 times more potent than carbon dioxide. To complement these ongoing regulatory efforts, our government has also made significant investments to begin Canada's transition to a clean energy economy. These investments will further drive emission reductions as well as support the development of the clean technology sector in Canada. Moving forward, our government will continue to look for opportunities to take action on climate change in a manner that reduces GHG emissions while maintaining job creation and economic growth for our neighbours. This, Mr. Speaker, is real action on the environment. This is leadership.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, I can't believe it. The Conservatives say they want regulations. The industries don't want regulations. And most Conservatives in most country don't believe in regulations. Mr. Speaker, two of the most pressing problems facing Canada are the large and growing income gap and too much CO2. We know that more and more Canadians are struggling to make ends meet, and the gap between rich and poor is way too large. We know that both have real economic impacts to Canada. With carbon fee and dividend, we have a simple solution that will reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And, Mr. Speaker, big companies like Shell and BP want a price on carbon. The Conservatives aren't listening. As well, it would go a long way to reducing poverty and provide a basic income for each and every Canadian. In light of all these facts, Mr. Speaker, in light of the proven success of carbon pricing, in light of the potential for dividends to help families make ends meet, will the Conservatives listen? Take enlightened self-interest and consider carbon fee and dividend. And to repeat, Mr. Speaker, it might just get them re-elected.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we are very proud of our record. We're a founding member of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition that is focused on taking immediate action to address climate change. As a result of collective action by governments, consumers and businesses, Canada's 2020 GHG emissions are projected to be 128 megatons lower relative to a scenario with no action. We are accomplishing all of this without a job-killing carbon tax, which would raise the price of everything. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. And just on that follow-up, I can tell you that, this is a government that receives fossil awards. So, Mr. Speaker, on my particular question, in June, I put a question to the Conservative government, and it was how it could claim that Canada is a leader in maternal health if Aboriginal women in this country do not have access to the support they need. I was asking because we had just learned that a maternal health program managed by First Nations on 14 Manitoba reserves was going to lose all of its funding, despite assessments showing the program is very, very effective. Like many other Canadians, I was having a difficult time balancing the claims of the government with the evidence I was presented with. Naturally, the Minister of Health replied with general statistics related to the delivery of Aboriginal health care, which we know is a federal and not a provincial responsibility. But the numbers were related to general health care and not maternal health. Mr. Speaker, it was like answering a question about car repairs with a statement of fact about the money used to purchase gasoline. That is the way this government operates, and we see it time and again. What it didn't do was explain how a program that was delivering results on 14 Manitoba reserves was being cut, and also why. Part of the discussion that was making things less than clear is the government commitment to maternal health overseas and the wild government claims that New Democrats somehow don't support that notion. Again, this is not only intentionally wrong in both spirit and fact, but it also leaves those communities in Manitoba struggling for answers when they felt they had managed to get it right on this front. Mr. Speaker, let me be crystal clear. The NDP fully support maternal health overseas. What we don't support is this government's piecemeal attempt at maternal health. Mr. Speaker, it is an approach that denies funding on political and ideological basis to organizations providing essential services to women and their children. But women in Canada need support too, Mr. Speaker. According to Statistics Canada, the infant mortality rate among First Nations in Manitoba is approximately twice that of the general population. Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's twice that of the general population. That is completely unacceptable, and cutting programs that can challenge that statistic is unacceptable too. So, Mr. Speaker, will the minister reverse the decision and reinstate funding for this vital maternal health program?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in this House today to speak to our government's continued support for maternal and child health initiatives, including for First Nations and Inuit. This year alone, our government is investing over $150 million to support healthy child development programming and services in First Nations and Inuit communities. I'd also like to make one thing perfectly clear for all colleagues in this House. There have been no cuts to maternal child health programs for Manitoba First Nations. Indeed, it is our Conservative government that renewed the Aboriginal Maternal Child Health Program in 2010, and we're investing $23.8 million this year alone. Since 2006, our government has spent approximately $169 million under the Child Health Program. Our overall current funding supports home visits by nurses and family visits to almost 1,500 families in approximately 185 First Nation communities. One example of this programming is the Maternal Child Health Program, which enables home visits by nurses and family visitors for First Nations women and families with young children. Through a case management approach, the needs of pregnant women and new parents are assessed. Healthy prenatal and postnatal lifestyles are promoted, and links are made to other needed community services. And we are seeing significant improvements in First Nations communities with this programming, such as higher proportions of First Nations children being breastfed for longer than 6 months, and increased screening for developmental milestones, prenatal risk factors, and existing health conditions. Mr. Speaker, at this stage of the funding cycle, the government is well aware that all partners involved in these initiatives are anxious to receive confirmation of future funding, and I would like to assure the House that the health and well-being of mothers and their children remains a priority for our government. In addition to the maternal child health program, Mr. Speaker, Health Canada invests $12.7 million per year in the Canada Prenatal Nutrition Program for First Nations and Inuit. This program focuses on pregnant women and women with infants up to 12 months of age, supporting activities related to nutrition screening, education, and counseling, maternal nourishment and breastfeeding promotion and support. The Public Health Agency of Canada also administers the Community Action Program for Children, providing funding to community-based groups to develop and deliver prevention and early intervention programs focusing on vulnerable children from birth to 6 years of age and for their families. The government also supports a number of other programs and services related to maternal and child health for First Nations and Inuit, including the Aboriginal Head Start on Reserve program, which provides $49 million annually to nurture the healthy growth and development of children from birth to 6 years of age in First Nations communities by meeting their emotional, social, health, nutritional, cultural, and psychological needs. The Brighter Futures program supports the well-being of children and families through a community development approach. Activities can include mental health counseling, youth activity programming, culture camps, and school breakfast programs. There's also the Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder program, which provides approximately $14 million to support First Nations and Inuit communities to educate and raise awareness about the impacts of fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. Activities include developing mentoring programs to stop or reduce alcohol use, during pregnancy, facilitate access to earlier diagnoses, and building capacity amongst frontline staff. And finally, there's the Children's Oral Health Initiative, which provides over $5 million annually to promote good oral health initiatives. In closing, Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes that improving the health of First Nations and Inuit is a shared undertaking amongst federal, provincial, and territorial governments.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Now, that's quite interesting, Mr. Speaker, because on one hand she says there's no cuts, and then on the other hand she says people are actually anxiously awaiting to hear about the funding. So, again, there is a dismantling of the Strengthening Families Maternal Child Health Program that we see that is happening here. So this is a regional service of Canada's First Nation Maternal Health Program and was developed by the support of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. The program is a key contributor to health, safety, and well-being of 14 Manitoba First Nation communities. That's 14, Mr. Speaker. It oversees the development and coordination of programs, including the Growing Great Kids curriculum, home visits, and the peer support component, all of which improve the lives of women, children, and families. Now, all of that will be lost, and having the government tell us about other programs that may or may not replace them does not explain why the government is choosing to cut a program that has been working very, very well. So again, will the government do the right thing and reinstate funding for this vital maternal health program so that it can go past 2015? Will they give these communities an answer?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, my well-meaning colleague is jumping the gun. There have been no cuts to maternal child health programs for Manitoba First Nations. Through Budget 2010, our government announced a 5-year funding cycle for this program. At this stage of the funding cycle, our government is demonstrating good stewardship in reviewing all the evidence and outcomes from these investments. We continue to invest in programs and services that support First Nations and Inuit communities, including maternal and child health programs. This year alone, our government is investing over $150 million to support healthy child development programming and services for First Nations and Inuit communities. This includes $23.8 million for the maternal child health program and $12.7 million for the First Nations and Inuit component of the Canada Prenatal Nutrition Program. These programs and services support First Nations and Inuit healthy pregnancies, healthy births, and healthy child development.
The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening in adjournment proceedings to pursue a question that I asked on June 19th before this House adjourned on the summer recess. I'm very pleased that this question that I raised then allows me to return to an issue of fundamental importance to my constituents. I hold, Mr. Speaker, 9 separate town halls twice a year in my riding, and the last series of town halls, again, as one would expect, the question of the threat of super tankers loaded with bitumen and diluent, the threat of twinned pipelines from northern Alberta to Kitimat, and again, the other project, the one that would take pipelines expanded to Vancouver for more bitumen and diluent coming out of Vancouver Harbour, are top of mind for my constituents. In any case, Mr. Speaker, the question I asked of the Prime Minister on June 19th was whether the Prime Minister would be prepared to force the Enbridge project down our throats if the province of British Columbia continued to oppose it. When you look at the constellation of opposition to the Enbridge project, the risky twinned pipeline bringing from Kitimat to Alberta a toxic fossil fuel condensate called diluent to be stirred into a solid called bitumen to bring that out the other side, 2 different sets of tankers, Mr. Speaker, one set bringing diluent and leaving, another set of super tankers collecting dilbit mixed with bitumen and leaving offshore. The entire scheme poses unacceptable risks to British Columbia. And that's why at this point, and when I speak of the constellation of opposition, you really can't call it protests. We're talking about the province of British Columbia itself, Environment Minister Mary Pollock immediately on the NEB decision and the cabinet of this country approving the project said no way, our conditions still aren't met. But that's not the only opposition. The Union of British Columbia Municipalities and, of course, First Nations and the majority of British Columbia residents. Now, when I asked the question about forcing it down our throats, I was thinking specifically of the fact that this particular Prime Minister signed a rather famous letter in 2001. It's generally referred to as the Alberta Firewall Letter. At the time, the Prime Minister was president of the National Citizens Coalition, and he signed it as the top signatory, immediately followed by Tom Flanagan and then others from Alberta. And what they wrote, Premier Klein, was this, quote, "It is imperative to take the initiative to build firewalls around Alberta, to limit the extent to which an aggressive and hostile federal government can encroach upon legitimate provincial jurisdiction." Now, this was the essence of my question, Mr. Speaker, and the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Natural Resources who answered it at the time evaded this fundamental question of federal, provincial jurisdiction and conflict. And the question that many British Columbians want to ask this Prime Minister and his Cabinet is, how far will you go to push a project that British Columbians have rejected? Now, since the time I asked that question, we've had the substantial development of the Supreme Court of Canada decision in the Chilcotin case. I think I may be the first member of Parliament to speak to that here at the very last day of September, because the decision came down in the summer. What a phenomenal decision. What a clear statement. The First Nations title is what it is, its title. And it's not just a matter of consultation. It's actually a matter of First Nations having the right to say, no, we will not allow our land to be destroyed. Under the circumstances, when will the current government admit that the Enbridge project they have approved will never be built?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, our decision is based on the conclusions of an independent, science-based review panel. After carefully reviewing the independent regulator's recommendation on Northern Gateway, the government accepted the recommendation to impose 209 conditions to ensure this project meets the highest safety standards. The panel heard from nearly 1,500 participants in 21 communities and reviewed 175,000 pages of evidence prior to making their recommendation. This is another step in the process. It will now be up to the proponents to demonstrate to the regulator and Canadians how it will meet those over 200 conditions. It will also have to apply for regulatory permits and authorizations from federal, provincial, and municipal governments. And finally, consultations with First Nations communities are required under many of the conditions as part of the process for regulatory authorizations and permits. It also must fulfill its commitments to engage with First Nations and communities along the route. It's clear that the proponent has much work to do. As a government, we have promised Canadians that projects will only move forward if they are safe for Canadians and safe for the environment. That's the guiding principle for our plan for responsible resource development. We've introduced a suite of measures to enhance pipeline and marine safety. Whether we're transporting energy by rail, tanker, or by pipeline, our safety systems are world-class. The safety record of federally regulated crude pipelines is indeed 99.999%, and our government is taking action to improve our record even further. Our overall goal is to prevent incidents from occurring at all. And in the unlikely event that an incident does occur, we must have robust and transparent emergency preparedness and response plans. We've backed this up with enhanced liability regimes to show industry that we're protecting the environment, and we're doing it very seriously. Mr. Speaker, we also recognize that Aboriginal peoples must be full partners in everything we do, from ensuring the safety of our pipeline system to protecting our marine environment from incidents and sharing in the benefits of developing our resources. In his report, Douglas Eiford made a number of recommendations to build a better relationship with Aboriginal peoples. He said that Canada must take decisive steps to build trust with Aboriginal Canadians, to foster their inclusion into the economy and advance the reconciliation of Aboriginal people in Canadian society. And our government agrees. We're moving forward with a suite of activities to enable Aboriginal peoples to fully participate in the development and operation of our energy infrastructure projects, including our tanker and pipeline safety systems. With the participation of First Nations and our commitment to world-class pipeline safety systems, we're confident that Canada can capture the tremendous economic promise before us. We can diversify our energy markets and ensure prosperity for all Canadians for generations to come. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Health has stayed late here tonight to speak to this. But I do think when Rule 37 was written, it was never intended or contemplated that the Minister and Parliamentary Secretary brought forward to respond to a question would be those who carry other portfolios. I've worked so positively with the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Health that I'm sorry to see her here tonight forced to read notes from another parliamentary secretary in a different portfolio, because her talents are better spent on health. As it is, I will briefly respond that the key question I continue to pursue in adjournment proceedings is one of respect for provincial jurisdiction and for the federal government finding a way not to push forward. This independent review, so-called, is actually lacking in any analytical review of the evidence actually before it and failed utterly to put forward the economic case on which it rested its decision. In this case, the Emperor has no clothes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm surprised to hear the member opposite seek to pigeonhole a colleague. I would have expected something a little bit more generous from her. But allow me to return to the debate before us and to speak specifically to energy supply. Few countries in the world have the enormous potential that Canada holds. We're the world's 5th largest producer of oil and gas and the 5th largest producer of natural gas. Canada is fortunate to have abundant oil and gas resources, but to reach our full potential, we need more than supply. We need to diversify our markets. And we've been clear that projects will move ahead only if they are safe for Canadians and safe for our environment. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Comme il est 19h50.
Being at 7:50, the House is now adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.